And we are live at 10,000 kilobizels per second. Hey, everybody. Hello. All right, let's see. Okay, I got my preview up in the YouTubes. YouTubes. Oh, I think I accidentally pushed the button to run a commercial. Oh, people are going to be pissed.
Good. Run a commercial.
3 seconds in, already ran a commercial.
Good. And they will give commercials afterward.
Hey, what's up, Anthony? How's it going? What's up, James Janus? Got all the usuals coming here. Oh, Pele. Pele's in here right off the bat today. Check it out. Here, I'll give him a little doo-doo-doo. All right, let's see here. Do I have my windows organized?
Probably
not. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I got chat open. Actually, technically, we don't need it because David had to duck out today. Sorry, guys. David had to. He almost joined us today.
It was close. It was
a close one this time, but he had some family obligations. So let's see here. Okay, so I've got the viewer activity feed up. I've got stream elements feed. I think everything's working.
Yeah, right. It's like pennies.
Yeah, let's see. Why is this
Bad
not?
Pennies.
So I don't know. Why did okay, stream elements made everything look weird. Why did you guys make it look weird? I want to see the things. Okay, whatever. It's working fine. It used to have Here, let me open up. What is it called? Ground control? I think it's called ground control, the software. No, I don't want to install the new version of ground control. Can I? There we go. Okay, I got the thing I was looking for. I opened the activity feed on the website for Stream Elements, and for some reason, all it shows is the name. It doesn't show what they did. It doesn't show, it doesn't show if it's like a subscription, a follow, or anything. So I opened up ground control, and now ground control is actually showing me proper information. Like, for instance, I can see that Joe Taji 5 days ago. Joe Taji 5 days ago did 169 bits. Oh, bits. Okay, that's on. Never mind. That was on Twitch. Let me change the filter so it's on YouTube. There we go. Now we're on YouTube. Okay, so 3 hours. 3 hours ago before we even streaming. Anzor re-upped his subscribe. So Anzor, are you in here, Mr. Anzor? Anzor, please stand up if you're the real Anzor. Let's see here. All right, I think I've got everything going now. All right. Well, hey everybody, welcome to Tech Talk. I'm one half of your hosts, Mr. Barnacules. And then, of course, we got the beautiful and wonderful AuxxZillary, ever graying more and more every week. So, dude, that beard is getting some pretty epic gray. You got the father time shit going on, bro. Hey, we got Graham in the house over here too. What's up, Grammy Graham? I'm still waking up, guys. I didn't have enough time. I woke up literally like 20 minutes ago, so I didn't have coffee, so I grabbed an energy drink, and I'm stacking that on top of Adderall in 2 hours. I got 2 solid hours of sleep though. I had a bad nightmare though, dude. You ever have one of those nightmares where you wake up from it because you're in such a freaking panic attack? You give yourself like heart palpitations in the dream, and then you like wake up in a panic, like cold sweat, freaking the fuck out. Then your first thought is, thank goodness that was a dream, because it was like so realistic. Oh, you never had that happen?
I rarely ever remember my dreams. The only times where I'm like scared is that weird like in between sleep where it feels like you're falling, and then
yep.
That shit gets me every once in a while.
That's my number two. My number one scariest thing, and it happens to me about once a month, and it freaks me the hell out, is sleep paralysis. You ever have that?
Nope.
So sleep paralysis is where you wake up completely paralyzed head to toe. You can't move anything. All you can do is blink your eyes. You can't even move your head. You can't move your neck. Nothing. You are a passenger in your own body. You feel like the dude from Star Trek who's in the little wheelchair that goes beep, 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 beep. Yeah, no, it's wild. I have it happen to me about once a month. I used to freak the hell out and think I was dying when it happened. And then what you do is you try to move your pinky or you try to move a toe to like get shit moving again. It only lasts for maybe about 20 to 30 seconds on the high side. But it's enough that you freak out when you first wake up. You're completely alert because you have like a panic attack, but you can't move anything. You can't even make a noise. You can't even squeak. You can't scream, nothing. And so what'll happen is, when it happens to me, is I try to scream, because you try to make a noise, and when you can't make a noise, you get in a panic, so you start trying to scream harder. And it's so crazy because you can hear yourself go, like after like 10 or 15 seconds a lot, so it goes, and then you just start screaming, and everybody in the house wakes up and is like, what the shit? You know? But yeah, sleep paralysis, if you've ever had it happen, you know how scary it is. If you haven't had it happen,
it sounds horrifying.
It's terrifying. And even though you know exactly what it is, and you talk to the doctor and they explain to you like, oh, what it is, it's harmless, you're fine. It's still, every time it happens to me, I feel like I'm dying and I have an absolute freaking panic attack. So Graham said, "Oh, what, Jerry? That's an out of body experience."
I think that's a little different from lucid dreaming.
No,
this a little different.
Yeah, this is not lucid dreaming.
Paralysis, so when you fall asleep, a chemical gets released that paralyzes your body so that you don't act out your dreams while you're unconscious.
Yep.
But sometimes it doesn't like completely flush out of your brain. And so then you become conscious, but you still have the like body paralysis part from being unconscious. So that's very different from lucid dreaming, or sometimes you can go all the way to astral projecting and stuff like that. And that is actually very interesting and fun. You can train yourself to recognize that you are dreaming from within the dream. You can sort of like prime your subconscious for certain like triggers or flags, certain little like there'll be signs inside the dream, and generally your conscious mind doesn't like to invade the subconscious like part. Like that's part of why you freak out when you're kind of halfway. Your consciousness doesn't like to let go. But you can slowly train yourself to be conscious that you're dreaming, and then you can control it. There's some really interesting stuff.
Basically, your brain is supposed to, like when you wake up, when you kick out of REM, your brain, a part of your brain that controls your motor cortex or whatever, is all supposed to wake up at the same time, but sometimes they don't. There's a mismatch. And there's a lot of things that can cause it. Stress, extreme nightmares. There's all kinds of things that trigger neurotransmitter imbalance, which is probably my problem according to my doctor.
I bet.
And it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So
sounds too. Yeah, there's like certain frequencies and stuff, binaural frequencies that'll get you into like the right alpha state or something like that to be able to do better.
I've had lucid dream.
It's really interesting.
I experienced lucid dreaming not very often, like maybe 4 times a year, maybe 3 to 4 times a year.
You can do.
So lucid dreaming is, of course, where you realize suddenly that you're inside of the dream, but instead of the normal reaction to that, where you'd wake up, you stay in the dream. You stay in the dream state. And then now that you know that you're in the dream, your conscious mind is awake, and you can start playing with it. Like you can start changing this. It kind of turns your dream into the holodeck, right? Yeah. And I love it when it happens. It's a pretty rare thing, but it does happen for me a couple of times a year. And when it does happen, I can't control when I wake up. I still have a random wake up in the middle of doing fun shit. But sometimes it feels like I'm doing fun shit for hours, and sometimes it feels like right out, within 5 minutes of discovering it's a dream, I wake up. It's almost like I'm being kicked out of my dream because I'm onto them, right? I figured it out. So, but as far as the sleep paralysis shit, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. It is honestly, it's like being, what are those people called? Locked in syndrome. It's exactly the same as locked in syndrome. It's just temporary. It's a temporary locked in syndrome, but you don't know it's a temporary locked in syndrome. And this is the thing. So I think of people that actually have locked in syndrome, and I'm like, man, that's gotta be fucking terrifying. If I react that hard to just having it for like 15, 20 seconds. And the thing is, you're still kind of groggy when you wake up. So it's like, you don't really know it's going to go away. You're not 100% sure, right? Every time it happens, you're like, oh God, is this the time? Is this it? Am I finally dying? But yeah, I always try to I focus as hard as I can, try to wiggle my toes, try to wiggle my fingers. But the thing is, I can open my eyes. And I can look at the ceiling. Like I can see the ceiling clear as day. I can see my peripheral vision. I can smell. Like I can smell what's in the room. I just cannot move. Like it, and then when I can move, it gradually unlocks. Like it's not like you're just instantly go from like nothing to everything. It's like the slow transition over a couple of seconds where you go from, oh, I can't move, I can't make a sound, to now you're loud as shit and you're jumping up out of bed so hard. I've actually torn a muscle before from like trying to sit up so hard during sleep paralysis, and then when my body finally started to unlock, I pulled the muscle sitting up too fast. Oof. So yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, so way different than lucid dreaming. And then there's some other states, like you said, you can get into, like people say like astral projection. They call it like all kinds of different things where you can like project yourself into different areas. There's also sleep deja vu, which is where you experience things in your dream, and then when it happens in real life, you're like, I've already experienced that. But there's an explanation for that too, and that is the memory is already stored in your head. It already did happen, but the timestamp for it is in the future. So your brain gets screwed up in the chronology of it. So you think that you experienced it before, but it's like Schrodinger's cat. It's basically you experiencing it the second time is truly the first time you're experiencing it, but then you have like this post-dated memory going back that's connected. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre.
Brain is so weird,
Yeah.
just wrong all of the time.
His brain does a lot of weird shit, man. A lot of weird shit. So
it is.
So yeah,
there's you can actually test this yourself if you have like an analog clock with a second hand. If you, I think it's like if you look away quick and then look back, you can actually you'll see the second hand like go backwards, because like your brain, it takes a minute for it to interpret the stuff. Like everything you see and everything you perceive is delayed by a few milliseconds or whatever. So like, and you can actually see it when you just real fast, like you can either do it like blink. If you blink, just kind of blink real quick, or look away and look back to the analog clock. You'll see the second hand. It'll like, if you can do it while it's transitioning, you'll see it go back. You'll see it go whoop, and then redo it again, because like your brain is behind by half a second or whatever. It's probably a little less than that, but like everything you're experiencing like the past by a little bit, and it's so weird. Like
what we experience and what's really happening are very different things.
Oh man, there's like so much going on around us that we can't.
Like if you think about it, like I've heard it explained is, imagine if you were locked inside of a box, right? Where you can't see anywhere outside of the world except for somebody's pointing a camera in a certain direction, and somebody has like a microphone that can only hear certain audio frequencies stuck outside of the box, and basically they control your perception of the world. You can only see what the camera will show you, and you can only hear what the microphone can pick up. Right. But that's not everything, right? It's like a visual spectrum. We can only see what's within our visual spectrum. That doesn't mean the same visual spectrum as everything else. There's animals that can see light that we can't perceive, right? There's animals that can see colors that we can't perceive. Yep. There's so everything that we are is this like little gelatin mass in between our ears that's in absolute darkness, soaking in fluid, and everything that we perceive as the world around us is electrical signals going to that mass. So it's like where you feel like you're like, this is the first party experience. It's like, no, if you want to take it one level deeper, your brain, if it can be just kept alive in a jar full of oxygen, right? And like Futurama style, you could plug in electrodes to a computer and actually simulate a world that person, if you had enough computing power to generate the electrical impulses to all of the nerve endings at the proper time and the proper sequences, that person wouldn't be able to tell it from reality. Yeah. So that's why I think like simulation theory is interesting, because it's like it does make sense on a level, right? It's like at our current level of technological advancement, we do foresee a time where that would be where that potentially is a capability, right? Where it's like we can put our own computer controlled impulses into the brain and trick it into seeing things that aren't there. They do it for blind people all the time. Have you ever seen like the blind people where they put like the little low resolution like 16 by 16 camera like on their head, and then they wire it into their optic nerve or whatever, and it just feeds the signals directly to the brain?
Back in the day, like this was like late 90s, there was a thing they'd hold in your mouth, and it could like draw like arrows and stuff, or like you could use like proximity sensors, and it would kind of give a feeling on your tongue of where like a wall is, or that kind of a thing.
You want to hear some crazy shit? So I grew up, my best friend growing up, his name was Jake, guy named Jake. He had a cousin that I went and met one time when they went on a family trip, and I was kind of like a little freaked out by him because it was a guy who was quadriplegic and blind. All he could do is hear. That was it. He could hear, and he could move his neck, and he could move his head, but other than that, he is fully quadriplegic and completely blind. Yikes. And the dude could play Mario Brothers like better than I could on a Nintendo. Cool. And he had this, and this is a long time ago. This is like when I was a kid, so this technology isn't anything new. He had this thing inside of his mouth that was basically like an optical walking stick. And so he didn't need any kind of accessibility device like in the Nintendo itself. He could literally just point the little stick thing at the screen, and based on the gradients of color and light, he could figure out like what his dude was doing and where he was. And so he'd like cruise through Mario Brothers, and then he'd memorize the patterns over time. Like first he'd start slow, and then he'd figure out the game, and he'd get better and better, especially games with patterns, right? Games with patterns he was really good at, because he could just keep improving on them, go a little further, get past the thing, and then keep going. But he got to the point where he was just like speed running Mario Brothers all the way to the end. He could like beat the entire Mario Brothers game without using any of the warp gates. I think it was like 15 minutes or something, like 12 or 15 minutes, which I even struggled to do at the time. So I was like, But it was badass watching this dude who's completely blind, quadriplegic, and he's just got a thing in his mouth that's like, and the way he uses his tongue to operate the buttons. So it's like got buttons and he can actuate more than one button with his tongue. He can actuate a D-pad in his mouth using pressure from his jaw, like moving his jaw around. He can create an analog pressure that can be mapped to the D-pad. And he uses this probe that picks up the light from the CRT, but it also picks up light from the environment. He could use it for all kinds of shit. But I thought that was so freaking cool. I was like, dude, this is like when I was a kid. Like I was maybe 12 years old, 12 or 13 when I met him. And and we thought it was crazy that he could play video games. Like we could sit down and play video games with him. Like we'd be player 2 and he'd be player 1 sitting in his wheelchair. And he'd just be kicking our ass. And I'd be like, God damn, dude, this is rad. And I always thought that was really cool. And I'm like, now you look at today and the technology we have where it's like a great example is like we were talking about locked-in syndrome. There's a lady who has locked-in syndrome that they put a not Neuralink, their competitor. Well, Neuralink has a couple different competitors, by the way. It's not like Neuralink is the first person to create a brain computer interface. They've been around for like 20, 30 years already, right? Elon's just like the first person to have it in that specific form factor, right? That's the secret sauce of Neuralink. Mm-hmm. Everything else about it is blasé. And but this person who has locked-in syndrome, they basically put this thing on their head that is surgically implanted like Neuralink, but it has a external connector that they connect a physical wire onto. Like it's not a self-contained chip. Like you have to actually hook a wire bundle to it. But then it goes into a computer, and this lady can actually say entire words just by thinking them. And she can actually now have a full conversation with her husband, like a very like complex conversation. And there's a voice to speech thing that they did where they tried to get as close to her voice as possible. Like they used her husband's reference because she wasn't always locked in. It was after an accident that caused this.
Okay.
And so he tried to get her voice as close as they could possible to synthetic. And then they used text to speech. So like as she's forming the words in her head, it creates these sentences. She can even do punctuation, and then it reads it in her voice, and she can hear her voice speaking back from the computer, and she reacts to it a little bit, like what little she can with her facial reactions. But it's so awesome because the husband's like, man, I haven't been able to have a conversation with my wife for like 20 years. Like this. He's like, this is it. And he was like in tears. He was like, this is so freaking amazing. And I don't know if external brain computer interfaces have gotten that good now where you can just like think a word and have it do it. But I do know the external neural interfaces can do stuff like analog controls. Like I've seen demos of people training them to fly like fighter jets and shit with their mind, with their hands completely stationary. So I'd imagine they're probably not too far off from being able to record patterns with enough granularity, and if you use enough filtering, right?
Enough training, and
you think, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
So, but I just think that that's so amazing because it's like she just thinks, naturally to his response, and then it just creates the words, and then the computer speaks the words, and there wasn't that much lag either. That was the interesting thing. There was maybe only like 2 or 3 seconds delay, like what you'd expect from like a really long telephone call on the other side of the planet relayed from satellites, right? But he could have that level of a conversation with his wife when he said before the way that they had to have a conversation is he'd have to hold up a board and move his finger, and she'd have to blink to tell him when to stop at the letter. So he'd have to like do each letter. So every time she wanted to communicate, it was like this hugely long process. And so it just like opened up a new world for him. The only downside to it was I don't know if she ever got to take the machine home. Like this was in a lab setting that they had these conversations when they were programming this thing. So I don't know if she ever got to actually take the thing home yet or not. I think they still can only have this level of conversation when they're in the lab, but I'm not 100% on that. Adam said in Japan, they start to pull images out of our thoughts and dreams. No joke. No, I saw that. Yeah, that AI project, that was so creepy. Cool. Oh, dude, that is so creepy. Yeah, they have this AI filter thing. That basically it just listens to your brain. Like you put on the BCI over your head. It listens to your brain while you sleep, and then it uses like this AI filtering to try to figure out how to reconstruct what it is you're seeing in your mind's eye. And then they had the person describe what they were seeing in their actual dream before showing them the image. And the images were like, a lot of them were strikingly similar. Like it wasn't like exact pixel for pixel kind of thing, right? But it was like, if somebody was dreaming of like an airplane, flying on an airplane or something like that, the AI would generate a picture that clearly had an airplane in it, and they would be in the right place to have the perspective they described in the dream. And it's like, so just listening to your neural energy or whatever, your neural field, it was able to filter out enough of the noise and poke through to just get the visual cortex data and then reconstruct something that was similar to what the person was dreaming about. And I remember them showing like pictures of like what the person described they saw in their dream and what the AI like extrapolated. And again, this wasn't just an AI. It was like a whole bunch of other technology. They just used the generative AI to create the image creation part. The rest of it was like extrapolating. I don't know if it was text. Like, I don't know if it was just like text or words or what they were getting that then the AI would create the picture from. I don't know what the data looked like before it went to the AI to get the picture generated from, but I can't imagine that it was just text. There had to be something more than that. But I do remember them showing the pictures, and I was like, damn, the study showed some pretty compelling evidence. But imagine in the future, like, we have a device that you go to sleep and you wake up in the morning and your dreams are recorded and you can go back and play them back. Like,
that'd be a trip.
That would be a trip. I mean, it could also be like traumatizing as fuck, but I could see that being cool. You know, we've all had that one dream where it's like we get ripped out of it too early, you know? Or one thing I really hate about dreams is when you have a really, really good dream and you wake up and it fades quickly. Like you wake up and it's razor sharp in your mind. You knew exactly what was happening, everything down to the perfect detail. And then like within 5 minutes, you can't even hardly remember what it was.
Yeah. The few times that I do remember my dreams, like I try and tell my lady like as soon as possible. Like I'm like, oh,
yep,
I
do too.
First words out of my mouth is like, oh, dude, I had this weird dream and I have to like get it out as quickly as possible. And she's always like, man, you have such weird, like the detail in your dreams. I'm like, hey man, you think that's weird? Like that's just what I can remember. You know?
Yep. Hey, Adam did recommend me some of this melatonin stuff. It's like this triple formulated, like slow release. Like it releases in chunks, like every 2 hours. And I tried it for the first time the other night, and I was actually pleasantly surprised. I usually have really bad nightmares with melatonin, but with this stuff, I had really mild dreams. And they were like, I wouldn't say they were enjoyable. They were just mundane, right? But I woke up feeling a lot more rested than I had. So this melatonin stuff's really cool because I always thought that I just responded bad to all melatonin because I've tried high dose, I've tried low dose, like down to 1 milligram. I've tried as high as 12 milligrams. Yeah. And I always have the same problem with like nightmares. And I think it's because the melatonin just hits me too hard. And the scary thing isn't just the nightmares, it's the fidelity and how long you remember them.
Sure.
I've had nightmares on melatonin where it's like the end of the day I woke up from, I'm still struggling with what happened in the nightmare. Like it's still bothering me that I have those visual images in my head. Nice. And those are the ones like where, you know, I sit down and sometimes I don't always tell my wife because a lot of the times they're like stuff you don't, you know, you wouldn't want to tell her because it'd freak her out. Right. Because it's like, you know, really, really graphic shit. And like last night I had a dream and I didn't take the melatonin last night because I had to wake up for Tech Talk and the melatonin just zonks me out hard. But I had a really weird nightmare that I woke up from abruptly, and that's why I'm actually on time for once. So for the most part I had this crazy dream. It was so realistic, dude. It was like I was in my room and I was canceling Tech Talk, which is something I've done many times before, right? So I'm like posting on X and I'm canceling Tech Talk or whatever, and Xander's sitting next to me, and Xander was like yelling at me while I was trying to make this post, and I couldn't focus on making the post. And then my wife comes in and starts yelling at me. Like they're just pissed off, livid at me, and I'm trying to make this post. And then when I finally do make the post, like trying to get through the distraction, and I make the post that I'm canceling Tech Talk, I look at the post and I actually gave my login and password to my computer and my IP address. And as soon as I do that, the computer locks and says, you've been kicked out of the dashboard and I can't log back in. It says you need a USB key to log back in. And I'm frantically trying to log back into my computer. It's like everything's being downloaded off my computer. Everything's indicated. And then I wake up in a panic. But it was one of those things where it was so realistic that it took me a good 2 or 3 minutes to realize that, no, that didn't really happen. Like I had to convince myself that didn't happen. And then finally I was like, oh, no, that was obviously a dream. But it took me a little while. It was like for a little while that I was sitting up and I was breathing heavy. I was like, oh, shit, I got to figure out how to fix this. Like, this is bad. Yeah. But, yeah, it was, dude. But those are the types of dreams that I struggle with. And melatonin tends to increase my retention of them. Hey, what's up, Irene? How's it going? Most Space Life said, have you had a dream of shadow beings? I have not had a dream of shadow beings.
That's like that fucking paralysis, though.
Yeah. You know what? This creepiest. You said you don't really remember your dreams, right? Nope. You're lucky. Well, actually, I won't say you're lucky because there are good dreams too, right? Yeah. What about wet dreams? Those are the best, James Shana. Those are absolutely the best. I don't get those anymore though because I found out since I have a permanently pinched nerve in my back and I continuously have a high pain 24/7, and I never experience like continuous relief, like without pain. And in a setting where I can sleep anyways. Like I can sometimes, like if I'm in the hot tub and I'm floating, but I can't really sleep in that setting, right? So, but when I'm sleeping in the bed, because I have that pinched nerve always biting me, I only have bad dreams for the most part now. And it's sad because I used to have really naughty dreams all the time, and I'd wake up all the time with a shit-eating grin on my face. So, and it was the greatest thing ever. But that sailed as soon as I had permanent pain I couldn't get rid of. And drugs only mask pain; they don't get rid of it. There's a common misconception that when you take like opiates or whatever for pain management, that you're getting rid of the pain. No, all you're doing is desensitizing your brain to the pain. Yeah, the signals are still reaching your brain. You still are experiencing the pain. It's still there. It's just you're disassociated from it. You're ignoring it basically.
Blocks the receptors.
Right. But you still can, no matter any amount of painkiller that you're on, you can still focus on, and you know your pain's there. Like you are aware that it's there. It's just not bothering you. And so that constant pain does fuck with your ability to have like good dreams, sadly. I won't say that I've never had a good dream though. I still on occasion I'll have a good dream. It's not like it used to be where it was like every night I would just about have a good dream unless I was really stressed out. But yeah, no, the sleep stuff is crazy because I remember when I was a kid, I had these reoccurring dreams that my parents, we didn't have money to go to psychologists or anything, so I just had to, suck it up, buttercup. But I had this dream that the fucking brain Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And it was the same dream. I'd have this dream like 3 times a week, solid 3 times a week. I would have this exact same dream where I wake up in my dream in my bed. It's hyper realistic. I hear a thumping noise. I walk out of my bedroom, go down the hallway into the kitchen. I still remember it today, like it was yesterday. Like it's literally burned into my brain like this really happened because I had this reoccurring dream so many times as a child that terrified me. And it was a bedwetter dream too. It was one of those dreams you always woke up to a wet bed. Always. Yikes. Like if you had this dream, you pissed the bed. There was no like two things about it. So I'd wake up, I'd go into the kitchen in my dream, and we had this really old school pressure cooker. So everything in my dream was like something that was in reality. So it was hard for me to disassociate from it because it felt very real. It was a real location, real locomotion, real passage of time, real items that existed in real life. So when I woke up from these dreams, I was terrified for, a period of time, even though they'd happen over and over and over again. So I'd walk into the kitchen, there'd be this pressure cooker sitting, this old school looking like 30s pressure cooker sitting on the oven. It'd be bouncing around and banging around and stuff, making all this noise, steam blowing out of it. And then the top would explode off it and scare the shit out of me. And Krang would come out of the pressure cooker, floating. And his tentacle would reach over and grab a steak knife out of the knife block, and he would chase me down the hallway. I'd open up my window. Oh, no, it was a sliding glass door. I opened up the sliding glass door. I'd run outside, and I'd run down this really long driveway. We had this really long driveway that went like 5 acres out to the main road. And I'd run down this driveway with Krang behind me, making his with his like knife trying to stab me. And he'd get close sometimes, and I could like feel him, like I'd feel the knife like sliding down my back, but not penetrating into me. And I'd run faster and faster and faster. And then at the very, very end, I'd trip and I'd fall. I'd turn around and he'd come at me and plunge the knife into my chest. And right as he was plunging the knife into my chest, I'd wake up and in an absolute panic, heart rate like 200, freaking the hell out, bed pissed. And there was a point in my life where I had this dream like 3 times a week. I was pissing my bed. Like my parents were like done. Like my mom at that point was just putting down a tarp and just let me. I wasn't even sleeping on a like blanket. I was sleeping on a fucking tarp because I was pissing the bed so much. And I don't know what finally broke the cycle, but I eventually stopped having the dream. Like just for no particular reason. There was no resolution or anything like that. I just stopped having the dream. And but yeah, that was a dream from my childhood. It was one of those handful of dreams that I had. And then the other one that I had that was reoccurring that wasn't nearly as bad as I would take a BB gun to school. Because this actually happened in real life, so I guess it wasn't that far-fetched in the dream. Nowadays, if I did that, you go to jail for life or whatever for being a terrorist. But I took I took my little pump-action Crossman BB gun to school in my backpack, and we'd just pull out empty cans from my backpack and my BB gun, and we'd just shoot empty cans out on the playground during recess at school in my dream. And then the recess teacher would come over and bust us and then take my BB gun away. And then I'd be pissed off and I'd wake up. And that was the other like reoccurring dream that I'd have all the time is that I'd go me and my friends we'd just be plinking cans with my little BB gun, and then the recess teacher would take it away and break up the fun, and that was the whole dream. It was like nothing like super catastrophic. It wasn't alarming. Like when I woke up, I wasn't in a panic or anything like that. Crazy. But I'd have that dream over and over and over again. And it's wild because it's like the shit that your brain, I'd love to know why your brain does these things. That's the greatest, that's the greatest question to all this is like, why does a brain do that to begin with? Like there's a lot of theories on why a brain does that, but nobody knows 100% for sure. Like why our brains do this really weird, like sometimes familiar, sometimes not familiar, sometimes absolutely chaotic and frightening to scare the shit out of you. The best explanation I've ever gotten from it from my therapist was when I have, just to explain the dreams where I experience pain. Like I have a lot of dreams now where I get stabbed or shot or thrown off a cliff or I fall onto rocks down in the ocean or I drown. I have a reoccurring dream where I drown all the time. And we finally figured out that was associated with my CPAP. So like when my sinuses clog up and I'm breathing, I have a dream where I start drowning. Like I fall into a swimming pool or into the ocean. I can't swim to the surface fast enough and I drowned. And then I wake up in a panic. And my therapist said that that's my brain waking me up because I'm not breathing. Sure, like I'm experiencing apnea. It's dropping my oxygen. I'm in a state of panic. My heart rate's increasing, but I'm not waking up naturally. So your brain fabricates this story. This is my therapist's explanation for it. I thought it was a pretty good one. Is that your brain is manufacturing enough trauma to pop you out of it and wake you up so that you can take that breath and not die. Oh. And I do. Every time I wake up from that dream, I immediately rip off my CPAP mask and take the biggest deep breath ever. Because all I know, I haven't breathed for like a minute, right?
Yeah.
So I think that dream is explained. I think that dream, and that also, a lot of the other dreams I think make sense because I experience pain all the time. And I have constant nerve pain in my arms and my legs. And I think my dreams manifest a lot of that pain. Like my brain tries to explain it in the dream.
Sure.
So like if my leg is asleep because I'm on a nerve and it's burning and I have a burning sensation like neuropathy in my thigh, it'll manifest in the dream as like a fire burned it, or it got stabbed or I kicked something. Right. It's wild. Weird. It's wild. Weird. So
crazy.
Yeah. So it's like your brain is like trying to give you trauma to wake your ass up, right? To get you out of that state so you don't remain too comfortable and you don't die. And I was like, that's pretty cool, but that doesn't explain the other dreams. That doesn't explain like why is Krang like chasing me down the road when I'm 12 years old? You know, why do I have dreams that people are constantly hacking my accounts? I mean, the only thing I can think of is that's more of a psychological insecurity thing. Like because I'm stressed out because these are very real threats that could happen or have happened before. That they're manifesting in my dreams just because I'm having a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety. So my brain is trying to reconcile that while I'm sleeping. Dude, it's weird, man. Yeah, Steve-O said he's experienced pain in dreams. This is the funny thing is they say that you're not supposed to experience pain in dreams, but that's why I think my dream, because I can feel the pain in the dream, I think it's a real pain and my body's just trying to explain it, right? The dream is like something's happening to you in the real world and we got to explain it at a nerve level. Because here's something that you guys probably have experienced. How many of you experienced dozing off to something on the TV and your dream directly includes something that was on that TV when you fell asleep?
Yep.
Happens to me all the time. Like I even go out of my way to set a 30-second timer on my TV watching something that's good and interesting before I go to sleep to make sure I don't accidentally just let it go to the autoplay list and put on something terrifying and I have an absolute shitty nightmare. So I think that, you know, when you're sleeping, your ears are still hearing everything that's going on in your environment. Your brain, your unconscious mind still is tapped into all your senses. So I think that when you hear shit in your environment, your brain tries to manifest it and tries to like make a dream that fits it. So you're not feeling pain in a dream per se. You're feeling something in the real world and your dream is like associating it with something. That's my theory anyways. I don't think you're actually like, if you're in a dream and somebody stabs you, you're not really feeling the stab. Like you either wake up or you don't feel it. It's you get stabbed and you're like panicking, but you don't feel it. But if you do feel it, chances are it's probably in some way related to pain that you're actually experiencing in real life. Like if you get stabbed in the leg, maybe your leg is asleep, right? Maybe you broke your arm and it's in a cast or something. You're trying to sleep and you keep having reoccurring dreams where your arm is hurting or you bang your arm on something. You know, I do think that dreams try to explain what's happening while you're sleeping. James said you are also not supposed to die in a dream. If you die, it means you die for real. Oh, that's bullshit. I've died in my dreams so many times. Yeah. So many times.
Yeah.
Unless the multiverse theory is true and I just keep, every time I die in one reality, I wake up in the next, then I'm not dying in my dreams. God, that'd be horrible. How wouldn't that be crazy if like you didn't perceive it? Like you're jumping realities, but like every day you wake up in some other reality, your wife's waking up next to a corpse because you got killed in your dream. And then you wake up in a new reality and don't even realize it because you haven't experienced anything from that branching point on, so everything seems normal. Dude, I love these theories about this shit, man. I could go on for hours and hours and hours about it. It's just wild, man. Yeah, but you definitely don't die for real if you die in your dream. Because I've died in my dreams so many times, driven off of cliffs, stabbed in my chest, shot in the face. Right. I even had a really, really unpleasant dream where a person was literally like cutting me open and pulling my guts out and showing them to me as I slowly dozed off. And then in the dream, when I finally blacked out from bleeding out in the dream, then I woke up in reality in a panic. So yeah, I don't believe any of that. You die in your dream, you die in reality. Like when I suffocate in my dream, I wake up in reality. Usually I am having some kind of breathing problem because I tend to have those dreams when my CPAP's on or when I'm experiencing like nasal congestion, right? So let's hear. Killits Gaming said that happens to me sometimes with my wife playing country music when I'm sleeping and me trying to turn off the radio in my dreams. I can't. When I wake up, it's the same song from my dreams. Isn't that wild?
That's funny.
Hey, I want to thank you, Retro My Bits, for the $5 tip earlier, dude. Absolute freaking legend, getting the party started. And also Nick Camper bringing €2, man.
Oh, nice.
He said I can share some extra for you guys. Love the show. Thank you, man. We really do appreciate that a lot. That'll help offset our super hyperinflation that's coming our way. Dude, eggs are so expensive now. I hope you don't like eggs. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I buy them. A buddy of mine has chickens, so I buy them from him. I'd rather he get the money.
No, that's smart. That's smart. Like if you know, like now's the time. If you know people that have that raise their own chickens and get their own eggs and shit, like become friends.
Yeah,
because eggs I'm getting expensive.
Pay $8 for a dozen, one way or the other. I'd rather he get the $8.
Yep. There's one place because I've been tracking the prices across the United States. There's one place that went from what was it, $7 a dozen up to $15.99 a dozen. So more than double the price. I was like, Jesus, crazy, dude, I just stop eating eggs at that price.
That's to me, that's like price gouging. Yep. Like, come on.
Thankfully, Costco's been keeping their prices pretty steady, even though they've gone up at like Safeway and Albertsons and stuff. They haven't gone up at Costco, thank goodness.
On purpose. They've done some. It's like been on earnings calls and stuff. Like they've chosen to absorb some of the cost and basically take a little less profit.
It makes sense. It makes sense, especially since they're membership driven and they make so much money off the memberships.
Dude, it's the memberships and credit cards. Yeah. Like it's less about the stuff they're selling.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's right. They actually have their own credit card where they're getting a cut of that. Actually, dude, too,
I got a fat so we pay for the executive one, right? So you get a little better return on purchases and stuff. It's like 4% on gas and yeah, I think it's like 4% on gas and charge and certain EV charging. You buy the gas from Costco, you get like 4% back.
$2.70 a dozen in Ontario? Seriously?
That's not bad. That's great. That's amazing.
Oh my God, I wish they were that cheap.
Send me some.
I love eggs, dude. I was sad when I saw the eggs are going to the moon. And
we got basically, long story short, we got a fat refund, I guess, or not refund, but like the reward thing coming back is like $700 or something for the year. It's awesome.
No, that's one thing I love about Costco is that if you have the do they do it for the regular membership or is it just the business membership?
I think it's 2% on the regular one. If you have the, I think I don't know. Look,
because we have the business membership one because I think it only costs like an extra $50 a year or something like that.
I did the executive one. It's like one step up.
You get like 5% back instead of 2% or something like that. It's like, because I know that every year we end up getting back. It's like somewhere in the ballpark of $1,500 to $2,500 that we get back from Costco.
Right. Dude, it's awesome.
And it's always welcome. Like whenever we see that, because we always forget about it. That's the funny thing. It's one of those things you just forget about it. And then you just get a check from Costco in the mail. It's like, oh, hey, thanks for buying all your shit from our store. Here, have $1,500 back. And I'm like, what? How much do we have to buy? Jesus.
Yeah.
That right, guy said, so Hobbs is in my city?
Oh, neat.
Is he doing a land party? Dude, Hobbs, that guy travels more than anybody else ever.
He's everywhere.
He literally is the alpha and the omega. That guy is just everywhere. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Let's hear. What do you think is going to happen to the tech sector when and if the tariffs TSMC happen? Oh, prices go up. Prices are already going to go up. Prices already have gone up from the speculation. Just the speculation alone, they've gone up.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. The same thing that fucking happened last time.
Exactly.
That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
What do you think? No, I'm sorry, that's spicy. I don't mean to pick on you particularly, David. It's just I've been seeing a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff on. It's hard being a social media guy. To be perfectly frank, it definitely fucks with my emotional well-being.
No, it does for me, 100%. I'll admit that all day long.
Yeah.
The way that tariffs work is they're not paid by the exporter; they're paid by the importer. So the companies that sell you goods here in the United States are the ones that pay the tariff, not the people that are exporting it.
Yeah.
So they have to pass that price on to the customers, otherwise they have to eat it themselves and lose profit, right? So expect everything to go up. I mean, and unless it's on the blessed list. That's the thing is there's a blessed list that if you kiss the ring and you give a bunch of cryptocurrency or give a little bribe, you can get on that list, and then your shit will be cheaper than your competitors, and then you can outcompete them.
Yeah,
but
older cards gonna stay cheap.
No,
I would. It's the same advice I always give: buy the best that you can right now. If you're in the mood to upgrade, buy the best you can afford, like right now. Used or not, just.
What are your thoughts on the 50 series? Let's hear it. The
5090 series, 5090. Okay, so this applies to all the 90s. It's a Titan. It is not meant to be in my opinion, we as a community, or the enthusiast or PC, the tech community, need to stop touting the 90s as a consumer card.
Yeah, it's not a gaming card.
It's a Titan.
They say it is, but it's not.
You don't need 32 gigs.
Dude, you don't need 32 gigs of RAM for a gaming card.
It is a bridge between the consumer cards, the GeForce line, and what used to be called the Quadros. It isn't. I mean, you're always going to have those big dick like people who are like, oh, I need the best of the best of the best, and blah blah blah. You know, blah $10,000 PC and blah 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 blah. But there seems to be a pervasive attitude amongst a loud minority in the community that pushes that you have to buy the best possible thing all the time, or you just get shit on. Like, it's like there's this level of elitism, in my opinion, that is everywhere, and I think that it is super toxic in the community, and it drags a lot of it down. Like, AMD has great there's a price to performance knee curve, right? If you pay more, you're gonna get more, but there's a diminishing return. The average gamer who is not, like, the vast majority of people are not trying to play at 4K at 120 FPS. That's outrageous. The average consumer is probably still trying to just play at 1080p, maybe 1440 at best. And you can do that with a 4070 Super for most of the stuff. This then also affects the developer. We have access to this very powerful hardware, but that just, in my opinion, has caused the developers to become very lazy. They don't optimize their games. And so that's why I think that's part of why we're seeing these smaller gains generation over generation, because the games themselves are not utilizing the hardware to the best of their ability. Not really. It's a brute force. It's a brute force technique. They're so powerful that they don't have to try. They don't have to optimize. And it's just silly. And I think the perfect example of this is DeepSeek versus OpenAI. The United States tries to put sanctions on China so that they can't get access to Nvidia's best hardware. So what do? They're scrappy. They hyper optimize these LLM model as like a side project.
It runs on a goddamn CPU.
This is a goofy like side project. There wasn't even like the full force of backing of the Chinese government behind this. This was just like a college project. Or from what I've heard, correct. I'm sure this might be a little overplaying the hand a little, but it's like it just shows what's capable when you have limited resources. You are forced to make the most out of what you have available. And these big the budgets have gotten way out of hand, right? Same with like movies and things, but the video game budgets are getting outrageously out of hand. They're saying GTA 6 is going to cost Rockstar over $1 billion to develop.
Yep.
$1 billion.
Rumor is they already spent $1 billion.
Insane. Outrageous. And there's no way the customer is going to see where that money went. There's no way. It's just crazy. And it all just feeds back. It all just feeds back on each other. And it's just silly. And I think people need to, because it's everywhere. It's upgrading your phone every year when there's hardly ever, there hasn't been a significant innovation in like 5 years, a decade maybe. And that's both. That's Apple and Samsung. That's everybody outside. Whereas if you look at some of the cool shit they're doing outside of the United States that we don't have access to, that Huawei stuff and like some of the cooler like I don't even want to say third party brands, because we are so insulated in the United States from the cool shit that they're doing elsewhere. And that was back in the day too, when smartphones were just getting started. I had buddies who were buying these cool phones from Japan and China and stuff.
Dude, South Korea was insane.
Wild stuff. Yeah. Wild stuff, man. And you never see that stuff here.
They had 12 megapixel cameras and phones when we had like 1 megapixel.
It's bonkers.
I was rocking my $1,000 like Hitachi HT1000 like with 1 megapixel camera or whatever. And my buddy has a flip phone that has like a 12 megapixel video camera built into it from South Korea. I was like, are you shitting me?
Yeah.
Wireless technologies we didn't even have. Like, I don't know what it was back then, but like their wireless network was like 10 times our speed here.
Yeah.
At the
NFC stuff was better way early. Just think about it. They had better text messaging like ecosystem while we were still paying 10 cents per text message in Japan. Like, they had better QR codes were everywhere 20 years before we even started seeing them here in the United States. It's bonkers, man. It's just bonkers.
It's wild. I will say we've closed the gap, though. I will say, like, on a global perspective, I don't think we're as far apart as we used to be. But I do remember back in, like, Japan was doing touchless payment systems like 15 years before it was even something that anybody knew about over here.
I think just the hard, they're everywhere else is more willing to try interesting things. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They're willing to do weird shit like having the camera in the middle flip back and forth. Like, oh, you can use your 100 megapixel back camera, it just rotates and you can use it as a selfie camera. Or like the little pop-up thing, like it pops the camera up. And they've got, I mean,
what was the phone that had the G sensor, the one where when you dropped it could actually suck the camera back into the body before it hit the ground?
Yeah, I remember something.
That was a trip. Like, yeah, somebody made it, like the camera popped out of the top of the smartphone so that it didn't have to go through the screen. I think that was like their selling point, is they didn't have to poke through the screen.
This is part of it too. Griff Fungin. Anyone see the GN video in the paper launch of the 5090? You're saying it's a paper launch because nobody can buy them, because scalpers buy this shit, because everybody's trying to.
To be fair, people are getting them. My neighbor has one. My neighbor has a 5090. He bought it on launch day.
It just further shows one, Nvidia is purposefully not making enough of them. First off, it's in their best interest not to, because
they're feeding the AI monster.
They want Facebook to buy a 10,000 H100s, you know.
Yep.
And they deliberately slowed and stopped 40 series production months before the 5 series was even announced, like officially announced. They were dialing back 40 series production. And I don't know, man. Paper launch usually means that there is they haven't physically released the product to distributors and stuff, and that isn't really the case. It's just that scalpers and bots and stuff buy the shit up instantly because.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, I can prove it's not a paper launch because, like I said, my normal neighbor who has no connections was able to buy one just by spamming the button at launch at 6 a.m. Yeah, right when it went live, and he managed to get one.
Plenty of people have too.
It just
also, I would say, by the way, if you are how do I put this? I would, if you are in the space, like in the tech tuber sort of tech review or some sort of adjacent space like that, get a business license and sign up for making an account with various electronics distributors. ASI in particular is one of the few that's fairly low level. Like you don't have to have a certain monthly revenue or
Did you
that
say
kind of thing.
MSI?
ASI.
Oh, ASI. Okay, that makes sense.
They're a electronics distributor.
I was gonna say MSI is huge. I was like, damn, you're not gonna get time of day from them.
Yeah, so you don't like some of the bigger ones, like what is it, TD Synex? You need to have a certain revenue, like you have to show a certain amount of revenue with your business, monthly revenue, or they won't even talk to you. But ASI, basically, it's very similar prices to Amazon. Almost exactly the same. In fact, like you'll see listings on Amazon where it'll say like, oh, MSRP, and then it'll slash out and it'll have like a lower price. ASI will have those exact same prices. The only difference is you'll probably have to pay shipping, but it's not that much, and you'll have to wait a little while longer because like it's just regular ground shipping from fucking some warehouse in California or something.
Don't you have to have a business license too? Because I remember back when I worked with distributors, I had to have a business license.
That's what I mean. Like if you are even vaguely serious about like parts and stuff in that way, get a business license and start talking to distributors, actual legitimate distributors. Because like I'm seeing like bigger YouTubers and stuff or that are like that do like, as an example, I don't think he actually said anything like this, but like Mods by Ben or something like that. He does some really cool, PC modding content and stuff. Couldn't get one, or waited a bunch of time, like waited 3 days in a fucking tent outside of a micro center.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, you probably have a business license. Like you're clearly running a fairly large and successful YouTube channel. Why are you going to fucking Best Buy or Micro Center to buy this stuff? Like you should be working directly with a distributor. Yeah. It seems silly to me that you're buying retail. You're buying at retail. And like you might not be paying sales tax, which you shouldn't be. If you're a big YouTuber like that, it should be a business expense. You shouldn't be paying sales tax, but you're still paying a retail price, which is going to be like marked up 20-30% from what they bought it at the distributor for.
Well, you'll end up paying the taxes on the backside anyways, because if you keep it as an asset, you have to tax it if you don't sell it. Yeah.
But like, it seems silly to me that some of these tech tubers that are like maybe mid-range, but still like fairly large followings and stuff I'm like, why are you buying retail? That's silly.
It's a good idea. I didn't even, honestly, until you mentioned that, it's been so long since I've actually bought direct from a distributor. Yeah. But yeah, there's tons of distributors. Like there's a distributor just down here in Redmond, Washington, where you can literally, you could drive right into this like industrial park. You walk into this unassuming building and it's just a bunch of people sitting at desks. You plop down, give them your freaking, your tax ID for your business, and they just sit down and fill out an invoice. You give them a credit card, boom, they order your shit and go get it from the warehouse and deliver it to you out in the parking lot. Like it's and
develop good relationships too. Like get to know people. And,
having contacts because everybody's got an angle. Yeah, everybody's got their little angle working at these places. Can stash a couple away and stuff like that.
Honestly, I bet even guys like Jay and stuff don't even do that. I'm sure.
Well, a lot of them they don't even have to buy anything because it just gets sent to them, right?
Yeah, they'll have direct contacts with like Nvidia and stuff. But even still, like for some of the other parts and whatnot, like why are you buying shit directly from the store? Like that seems so silly to me.
And even if you don't have a relationship, you can just buy from your viewers too. You know how many times I've had viewers contact me and say, "Oh, hey, I have a connection," or "Hey, if you need to get this, I can get it for you," or "Hey, I know a guy who knows a guy." Like, if you have a huge audience full of people, it's like, shit, you don't even have to ask, and they'll just be like, hey, do you want one of these to review? I've had so many people just reach out and say, hey, you want to borrow? Do you want to? I had 2 people reach out to me so far and say, hey, you want to borrow my 5090? It hasn't even been out, for like a couple of days? And they're already like, oh, I'm not even going to take it out of the box yet. Hey, do you want to take it and review it, like, before I do that? Hey, I can mail it to you. And I'm like, well, I don't want that responsibility. That's too much, but I appreciate the offer, like, big time, right? So access to that stuff isn't difficult if you have a following. But I think the thing is, even if you don't have a following, I like the idea that you could just get a business, right? Form an LLC for, what does it cost you to upkeep it? Like $150 or $200 or whatever. Yeah. It's like $200, what you'd pay for taxes on the damn thing. just go and find a distributor and
honestly,
get it.
Just
hey, Hewlett's in chat. Yo,
Why am I buying from stores? Just hopping on to basking reflected jeans. Hey, I don't know, man. It can help. I'm not saying it's going to be a perfect solve because they have a stock too, right? ASI is going to have a stock as well, and there's a list of priority of who gets stuff first. A big pallet is going to go to Best Buy, or
yeah, they want to keep the stores happy and keep the relationships good, right? That's how they make their money, is by moving a bunch of bulk.
You have in my opinion, you're going to have a much better chance of getting something. It might not be an FE, it might not be the one that you absolutely want, but you will. I just feel like your chances are a little better by just going one step up in the supply chain. Don't talk to the retailer.
You know what's nice though?
Go to the distributor.
Yeah, you can actually contact the distributor, because we did this all the time when I worked at Mother's Board Computers, like, an eon ago, a lifetime ago, is we'd call up our distributor, which was the company I was telling you about in Redmond. We'd drive all the way from Bremerton, Washington, all the way to Redmond to go to this place to get our inventory for our store. Yeah. And so we'd always call them up if a customer came in and mentioned something that we hadn't even heard of yet or something. We'd call up the distributor and say, hey, when's that coming in? And they'll be like, oh, it'll be in here in like 2 months. And we'll be like, hey, put us down for 20. Yep. And they'll do that. And then you get in line at that point, and then, the months later when the product drops and they're going through and shipping everything out, it doesn't matter if Best Buy is on that list. If they're below you, you get your product first. Like, they just go down the list in the order that they come in. So if you tell a distributor, like, if right when they announced that they were going to make a 5090, you called your distributor and said, hey, listen, I want one of these. Right? Even if pricing isn't known, just say I will buy one unit, at whatever your retail pricing. And you're going to get it cheaper too, because they're going to sell it to you for not MSRP. They're going to sell it to you for the profit margin that's determined by Nvidia when they send it to the reseller. Yeah, depending on the distributor, I found ASI to be pretty close to retail. Let me ask you a question though. Is it on low quantities? If you go higher quantities, they give you a bigger discount? On some things, actually, yeah. I would get I have to go back through all the hoops because I didn't use my account for a long time, so I have to because I remember we used to get a deal, like we used to buy CD-ROMs like 200 units at a time, even though we didn't burn through that many, because they'd be so much cheaper. Like if you bought 200 units, you'd save literally like $50 a unit. Yeah, it was an insane savings. They'll have deals and stuff too. Oh, what up? Hey man, what's up? That's David. Oh, I thought you heard me earlier when I said he was in here. Hey, Pele. I want to thank Pele for the 250 sexes. Said, hello, my wonderful people. Hope you continue what you do or want to do. Hey, I'll do it as long as I can and as long as I have a way to do it. Picture in here, man. We got. Oh yeah, should we? No, pop it's not fine. You can't just be a disembodied voice. Come on. Let's see here. Oh, I can't hear him. I can't hear him. Is he in the actual chat? Oh shit! Man, hold on. Freaking window, man. What are you doing? Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me fix it. I couldn't see him. I didn't have it up. Okay, hold on. I forgot. I have to mute that window. Remember? So let me pull him in. Hold on here, because I can't hear him because I have to mute that tab. All right. Let's see. Where is he? Where's Hewlett Cam? I'm trying to find it. Where the hell is this cam at? There he is. Okay, here we go. I'm getting him. Yeah. I'm calm down. Here we go. I've done that sort of thing a little bit on my own because I started a business because I wanted to kind of be more serious and take it serious and stuff. But I was like, it just hit me. I'm like, I'm seeing, like I said, I'm seeing these YouTubers or like some of these YouTube adjacent like modders and stuff like that. Like, oh man, my buddy, we had Kevin fucking camping out at the Micro Center in Connecticut or whatever for 3 days, and I'm like, why? So unnecessary. Like, talk to a distributor. Like, what?
That's literally what I would do. Like, I'd be like, I'm like, oh look, they're on open box specials. I'm there.
Yeah, and again, like you get better deals when you're able to prove like different revenue and stuff like that. For like sure. ASI's entry level stuff, you're not going to be getting. Sometimes you'll get better deals than Amazon, but when I started looking side by side because I was buying PC parts, I'd see, oh man, I see this deal on Amazon. I go check ASI, and I see the same discount, or it'll be like a little bit more expensive on Amazon to cover like the shipping that they would get from ASI. I'm like, I can see the direct correlation of some of these sellers on Amazon. They're like, dude, you're getting the $30 rebate coupon. You're selling it for what, like the pre-rebate price, and you're making it $30 more, because you're getting the rebate back from AMD or whatever. There's all kind of parts and stuff that'll have coupons or mail-in rebate style stuff.
And why don't we do that here? Why don't we have like a tech talk? Could you not have like a tech talk company that has those that has the and then we would sell to people, we do pre-sales or whatever. Like
it starts getting a little complicated.
It does, especially for low volume. Low volume is really difficult.
Because so Jerry does have a business that owns the channel, the Barnacules channel and stuff. Right. And this is technically kind of under the table.
I see.
We've talked about doing the paperwork involved in having me be like a 1099.
And hey, just for full disclosure, the IRS gets their taxes. I don't want people to think under the table genuinely means that they don't get their taxes. I want to clarify for the IRS that I do take the full tax burden myself.
When they go through all these videos looking for your confession.
As a matter of fact, I want to clarify, IRS, you get more taxes because I pay you the full taxes on his money in my tax bracket.
And I do too. An IRA in 4 years. It's fine. They'll get rid of that too.
Yeah, and I still claim it as income because PayPal sends me a 1099.
Yeah, so basically, we're paying double taxes on that damn money. It sucks.
But the paperwork would be so much more complicated for me to be a contractor.
Yeah, I'd have to contract them, issue 1099 MISCs for like each quarterly episode list, and it would just be a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, and frankly, nobody would save any money.
Fun as us just getting 5090s. That's
right. Right. Yeah.
Although the reviews have not been good on the 5090s, right? Like people are.
It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. It usually is.
It just depends. And again, it comes back around to what I was saying, man. Like the part of what we're seeing here is the lack of like generational increase from one generation to the next has gotten smaller because the software isn't being written optimally to take advantage of the hardware.
Well, maybe the AI stuff will help with that. Then maybe
that's such a, in my opinion, that's a
crutch,
smoke and mirrors, and it's just another excuse to not write your video games better.
A crutch.
Too
many game manufacturers are just leaning on engines that are leaning on this, that are leaning on driver models, that are leaning on DirectX, that are leaning on Vulkan. Why are you
spending all this effort on guessing what the next frame is going to look like instead of just optimizing your viewports and stuff?
Do you think it's lazy now? Just wait until every game developer is using AI for everything. All the code pumped out in the game is going to have like 50 different unnecessary checks, overlapping code doing the same thing over and over and over again, and the optimization is going to be absolutely terrible.
You don't think it's going to get better? Because they're going to surely the chat, the AI stuff's going to help with the optimization, isn't it?
It does to a certain extent, but the problem is AI context can't hold that much. So like putting the entire like million lines of a video game source code into an AI and having it understand it all at the same time is really difficult to do. But
that's where you go to a company. When you've got a company like Microsoft, they're going to have their own. They're going to have their own shit, right? I mean, they're going to be playing with our.
And to be fair, like if everybody creates their piece properly, it's beneficial. Like for instance, Microsoft created DirectX. DirectX was hugely successful because I don't know if you guys remember what gaming in Windows was like before DirectX, but it was fucking horrible.
It was less gaming and more rebooting.
Put it this way, your Nintendo like ran games faster than your Windows PC that had a processor that was like tenfold the speed, right? So DirectX came along and unlocked a lot of potential because all the different graphics card companies all had like their own little things they did, their own little standards. Then they had the Visa standard, which was like all the video game or all the graphics card companies came together and said, listen, we're all doing different shit and none of our stuff's compatible with each other. And every game requires this specific chipset of graphics card. Like remember back when games, like you'd start the game and have to actually pick your 3D accelerator?
Yeah.
Like you'd be like, oh, I have a Voodoo card or I have a what is it? Ticket to Ride or a Voodoo Rush or what was the other one they had back?
Well, you have to tell it everything. You have to tell it sound cards. You have to tell it graphics cards. You have to like literally. It's like
every game. Switches. Yeah, or like you'd go out and buy a graphics card. I remember I had this graphics card that I thought was like the cat's ass. It had the Ticket to Ride processor. It was a number 9. If you don't remember, number 9 was all the craze back in the day. Like S3 and number 9. These were all the graphics card companies before the 3D shit hit the scene. And so I had this like this Ticket to Ride processor, and it had this one game, only one game that was ever made for it, that used the full 3D acceleration of the card because it was like and they used it as like their advertisement on the box for the card. And so I expected all these other games to come out and they never did. So I only had one game that like would blow my friend's mind. Like I'd started up and it was like this missile command game where it was like 3D and you rotated around like this missile turret shot like these incoming alien crafts. and it was like full 3D. The graphics were awesome, shaders, like back when 2D graphics were the rage, right? And people shit a brick when they saw it, but the problem was I couldn't run anything else. If I started like Daytona USA, it'd be like 3 frames per second. And so that was because all these different companies had these different standards, and they were trying to get companies to use their shit, kind of like Nvidia still does today, right? And let's be honest, Nvidia, if they could make the entire process end to end 100% proprietary and cut out DirectX and just have Nvidia's proprietary, they would. They absolutely would. They like controlling the market.
They're pretty close.
They really are. They really are, right? It's like they don't want to standardize on shit. They'll pick up the other standards so that their shit's compatible, but not the other way around, right? They want to make sure that their card does everything your card can do plus everything their card can do, right? But back in the day, it was really bad. Like every card just did like its little tricks and had its little games and supported.
You had to pick your road. Yeah.
Yep. So then DirectX comes along, and DirectX is like, you know what we can do with DirectX is we can create a common set of APIs for all these very common mathematical functions that games do for 3D and 2D. And then we can just give that to all the gaming companies and they can implement it. And then the drivers themselves can mitigate all the differences. So like you as the developer now, you just got to say, draw a polygon that looks like this. Whereas before you had to go look and say, if this graphics card, draw polygon this way. If graphics card this, draw polygon this way. Now you didn't have to do that. You just say DirectX, draw me a polygon, and then DirectX from that stack down would figure out how to do all the guesswork, and then they could optimize it. And the nice thing about that is DirectX would keep getting optimized after the game was released, so you just keep getting more and more performance over time. And that still happens today. There's some games that when they release, they have half the frame rate of the potential frame rate they have after they get updated, like through a series of updates for 2 years. Like there's some games, like I remember was it Forza Motorsport when it dropped. I was getting like 60 frames per second. And now with the same settings after the last update to the game and the updates to DirectX and going up to DirectX 12 and all that stuff, now I get like 97. It's like another 50% increase in frame rate. And I get a bunch of extras too, like, you know, like ray tracing and shit like that wasn't there before. So DirectX was this common API that brought everything together. And then you have Vulkan. Vulkan's an open source kind of version of DirectX, right? It's like it gives you as direct access to hardware as you can have through whatever operating system you happen to be using, right? It has to follow the rules of the operating system.
I've never heard of Vulkan. I've heard
you've never heard of Vulkan? Okay.
Yeah, never heard of it.
So Vulkan is really commonly used nowadays.
Like an AMD one, right?
Yeah. Well, it's AMD, but it's open source and it's used heavily in Linux. Like whereas DirectX has technically, I guess there's some Linux support now because of Microsoft's whole jump on the Linux bandwagon, and then you have things like Wine, which can emulate DirectX. I shouldn't say emulate. It's not really emulating. I got to clarify that. Wine is not an emulator. Emulators simulate hardware, whereas this simulates software. If that makes sense. It's like, so Wine, instead of Wine like emulating, like creating a hardware emulator that runs Microsoft's code, instead, they just create their own bare metal code that does the exact same thing the Microsoft code did when you call the function with the same variables. So like if you look at the development stack, like if you're unrolling, if you're a programmer, the stack is basically function A calls function B calls function C, and they pop in and off the stack. And when your program runs, it's just constantly doing this, walking up and down the stack. So these functions that you call, when you're in an emulator, you're actually like creating this whole software ecosystem to pretend to be hardware. That's very costly. With Wine, what you're doing is saying, oh, just call the DirectX API directly as if you're running on Windows. And then we're going to call all the Linux APIs under that to do it the fastest way we can in Linux to generate the same end result. So it's not actually running Windows code at that point. It's running code that mimics what the Windows code would have done. It's a little bit confusing. Not like FPGA. FPGAs are a little different. Or field programmable gate arrays. They're programmable CPUs. So instead of emulating hardware by using software, you're emulating hardware by using hardware. So you basically have a CPU that has basically think of it like a blank slate. It's not any architecture. It's just architectureless. And it has its own programming language specifically designed to program it to emulate hardware. But it's not
a nightmare to program too.
They're not. Oh God! Yeah. One of the hardest things you can do is programming FPGAs. I started
to look into it, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to pretend to be smart instead.
when I talked to the guys at Haddington Dynamics that built my robotic arms, they said the hardest part of the project by far that ate up the most resources, the most time was programming the FPGAs to operate the robotic system and do all the inverse schematics. Because
How are they doing?
Oh, they got bought up by like some huge company. I don't know if I'm allowed to say who it is, but but their technology, sadly, they don't make robotic arms anymore for the public, but now they do make robotics technology for this huge company that they use internally for automating their production line. So now instead of selling Dexter arms to the public, they're basically building, a Dexter arm pluses for this company's assembly line to make their products cheaper and more effective.
So it's
more efficient.
automation stuff, right? Okay.
Yep. So they're like totally bought up. They're, happy as a clam at high tide, right? So they're doing their thing. I'm sad that they're not selling the Dexter arm anymore.
Me too.
But the good news is the Dexter arm is completely open source all the way down to the FPGA source code. So every single thing they wrote up until the point that they were acquired, and then I think the system got closed source after that. But everything before that, everything all the way up to the Dexter arm HD is still out there. So if you want to build your own Dexter arm, you can.
Wow.
Yep. So that was one of the things I really liked about him is that you could still build your own stuff. Hey, what's up, Bradley?
What up?
Hey, before I forget, here, hold on. I noticed I missed a couple of super chats. My bad about that.
Oh,
hey, Webbs,
come on.
Webbs, my man, thank you for that $10.
One job, Webb. One job he had.
Hey, I know, I'm terrible. He said, always a good day when you get a notification that Tech Talk is live. Keep on keeping on. Oh, thank you, man. Blue Varo, thank you for the 24-month sub to the channel. He said, I'm number 2. Wait, that doesn't right? I don't know. I think he's talking about he's 24 months, so 2 years. Maybe he's talking about 2 years.
Sure.
Yeah, he's saying he's 2. Yeah. Okay, so Pele, thank you for the 250 sexes again, brother. And Pele gave us another 300 sexes. I didn't even see that one. He said, David, damn, love him. Here comes some more. Dude, how cool is that? We got to fangirl just a little bit here. How cool is it that we still get like the Stargate Atlantis OG sumbitch himself here on our little side of the internet? Isn't that just the greatest thing ever?
The further I get from Stargate, the more you're going to see me.
Hey, is there any talk or anything publicly you can say? Like, is that franchise ever going to revisit anything, or are they just kind of like, fuck it, we're not interested in bringing the team back together?
By the time they get their crap together, they'll have much younger, handsomer looking things.
Because I know you ain't doing shit. I mean,
that's not true.
Was that
if he wasn't, he'd be here more often.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's more life. Honestly, it's more like life than it is work right now. Like it's like there's just this. That's like good. We've got these nieces living in our basement.
Matthew Riley just
and then every so often they come up like gophers in the spring, and I'm making pancakes for 50 fucking people. So that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's nice though. I gotta say,
Matthew Riley gifted Bradley Smith.
I am very confused. Do you guys hear all that shit going on in the background? Do you hear the text to speech, or am I the only one who hears that?
You hear the text to speech.
I'm not hearing it.
It's because Matthew Riley gifted 10 Barnacules Nerdgasm memberships.
Bro,
really?
Yep.
Matthew Riley, I just keep hearing this like female voice saying Matthew Riley became a sponsor or something like that, or
so there are memberships on YouTube now as well.
Yeah, everybody steals everybody's shit, dude. Everybody.
It's like a subscription for Twitch.
Oh, it's Twitch. Okay,
because like YouTube had the terminology of subscribing to a channel, which is basically just following. And that's how Twitch calls it. Like you can just follow somebody. And then if you pay a monthly thing on Twitch, that's a subscription. On YouTube, it's a membership.
Matthew Riley.
Is it something? Do you give rewards for that, or do you? I gotta up my online game.
You can.
Yeah, you do.
There's like badges and stuff that you can get.
It's more about just supporting the channel, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Matthew Riley gifted.
Let me see here. I think it's almost done with the text-to-speech stuff. I'm trying to figure out how I can quiet it down a little bit. It's like as you guys are talking, I just keep hearing Matthew Riley gifted Matthew Riley gifted a subscription.
Matthew Riley
Nothing's changed since I was last year. You're still hearing voices.
Yeah.
It's weird when I can hear stuff and you guys can't hear it because it almost seems like I'm crazy because you guys like don't know what I'm hearing. I'm like
no,
just looking
you're not crazy at all.
Not even a little, Jerry. Not even a little bit.
Ox.
Yo.
Yeah, I was kidding.
I was doing the
call me. Did you guys? I know you guys were talking about DeepSeek. Did you talk about the fact that about how pissed off
LLN membership
OpenAI folks were? Did you talk about that at all?
Not really. I kind of tangentially when I was going on about
just hilarious. Like I don't know whether it's true or not. Has it been verified that it's just a ripoff? Basically,
not that I know of. Just that they're complaining. And
I just thought it was so funny. It's like they ripped off all of our stuff, really, and humankind's like, Yes, and you ripped all of ours off.
I was telling Jerry before the stream,
everybody rips everybody off.
They're doing the Vicini thing. It's like, you've kidnapped what I've rightfully. You're trying to kidnap what I've rightfully stolen.
Yep.
There was the thing I loved was one of the developers who was playing with it, one of the early developer folks. Who was one of these AI bros or whatever they are who do go into this stuff, and they asked it about what it was running, like what is the model that it was using, and it literally said, I am an OpenAI chat GPT, whatever. Like it literally said what apparently what it said on the on OpenAI's as well. So not that I wasn't surprised to hear that. I just
it's fun when they prompt engineer it to narc on itself though.
Yeah,
like that's something that happens with every AI as soon as it releases. Like they did the same thing with Grok, and that's how they found out that Elon Musk just ripped off OpenAI's 3.5. Like and
really?
started with it. Yeah. He's actually starting with their inferior model. He didn't even start with the 4.0. He started with the 3.5. And then they also
disrupt.
Yep. And then he also created a huge bot network, and OpenAI publicly outed him for it, but they were getting hit with like millions and millions more transactions from this bank of IP addresses that they weren't getting before. And they found out it was just Grok running bots that were just asking and forwarding bajillions of questions to OpenAI, and then taking the answers, relaying them back, and then training it back into the model overnight, like in their training cycle. So Grok is just way behind the curve.
$1,000 for API for the Twitter API now.
Yeah, and so they were basically just ripping off OpenAI stuff, and it's like, so you can't, anybody that says, oh, DeepSeek's ripping off anybody, it's everybody's ripping off everybody. However, I will say this: DeepSeek is open source and public. Like you can download their model directly and run it on your PC completely out of the cloud, even on a CPU. You don't even need a GPU.
Yeah. It's not bad. I mean,
it's actually really good. I would say it's not as good at coding as like Claude 3.5 Sonnet, but it's close. Okay. It's a hell of a lot closer than GPT 4.0. I'll tell you that. But the fact that it runs locally and you can download it for free, whereas OpenAI is closed source and behind a paywall, that's pretty interesting to me. But
I will say this though.
What's that?
If we're worried about TikTok and China, I can't imagine what a nightmare they must be.
No one cares.
Here's the that's the problem, dude.
But if you've got an AI,
it's not a problem.
It is.
It stuff all the time.
What?
Let me tell you. No, I will explain why it's a problem. Is because so many people don't give a shit, and they don't really understand how the technology works. That they're just pasting their shit in there. Oh, their passwords, their usernames, their account information, and then what happens is it all gets trained
on the end of the user. Like
no. I would say that's a lot of users don't realize. Even just like putting in their resumes and their.
Why do you think everybody's in the AI game right now? Why do you think everybody's jumping? It's not. Everybody's not fighting to create like the one supreme AI. They're trying to be the next data gathering mission like every search engine on the planet was, right? Google made so much money on data that Microsoft decided to create Bing and start eating their lunch, right? Social media, Facebook did so good, or MySpace did so good that Facebook comes along. Facebook does so good that 1,000 other social media sites prop up and start gathering information. The one common thing between all these entities is making money off of users' data, either directly or indirectly. So DeepSeek is the reason they don't care that it's open source, and the reason they don't care putting it out there or whatever, is because they want to gather as much data as humanly possible from customers as they possibly can.
Which they've already done.
Yeah. Why do you think they're free? Why do you think all these AIs are free to use? Like you can buy access to use it more.
That's the thing. Like people, they're going to get your data. So what? They already have it. We've been at this for 45 years or something. They've had your data from the moment you started an internet account. We've talked about
but China or the companies in general.
Anybody.
I disagree.
Facebook got in trouble for selling data to China already, literally directly to China.
But how did Facebook get that data? Because customers got complacent giving it to them. Yeah. Fair enough. I'm not saying you're not the one giving it to them. I'm just saying people
already know
this.
They're not ignorant of this.
No, they are. They are absolutely ignorant.
Look at what happened when TikTok was going to go away. Everybody jumped ship to Red Note. They knew they were going to a direct connection to China.
They had to make up terminology to hide things like any kind of LGBTQ stuff or political stuff.
Facebook sold all your shit to Cambridge Analytica and to China. The Russians already have all of your stuff when they put out fucking political ads and all this stuff. It's already out there. It was in 1995 or 6. The CEO of Sun Microsystems said your privacy is gone. It's been gone for a long time. Nobody cares. What are they going to do with the data? They're going to target ads at me? Okay. Like the idea of a subtle propagandization or this sort of like manipulation that the communists are going to get into my brain and convince me to be to what?
I think the concern is if you've got a captive audience here who is unaware of the influences being made and unaware that news is not being surfaced or is being surfaced based on a political
that's already been exposed by a bunch of people going over to Red Note and realizing that, oh man, the people in China are not as bad. I'm like, yes, the government is shitty over there. So is ours. I was in South Africa for a week. Same thing. Same thing. Yeah. The government sucks. The people are cool. Everybody's fucking governments are corrupt and want to put money in the pocket of their buddies, and they don't really care about the people. They're just it's a balancing act of screwing the populace as much as they possibly can, but without actually pushing the ants to freaking out.
Yeah,
and we're getting to a point in the United States where the ants are getting pushed too far. Like it's close.
Yeah, I feel like we've got to figure out. We got to realize that all of this is going to be a personal loss as opposed to someone else's. Yeah.
The propaganda is coming from inside the house. Like we've been told, and yes, China's pretty shitty. They have a very authoritarian government. It's
human rights
technically communist, but it's interesting how capitalist they really are. They're communist in terms of government, but they're capitalist in terms of economy. Let's be real. And we got an interesting peek into the side of the general populace, not just what the governments are telling us, and because the Chinese government's putting out a face, the United States government gives us a certain view of China and Russia and all this other stuff. And when we actually get to see what the real people are like, we're not that different. We are the general populace of most places are very, very similar.
These are all just systems of control, right? It was the church, and then it's the state, and then it's all just ways that people can line their nests.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's helped that not that I am some world hopping traveler, but I've been to a few different places, and that's the biggest thing that I've noticed is on boots on the ground when you're just hanging out with all the regular folk. We are really not that different. Everybody's just trying to make it through the day, make a buck, and the government sucks, and the billionaires take everything, and most people are just kind and decent, and they're just trying to make it through the day, and they like other people.
The problem is not, though. The problem is not the masses, if that makes sense.
Right.
The problem is those twisted, broken people who have our system seems to reward. As we go along.
Like I was just saying in chat, you don't have to be a billionaire. You don't have to be smart. You don't have to be remotely intelligent. Like you can be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet and be a millionaire if you have zero ethics, no morality, and have no concept of emotion. Like you can literally detach yourself from any concept of shame, personal shame for anything. Because then you can just tell anybody anything to their face with the most conviction. You can get on your knees and tell them, you can trust me. I will bet my wife's line. I'll put my mother's line on. I'm telling you right now, you have to do this and get people to trust you. Knowing full well as you're saying those things in the back of your head, these fucking idiots. And then once you have all that money, you no longer even have to pretend to be intelligent. At that point, you just have so much money. You can just basically be the fucking idiot you are. And people will still be like, oh, he's got so much money. He must be a genius. It's like, no, you can be a fucking idiot and be rich. I mean, look at the stock market. If you just insider trade on the stock market, you can be rich, right? Like if you have no ethics and no morality, and you don't give a shit about the law, and you're just like, fuck it, whatever. I'm just going to do whatever I want, and I'm going to pay people to give me information on the inside track, and I'm going to bet on sure things. You'll be rich as fuck. Like, but then you have to live with that ethic and moral quandary of I did something highly illegal and I threw a bunch of people under the bus, and every dollar I made was pried away from somebody else.
Like, I don't think it's even illegal, though. I mean, I think
insider trading here is very illegal.
Oh, insider trading is, yes. Yeah. But I mean, I feel like, you know, to make a ton of money, you don't have to break the law. There's just, I think you just have a.
It's harder.
I think it's much harder.
Right. It is possible. I'm not saying, I want to be clear. Yeah. Rich people don't have to be evil. As a matter of fact, one of the biggest hearted people I know here on earth is freaking Kevlar Condom in chat. If he's still in here, Adam, I'm going to do a little fellatio on you publicly here. He's one of the most generous people I've ever known in my entire life. He never asks for anything in return, ever. Never even hints at it. Like, the dude is just completely like, if he gives you something, there's no strings attached. And I've never known anybody in my lifetime like him in that capacity. But he's super wealthy, and he can basically just turn money into more money. Like, he's a genius. He's good. He's legitimately good at it. He understands business. He understands the stock market. He has like 2 doctorates. Like, I mean, highly educated individual. But he doesn't choose to just breed that wealth at the cost of everybody else. He likes to give back, and he likes to see other people succeed. I've seen him literally light money on fire. Like, knowing that there is a 50-50 shot that goes right down the toilet, and just write a big ass check and just hand it to somebody just because he wants to see them have a shot at succeeding. And when you see that, then you start to realize that wealth isn't synonymous with evil. It really isn't. You can be a wealthy person and do things right. It's just 100%. A lot fucking harder to do. Like, you have to do it the right way. You have to make sure that you're not trying to take every shortcut humanly possible at the expense of other people. You know, and that's the thing is, like, there's the shortcut and then there's the right way to do it, right? And the cool thing is, if you do it the right way, you bring a lot of people along for the ride with you, which is great, right? There's the way where you just burn everybody down to absorb their wealth as fast as humanly possible to get over that hump where the law can no longer constrain you. Or you do it the right way and you treat people right and you build a reputation of treating people right. And then those people gravitate to you, and smart people want to work with you. They want to be a part of what you're doing, right? And I think that's the better way to do it. But I think it's just too alluring with the way our society works here, especially in the United States, where capitalism here, our version of capitalism, we don't have a justice system that knows how to rein in people once they get past a certain amount of wealth. Like, once you get from the millionaires, we can rein millionaires into a certain degree.
There are different rules. There are different rules.
Yeah, exactly. Billionaires, untouchable. Billionaires, you become an oligarch. Like, you are literally above the law at that point. It is really difficult to wrangle you as a billionaire. Because sadly, the way our legal system is built, and it's kind of by design, is as long as you have unlimited resources, you can maintain unlimited opposition. Like there's no such thing as even if it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, you can still in many ways get it kicked down to lower courts or just reword a few things and refile it and start the whole process over again.
Well, buy Twitter.
Exactly. You can in the United States, you can literally force a company to sell to you, even if they don't want to. If you are publicly traded, you consciously make a decision to say that you have to do what's best for the investors. And if somebody wants to come along with a big enough pile of cash, who's a big enough idiot to overpay for it, you have no choice but to give it to him, even if every fiber of your being doesn't want to hand that over. And I think that sucks. I think that's a terrible thing. I honestly, in the end, don't think that helps. It really helps your investor, maybe in the short term, but not in the long term.
I do think there's an element of stardom here as well, though, because I see the same kind of attitude with celebrities who do very well and don't know how to handle it. And I feel like people will earn a certain amount of money, and maybe it's the money that comes with celebrity. I don't know, but I wish I knew. But that seems to have an effect on people. It doesn't make you different; it makes you more of who you are. And I think that for like some of these billionaires, when you've got nobody restraining you, nobody telling you you're wrong, everyone assuming that there's that gold, running behind you, picking up the gold crumbs type thing. I mean, I feel like it changes people. It breaks people. I feel, it does. I kind of feel sorry for them to some extent. I mean, certainly I see it with celebrity stuff where you get like some kid who goes straight from high school to the lead in a freaking giant movie franchise. And you're like, oh man, they're screwed. It's just so hard to imagine where they're going to end up if they're, that's just not normal. It's not normal. why they're all like aliens.
Yeah.
Hey, I am curious, David. I am curious. That actually is a question that I wanted to ask you too. Is have you had any problems with, how do you even word this? Like, with your fame clouding relationships, like making it harder to determine if people like you for who you are or if they like you for like what you've become. Like, do they like you for the character or do they like you for the David?
I think you get a sense. I mean, it's hard. I'm in a weird situation because my character is I mean, the intelligent aside, my character is very much like me anyways. So
that's a fair point. That's a real fair point.
I get to be just as much of a curmudgeon as I am anyways. And people go like, oh, it's just like McKay. And I'm like, great, good. Because it's, but so there's an element of that. I'm pretty lucky that way. But there's every so often there are people who you just go like, you can tell. I mean, there's just, it's just
like friends that you had before you were famous. Those are easy, right? Oh, no. Because they were already friends. Like that just sails right through for the most part.
Yeah. And
right?
and friends are good at just sort of, they're knocking you down all the time.
The crisis that I ran into with my little taste of fame coming up and coming back down is I wear my heart on my sleeve and I tend to get emotionally attached to people really easily. I've always considered that a strength more than a weakness. Until I became a content creator and I got really attached to a lot of other content creators that I thought were like genuinely close and friends and everything like that. And then as soon as they surpassed me or I had to slow down and the gap got too big between our audience sizes, they just were like, hey, listen, it's only business. Gotta walk away. And you're like, wait a second. I thought it was like friends first. And then this was just like fun shit to do. And sadly, that's something that has happened a lot. Not even like, I'm not talking 1-2 occurrences. This is like, 5 or 10 times this has happened in my content creation career. But the only time that I ever see it is on the downtrend. As long as I'm trending up and I keep growing and I'm growing audience and I'm growing views and I'm branching out and stuff and the audience just keeps growing, then you never notice it. It's like everybody wants to be your friend and there's no conflict. There's either people hate you or they love you. But it's only on that downslope when you have to slow down. Maybe some medical thing slows you down. You're not putting out things. Maybe you're not the algorithm changed. You're not popular. You're not that popular anymore. And a big enough gap grows that you're no longer as beneficial to the other person as they are technically to you, like as far as some public notice or connection.
There's always going to be star fuckers, though. There's always
is that the term?
I love that.
Like, well, I like that.
That's what there's people who are going to suck their way up. I mean, basically, who just, and I see that a lot.
I don't know why I'm so blind to it.
Friendship, though, that's not like it's.
I am so blind to it. Like I believe these people are like I die for these people. Like these are people that I've gotten so close to that I thought I would fucking die for these people, only to realize that it's like, nah, it's not worth it.
I think I'm innately distrusting anyway, so that probably helped. Like my first, someone comes up to me, my first instinct is you're gonna rob me. You're gonna rob me, aren't you? You know what I mean? Yeah. So maybe I'm just like, I don't just play a coward on television. I'm terrified of any interaction anyways. So
the few times few times that I've got like noticed, I went to TwitchCon a couple times and there was like two or three people.
To go to TwitchCon.
They were like, oh, it's you, and I'm like, yeah, it's me.
Isn't that a great feeling? Like, that is a great feeling.
Honestly, it's a little weird. I don't say that in a way that I want to discourage anyone from approaching someone that they're fans of, because
I personally love it. I love it.
But
I absolutely
also
I'm a urinal. Please ignore me.
Yeah,
like I don't want to. Yeah,
thankfully I was just standing in line.
Yeah,
but like it was a weird feeling of like, I'm being perceived sort of out of character in a way. And that was weird. But it did feel good. Like, I'm like,
you really know you made it is when people follow you to the bathroom, like low key follow you to the bathroom and like pin you down while you're taking a shit in a stall.
It's not.
I would get angry at that.
That's happened to me like 3 or 4 times, man. I had to literally call in for reinforcements to come in the bathroom and like physically remove the person because I was afraid to come out of the stall.
Weird.
That was at Maker Faire. That was World Maker Faire years ago. I was like, oh my God, dude, seriously. Because I told the guy I had to use the bathroom, right? Because we were talking for probably 45 minutes and I had to, like, literally I had to go. And I'm like, hey, I got to go use the bathroom. Walk in the bathroom. I'm sitting there. I'm like, phew, I can finally take a break or whatever. And then I hear him just continuing the conversation. I hear the voice and I'm like, oh, so let's pick up right where we left off. And he's literally standing right outside the stall while I'm sitting on the toilet in the stall in the bathroom. So I'm like, hey, bro. I even told him straight up at that point. I was like, okay, I can't keep being so nice. I'm like, hey, guy, I got to finish up here. Hey, why don't you, go outside? I'll be back at the booth here in a little bit. oh yeah, cool. And then he just keep talking. He wouldn't leave. So I ended up having to call the booth and like ask one of the guys, could you please come to the bathroom and like bail me out?
Oh man.
Like I don't know if this guy's going to harvest my kidneys.
That's where I have the advantage because I played McKay. So McKay could just tell him to fuck off and they'll laugh about it and you could do it. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean no malice with that, but I mean, like, I think he's supposed to, I'm not nearly as straight talking as he was, but I can play on that if I need to. My problem is I'm such a coward that I need to be angry to get a response. Like to get the courage up to make a point. Sometimes I have to get angry to do it. You know what I mean? So and then you always feel like I hate dealing with people when I'm angry.
I've heard that's the thing with actors though, like where they like to get revved up, like before a scene. Is that something you witness a lot?
That's the method. It's method. That's the method acting thing.
Yeah, because what was I watching the other night? Batista. Like I heard Batista likes it when people like poke him in the chest really hard, like before a scene to get him
wasn't
pumped
doing
up.
that on C. He was he's very focused. He was on I hadn't worked with him much, but I think it's just the one. I guess it was just a 1 or 2 days there, but lovely guy, like lovely guy.
Yeah,
I love seeing his like trajectory as an actor and whatnot. Like
it's so cool.
Have you seen Last
so
Showgirl?
cool.
Have you seen Last Showgirl?
No,
I haven't. No,
I don't love the movie, but I'll tell you, he's brilliant in it.
Yeah, I think
the
it's
Last Showgirl. Let me write that down.
Yeah, it's
like
Pamela Anderson as this like just washed up dancer, and it's really pretty miserable but beautiful, and Bautista's just freaking amazing.
I love it. He's like purposefully like slimming down and stuff. Like he's like, I don't want to be choked because like that's gonna pigeonhole me into these certain roles. Like I want to be like I don't want to say real actor, but like he wants to take like a variety of roles. He really wants to.
He's very versatile. He is a super versatile guy.
I love it.
Reading a scene for blocking. So before we get up and figure out where everyone stands, we were just sitting around a table on the set reading the lines. And he apologized every time he got a line or a word wrong.
I love it.
I'm sorry.
It's so neat.
I'll get this or whatever. Like it was just, he was so meticulous about it. I was really impressed. The other one who I was really surprised at that was Stallone. Sylvester Stallone, same thing.
Oh, really?
Get over how
I would have thought he'd be
Sly
kind of
is very sly.
Punk. I got the idea. I got the vibe that would be kind of
horrible things about him.
Dude, bro got his nemesis in his own movie franchise for like multiple movies. Remember the Expendables?
Oh, I love the Expendables.
Sylvester Stallone.
He's all MAGA now, though, isn't he? Isn't he all MAGA now?
Sadly, yeah.
He's a lot of people are.
Yeah, a lot of people really turned me off on that. Like, I'm like, God, I thought you were smarter than that. Jesus Christ.
Well, are they? But or are they being smart? I mean, this is the other thing. There's a part of me that goes like, you know, it worries me a little bit that these people who do have power in the world feel the need to go with it as well. I mean, they've got to feel fairly threatened for that.
This goes with the disingenuous thing I was talking about earlier too, though, is like one thing I noticed is like on Trump's inauguration is all the CEOs that actively fought against him immediately were like, oh, congratulations, you're going to be such a great president. Here, have $1 million for your inauguration present. They all lined up and handed him an envelope of money to stand around him for a photo op to basically say like, listen, hey, no hard feelings. Please don't cripple my company.
And that's the thing.
And that was literally it. It was like paying a mob boss. It was the craziest shit.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking wild to watch, man. But Sylvester Stallone with the Expendables, that's an interesting thing because him and Arnold Schwarzenegger used to go for the same roles all the time.
Oh, yeah. Dude,
and so they hated each other. Oh yeah, they hated each other.
Like him, Arnold's tricking Sly into Stop or My Mom Will Shoot.
Stop or Your Mom Will Shoot. Yep.
Really?
Arnold Schwarzenegger said he read the script and it was the dumbest script he'd ever read in his life, but he said
he told his agent like put out a rumor
that he got the role and he was doing it. Yeah.
And,
so Sylvester Stallone got it.
No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get in there and it was just a total.
So he thought he sniped the role from him. And then he thought he was butthurt and just lying about the whole story. But then they asked the agent. His agent never even wanted him involved with the movie.
That's so fun.
So he literally just lured Sylvester Stallone into like a movie that actually like really got rated bad, and he knew it was going to be bad.
You think it was like a personal beef or just like a goof thing that like, oh, I'm gonna fuck with them a little bit, and
there's always a little tongue in cheek there. I think. Yeah, it's a competition.
Okay, yeah. Because like I get the idea that like, would you really take it that personal? You know, like maybe in the moment, I'd be like, fuck, man.
And I think you have a tendency to rewrite history too,
and
right?
then,
like maybe
20.
Maybe he didn't get it.
But now Stallone is like showing up in Sly's movies, like the ones he created, promote, like as an actor in his shit. I think that's great. Yeah, I like the Expendables franchise. I think it's cool that they
nostalgia trip.
It's
action.
Like everybody from our childhood, like everybody's been in it, right?
Jean-Claude Van Damme,
the only person, Steven Seagal's the only person they haven't managed to work in there yet. And I'm sure they'll kill him off in one. They got to do it. They got to do it.
In one of them, was it
Jason Statham? I think Momoa is in the most recent one.
Yep.
Yeah,
I dropped out. I watched like the first one. I was like,
Lundgren, Jet Li was in in a
couple of them.
The knife guy. You said Jason Statham, right? He was a fixture in there. Mickey Rourke.
Yeah, Rourke
was in it. He was the tattoo artist. I mean, dude, it's just wild. It's like nothing. Like how could they afford to create that movie with that much talent in one room?
I think a lot of it's just favors. Like,
that's what they said. They worked for scale. A lot of them worked for scale.
We're gonna do this fucking movie, and we're just gonna have a fun time. Like it's just a bunch of.
Well, and I guess if you can get them for scale, and then they still have a piece of the back end. So if the film does really well, everyone
I'd imagine
all boats rise. You know,
I'd imagine.
Maybe I don't know.
I love the story too. This is totally tangent, but I guess
I'll hear it.
Eva Longoria saved the original John Wick. They were having budget problems in the very beginning, and somebody put a bug in her ear to like drop like $6 million toward it, and or something like that.
Like and the actress?
As like a producer, I guess. And I saw a headline recently that she's made like 12 million back for having basically threw in to help support the movie. I was like, that's kind of cool. Just these like Eva Longoria, like where is she coming at? Just out of left field, like here, I'm going to help you out with this movie.
Yeah, I just pulled up the article. Eva Longoria reveals her only mistake in investing $6 million in the John Wick franchise.
Yeah,
she said after
doing more.
Yep, it said she made back more than double her $6 million investment on John Wick after it debuted in 2014. And the Golden Globes nominee admitted she wished that she would have continued on with a widely successfully franchise. So her only regret is that she didn't keep pumping more money into it. Yeah.
Right. I think she only just helped out with the one.
You can't lose with Keanu Reeves, though. I feel like Keanu Reeves like the blessed one. Like,
there was a time.
Really?
I love that guy. I love that guy. But there was like before the Matrix.
I was gonna say after the Matrix, no way. But before, sure, like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, things like that.
Which I love.
He did one with Sandra Bullock, The Lake House. That was kind of meh.
And then there was like a Neuromancer that wasn't Neuromancer. It was like some kind of weird. It was like the Matrix before the Matrix.
Okay,
is that Johnny Mnemonic?
Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah, Johnny Mnemonic was a little weird. Okay, fair enough. He did have some rough ride.
Yeah, after the Matrix, you can't lose.
Oh no,
can't lose.
No, that was.
Oh! By the way, the Batista story I was telling you where the poke in the chest. I remember where that came from. That was Adam Savage that told that story, and it was for his performance in Blade Runner. What is it, 2040 something? 2049, 2047. So in Blade Runner, he plays the replicant, right? He plays that replicant that Ryan Gosling goes against. Apparently, they shot that whole scene in like Las Vegas. And so Ryan Gosling had said during an interview, like to Adam Savage, because Adam Savage was on the set when they shot that whole bit where they're in the building having the fight and everything. Adam Savage was on set with them. And he said that Batista would have him, both Ryan Gosling and him poke him in the chest. And he would just keep saying, do it harder to get him all amped up for the scene. Because it's a scene where he just goes completely postal, right? And just starts throwing Ryan Gosling through walls and stuff like that. So that's why I thought it was kind of interesting, the whole method acting where it's like getting worked up and it's like fun. He liked physical, like nothing bad. They didn't say they had to like yell bad things at him or anything. I couldn't do it, but I'd be worried about him taking it personally and knocking my block off. But
that makes me very nervous when someone goes like, I want to really be mad. I'm like, I want to really act.
But he said that he liked getting poked like uncomfortably in the chest because that would get him pumped up, like just to get the adrenaline going. And I was like, that's actually really interesting. Like when you think about it, because like if you are
hyped up though, you could. I mean, that's the same as like jumping up and down before you go on stage or something.
I mean, it really is. Like I mean, being a big dude like that, getting poked in the chest ain't gonna hurt you, right? Like it's not physically gonna do any damage. But I thought his role in that movie like really showed his versatility too, because in that movie he plays a very serious character. Right, he's like the replicant that's trying to live off the land and stay off the radar.
I didn't know who he was.
I didn't either.
Even recognize him.
I didn't either. I totally was like, it's just because you don't expect him in that role, even though you can clearly see it's him now when you go back and watch the movie. You just don't see him in a role like that. Like you think of him as like the dumb meathead, right? The dumb meathead that's just, you know, the string and the movie. You know, it's like you, another versatile actor I've seen too is like, and a lot of people argue with me on this one, but I like The Rock. I think The Rock, because he can do Moana, right? Like he can do the Moana thing and he can do the tough guy thing. Or remember he played the character, what was the movie that had Mark Wahlberg in it where they were all muscle heads that like based on a true story of like con artists that took over like a bunch of
Pain and Gain.
Pain and Gain. That's what it was, Pain and Gain. Yeah. His character in that was like hilarious. He played like this like Jesus Bible thumping, but he was huge. That was the biggest I'd ever seen. I've never seen him bigger than he was in that movie. Like physically,
John Cena is the biggest surprise to me. John Cena, I'm amazed at how like his sense of,
John Cena, he's smart too. John Cena is very smart.
Funny.
Has that Peacemaker started again? Has that new series?
I hope they do it again. Did they renew it?
They've got a second season.
I don't know, but
I think so.
They did do a second season. They did do a second season because I remember. I don't want to ruin. No spoilers, but second season is amazing. It's one of the few shows where I thought the second season actually was just as good as the first.
Well, I don't think I've seen the second season.
Yeah, that's the one with the alien. Is it the alien arc? Or is that just one season? Was there only one season? Hold on, I thought that was.
I feel like there was only one.
Let's see here. Peacemaker. No, you might actually be right. Here, let me see. Peacemaker season. Let's see here. So Peacemaker season 2. Let me see if it's out yet. So season was ordered. In February 2022. Expected to begin in 2023. Yeah, they haven't shot it yet. You're right. It was just season 1.
I think they've shot it because I thought I saw some trailer thing for it.
Dude, it's so good. If you haven't seen Peacemaker, it is wonderful. It is absolutely
it's twisted, man, too, really.
Yeah, and the cool thing is like John Cena like speaks multiple languages. He's multilingual.
No way.
But he speaks Mandarin Chinese, which is the single hardest mainstream language to learn. And last I heard, correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I think because I watch a linguist on YouTube that like learns new languages when he goes to different lands and he picks them up really quickly. And he said Mandarin Chinese is the single hardest language he ever had to learn. And he knows like 100 languages. Like this dude knows like he goes to a country and he challenged himself to learn a language and speak the native language and operate in like 2 weeks. He only gives himself 2 weeks. And he said Mandarin Chinese was the hardest thing because like I guess there's just slight changes in sounds that completely change the meanings of words.
Oh man.
Like where you use the word in the sentence apparently and how you pronounce it, like just slightest little differences that are really hard to differentiate if you weren't born there, can mean completely wildly different things. So I was like, damn, the fact that John Cena actually can speak Mandarin Chinese like pretty good too. Like he I don't know if you saw the famous video where he like apologizes to China for like he did something that offended him. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he does an entire apology where he reads end to end. Even if he's reading off a teleprompter, the fact that he gets like all the pronunciation like really correct is pretty wild. Like I don't know. I mean, actors are a different breed of people I know for like memorizing lines, but the fact that this entire monologue he gives for God, it had to be 5 or 8 minutes long, continuous with no pauses, and Mandarin Chinese like apologizing and going into detail. I was like, damn. Even if he's reading that off a freaking teleprompter, phonetically spelled out, like there is no way I believe that he could do that performance like he did. So, and I don't remember what other
enough.
Really, like even something that long, you can just memorize it.
Yeah, I mean, people do. I mean, people learn whole plays, right? I mean,
that is true. No, that's a good point. If you do something,
but it's
long
more
enough,
difficult.
It's
different language. I mean, like we watched. We went and saw The Brutalist the other day, which is like 4 hours of misery. But but
sounds like it would be.
It's I was like, dude, learn to edit. I just cut some shit out. It doesn't need to be. No movie should be 4 hours long. Anyways, but Adrian Brody has a bunch of scenes where he speaks in can't remember now, Hungarian or I think it was something like that. Anyways, and they had they used AI to fix the accent. So they basically redid his voice with his voice doing the proper pronunciation.
Dude, YouTubers are doing this shit now. This is how available the technology is.
Yeah.
So you could have it in 10 different versions.
So I got fooled. Cool. I got completely fooled, and I had to do a double take because something tipped it off. Just there was a slight uncanny valley that made me look closer, that made me figure it out. Otherwise, I literally thought this dude just magically lost his accent. So there's a channel I watch called Therisol. It's a science channel on YouTube. that has this Russian guy who basically does a lot of experiments with chemicals and stuff and chemical interactions. And he has a really thick Russian accent, like really, hello guys, you know, you can hardly understand every third word he says. So he started having other people narrate his videos in different languages so that they could understand them better. All of a sudden, I open up his latest video, and he's like, hello, Therasol here. How are you doing today? In his voice. It is unmistakably his voice, just no accent. Lips are perfectly in sync with the audio. I'm like, what is happening here? I'm like, did this dude just like come to America and live here and like just lose his accent? No, there was one frame that slipped up when he turned his head a little too far, and I saw a janky artifact next to his mouth for a second. He was using wave to lip and XTTS voice cloning to completely remove his accent and resync his voice. But the cool thing is it like kept pace with the video perfectly. So like when it's showing his face while he's doing the experiments and everything, it just looks like some American dude talking to you. And it's unmistakably his voice.
The hope is that, you know, we're all going to go see Superman in whatever country we're in. And eventually, not only will they speak your language, they could even have different actors in the roles, right? I mean,
sure.
You're in India, you've got an Indian superstar.
I mean, they did it a really cool, this was early days, I think, for this sort of thing. It was called a movie called The Fall, I think. It's about these gals like climb this radio tower and they get stuck.
Oh yeah,
well, I've heard of that. I haven't seen it.
It's fun. It's fun. Yeah.
It's a good, interesting little flick. But they instead of just dubbing it in the different languages and stuff, they actually went in and did VFX on her mouth so that the
Did you hear voice,
why? No, I didn't know. I didn't see anything about why. Why is that?
Well, young actors have a tendency to swear a lot when they're improvising.
Oh, serious?
They do a lot of fuck. Like
I do. I say fuck a lot.
There's a lot of swearing that gets in the mix.
Okay.
And apparently, if they'd kept them all in, they would have got an R.
Oh.
So they went in and they actually digitally changed the faces and
seamless.
And I guess while they did that, they also must have done that.
They didn't. Yeah, they like instead of just
Beautiful.
you know because it's like.
Yep.
The lips don't match up. You know, you put it in another language. Well, they fussed around with the AI stuff to get her mouth matches the actual words that she's saying in other languages and stuff. It's really cool.
It's a weird thing. I had a thing the other day where I had an audition I had to do. I did it in a hurry, very grumpily. I don't like auditioning. Just give me the damn role. And
do you know who I am?
But the audio was bad. The audio was just not that great. I got the wrong mic, and it was just. I was like, fuck, I'm not doing it again. I'll run it through the Premiere Pro audio enhancer.
Oh, sure.
It sounded beautiful.
I dig it.
I gave it my last listen just before I sent it off. It had changed words. So
that's not cool.
I had this whole scene where it's about like, you know, it's like a butterfly that does this, this, or this. It changed the word butterfly to botfly, which kind of changes what you're talking about.
A bit,
you know?
quite a bit. That's not okay. It shouldn't.
Isn't that wild? So I guess it had trouble with that word and thought, it must be talking about, you know, yeah.
Huh.
And there were a couple of little ones, but I was like, I can't
Aren't
use it.
botflies those ones that like burrow into your skin and like,
man, it's bad news bears.
Those give me nightmares, bro.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Do not Google. Do not
do that.
I'm actually writing a horror film that involves botflies.
Oh my god! Yeah, you just gave
body
me
horror
a
is one of the ones.
Oh.
Body horror gives me heebie-jeebies. Some body horror, I guess, because like transformations and stuff, not that bad, but like stuff coming out of like.
It's
like Hostel. I watched all of Hostel.
What's the little holes? The fear of little holes. The
phobia.
I have
tryptophobia.
I have very
no. That's tryptophobia is like the hair pulling thing. I think, isn't it?
No. I was right. Trypophobia, the fear of holes.
Oh,
it's lots of little holes.
Yeah, that's the thing
that I struggle with, and the botfly thing really plays into that because it's the coming. Oh my god! So what's funny is this. What I loved about it, the reason why I call it like entomological horror, basically.
Oh, like bugs. Okay.
Because bugs, there's nothing bugs do that isn't freaking like horrible.
Yeah.
Like they eat each other. They
Got those wasps that lay larvas and stuff.
Yeah,
you can't trust anything
that
doesn't have a skeleton.
Yeah, man.
They fling their young at other insects and stick them to them so they can eat them on the way. But it's just they're just absolutely disgusting in every way. And yet it's there's more of them than there are us, and there's just I think it's a fun thing to play with.
There. Dude, people that have trypophobia must be scared as shit as AI, because I did a search for it and like there's a million AI generated pictures that are just designed to
people just
trigger people.
Yeah.
I don't even have trypophobia, and I even look at this shit and I'm like, ew, brother.
Yeah,
ew.
I don't think I've got it.
What's that, brother? It's gross, dude.
It's even kind of ruined English crumpets for me, because the English crumpets have the little holes and all the butter would go in them, and now I'm like,
little crumpet though.
I can eat them without looking.
How in the hell do people get that many bot flies on them and not notice it? Do they do something that like numbs the area or something?
They're brilliant. They're brilliant.
I slept a night on a beach in Puerto Rico. Okay, and this is not holes in your skin, but ants. There's ants all over the tree or something. I tried to put up a hammock, but they were still like any exposed. I tried to wrap up in my hammock. Any exposed. I have pictures. It from like here all the way down to about my elbow is just bunch of dots of all kinds of bites and stuff all over the place.
Gross.
And
that's why I like
that's how it's like you just get swarmed. I imagine you can just if it's a big cloud of them, you're just gonna get it.
I'm just wondering,
the thing about the botfly is that they actually they hitch a ride on the backs of mosquitoes.
Okay.
So the mosquito bites you.
Oh.
And then the larva or the eggs or whatever they are register the heat from the body, drop onto the skin, go to the hole where the mosquito has made,
and that's why you don't notice. Oh.
And it also they create an analgesic, like a
numb
and antibiotics to stop it from getting infected. So basically, you don't feel it; it doesn't really get infected. And so it can,
whoa, because it doesn't want to draw attention to the area where you'd start scratching or something like that.
It has this little tube that every so often goes
like a snorkel,
comes up out of the skin. Oh god, it's the most revolting thing.
Oh my god, this is so much worse than I thought.
Yeah, sorry. It's like I tell everyone not to Google it, and then I describe it in gory detail. I apologize.
Oh, that's so cool, though.
Yeah, if you have trypophobia, also don't look up the Suriname toad.
Oh, I've seen that one.
It's a frog that apparently all its babies grow out of it. Yeah, they grow in its back, like just a million little holes in its back, and they just come popping out like a machine gun.
See,
it's the most alien looking shit I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know how they get in there. That's got to be some weird sex, dude, to get that many eggs in the back of another creature.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it just everything bugs do? Just revolting.
I love how we haven't really talked about any tech. We're just talking about weird holes and things and stuff.
Yeah, we went from AI and stuff.
We talked about AI.
I guess we did talk about AI in a passing way.
The Chinese stealing our data. Yeah,
that is true. I guess we did talk about Chinese stealing our data.
Yeah, we talked about graphics cards. We've talked about we hit our topics today.
You are right, sir.
Yeah.
You know what?
The new graphics cards? That's my question. To bring us
100%. 100%. You should actually go out and buy one right now if you can find one. 100%.
Really?
No, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Absolutely not, man. The price is just fucking ridiculous.
I would say not even every other. I would wait 2 generations. Or so if you're on a 3, get a 6 later.
And so if I was to get one now,
what GPU do you have? What GPU do you have, David?
I think it's a 2070, but it's built into a laptop, so it's not even a 2070.
Okay, then it's worth an upgrade.
Probably not upgrading that anyway.
No. Yeah, that's not an upgrade.
My thing is,
what you do is you get a hold of Puget Systems, and now because Puget Systems ships to Canada now.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
and and they will help you out.
They also seem to really like celebrities these days. I've been noticing a lot of Puget builds showing up in a lot of content creators. I'm just saying, I'm not. Never hurts to poke John a little bit. Be like, hey, John, you want to
does Corridor, right? Corridor Crew as well.
Yeah, they're everywhere now.
I just love Corridor Crew.
Corridor, their whole studio runs on Puget Systems machines.
Dude, I found a science channel the other day I've never even heard of, and they had a Puget system. Like
Smarter Every Day has one from Puget Systems. Yep. A handful of bigger YouTubers.
Oh, the guy, the What's Inside guy, the guy who cuts shit in half or whatever with the kid. He's got him too. Yep.
Yeah. I started doing a course on Unreal Engine because I've just always something I've been fascinated with. And
good call.
Filmmaking side of it, I'm kind of interested in.
Yeah, man, that's some really cool stuff.
Oh, it's extraordinary. I can't get over it. Like I'm just loving it. But as a result, I'm definitely finding my little computer turning away. Yeah. But
they do have a robust laptop if that's important. It's got a 4090
gone with laptops, but I just don't know. I mean, I just
wait. Huge has a laptop again?
Yeah, started early 24.
Are they still based on the Clevo chassis?
That one is, yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. The Clevo stuff's pretty good.
Building your own
laptop? Sort of.
No,
you don't do it in the same way that you would like a regular PC.
No, it's a chassis. It's like a purpose-built motherboard and chassis from Clevo with their own integrated screen. You can pick certain features and stuff on it.
Yeah.
But I think they use a real CPU. You can swap the CPU, right?
Not in this one.
Okay. Does it have a GPU module or is it also built in?
Versions you have? I'm not sure if they're soldered in.
Because I know Clevo used to be hugely modular. Like Clevos, you could have like a different GPU. You could put in a modular CPU. RAM was all separated. Storage was separated.
I have one of the older ones that Puget used to sell, and it is literally a 6700K, like desktop 6700K. I could take it out of the laptop, put it in a PC. Same thing. And then they had a removable graphics card essentially, but I'm not sure about these newer ones. I don't know. I haven't taken it apart. I'm not that plugged into it.
It's stupid. I should probably go back to the desktop, but we had problems with the desktop, and I never got around to fixing it. And I had this.
There's a middle ground, David, and that's if your laptop supports Thunderbolt, which I'm guessing it does if it's got a 2080 in it or whatever.
Oh yeah, external graphics.
Then just do an external graphics card. Yeah, just get an external powered enclosure. They sell them for I don't know, $300-$500. And they've got like an external power supply. You basically can put a full size 3U GPU into the thing or whatever. They make them in different sizes. You can get 1U, 2U, 3U, and then you just plug it in via Thunderbolt through USB-C into your laptop, and then you plug that into the screen. Some laptops you don't even have to plug it into the screen. Some of them will go out through Thunderbolt to use the graphics card to render it, and then send it back through the internal GPU to put it on the screen.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can have fully accelerated graphics on your built-in laptop monitor. Just
but is that cheaper, or do you just is that cheaper than in the long run? I guess it is maybe, but
well, I mean, just if you don't want to build a desktop PC or use it, be tethered, you're still going to be tethered because you're not going to be walking around with like a giant 4U, external GPU enclosure in your
pocket. That's the difference. I mean, I love my MacBook Pro. I love the MacBook Pro. It's as a laptop, it's the best thing I've ever had. Absolutely love it. It's just not great for Unreal Engine.
There's also remote solutions too. You build yourself a heavy duty desktop that sits at home, and then you take the MacBook wherever you want, and you can remote into the desktop.
That's a good point. Remoting software is really good now.
Yeah, it's almost like the lag is almost non-existent.
There's a remoting software I use called Parsec.
Yeah,
even the free version of Parsec. Yeah, the free version of Parsec will do. It'll do 4K. I've gotten it to successfully do 4K at 422, not HDR. It doesn't do HDR unless you pay for it. But does 422 chroma over 4K at 120 frames per second.
Yep.
And the lag is so little that over my LAN, at least I haven't tried it over the internet yet, but over my LAN, I can actually have a virtual machine running on another computer and play a game. Like an actual fully hardware accelerated game through hardware and everything through it, and it runs like I'm sitting in front of the computer.
Yep, it's
really good, really good. And it uses
back to the old days, back to the old console days.
Yeah,
it uses
the hardware encoder and decoder on your graphics card, so that it's like almost no lag through the encoding and decoding. So it doesn't kill your CPU or anything. Like it's really good.
All this stuff, it's just so much. I mean, I just I've got. I now email my one of my Tech Bandit kids because he knows more about this stuff than I ever will because he's just got the time to play with it.
Yeah.
So the Unreal stuff that you're doing are you just mostly still in drag and drop territory, or are you doing anything with the actual code behind language?
I'm doing Blueprint. I really wanted to learn how to do Blueprint stuff.
Cool.
So I've been playing with the blueprints. I've been playing with, but this is the thing I've got to I realize I've got to focus on this stuff because it's such a massive system. There's so many things you can focus on. Like you could just focus on making materials, and that could be a life's work right there. So I was going down the rabbit hole for blueprints, and then I suddenly went, okay, this is great. I'm a nerd. I love my coding stuff, but what am I here for? I'm here because I want to automate, yes, but I also want to make little films, and I want to use some of these AI tools that are available. Like they've got these amazing tools that will allow you to input images or even just text, and you will get a 3D mesh. You can then bring into Blender, which I love. Oh, it's the other one, Blender. I love Blender.
Yeah, Blender's cool.
Playing with Blender, and oh my god,
this is the first I've heard of this blueprint stuff. I'm looking at it right on Unreal's website right now. This is amazing.
I think you'll hate it myself because I have hardly any. I've got a little bit of programming knowledge.
Well, I like Lego Mindstorm, so I think I'll like this. Like if it's laying down procedural tiles and they're just connected through flows, like I'd like that.
No, and I love that to some extent, except that there's just so much stuff going on here. There's a part of me just goes like, oh, for fuck's sake, I just want to write the code down. I don't want to figure out. I don't want to find what's it called and what's. So it's definitely really great for a lot of stuff. And not to poo-poo the blueprints at all. They're amazing, but I think they're definitely. If you've done any C programming, probably C++ is probably going to be a better, faster way to get to what you want done. But it's fun. It's really fun. I mean,
I prefer C# over C++ so much now. I know a lot of people will be like, "Oh, Barnacules."
I think it runs on C++ though.
You can use C# with Unreal. I thought. Wait, I might be thinking Unity. Hold on. Can
I'm pretty sure it's C++
with Unreal Engine. Because I haven't done anything with Unreal. Okay, Unreal Engine primarily uses C++ and blueprints. Yeah, okay. It says while C# is not. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it's weird because you can't really just use C++. You have to use blueprints as well, anyways. But it's more you're learning more how to use their system than you are. Coding.
So when you do the blueprint thing, you can't just go look at a code behind and see like the code equivalent of the blueprint, or can you?
But to integrate it into your game, a lot of the times you have blueprints you have to use as well. Again, look, that's just from my understanding.
To be fair, that's way more manageable for a team. Like one thing I found in like game development specifically, because I had a small company called Opulent Studios with a friend of mine back in the day, and we developed mobile games. And even though they were simplistic mobile games, the hardest thing to coordinate was like the graphics and the motion and the animations with the code behind that actually runs and merges like the logic and the world loop and the control, sampling controls and stuff. And merging those two things together and having it always work right was a pain in the ass, especially when our artist wasn't a developer. Our artist didn't know shit about. All he knew how to do was animate stuff. We'd have to tear it down and load it into Arrays. Yeah.
That's the power of Unreal.
That's why I think Unreal is cool. Yeah,
the node-based programming is really fun. I mean, you're right. There's something Lego-y satisfying about dragging and clicking and things all.
Yeah, because I want people to be able to rig shit. Like I want them to just be like, here, I made a 3D model. Come on, connect.
Okay, we're safe.
Back.
We're safe. Come back.
Oh, thank goodness! I was hoping that YouTube's timeout wouldn't happen.
I don't know.
YouTube won't let you. Yeah, it's back. It's back. I had a bunch of drop packets, so it looks like the internet just went out here for a couple of seconds.
Okay. Right.
The problem with YouTube is if you do not resume the stream within 60 seconds, they literally just terminate it and you can't come back. If you start streaming again after 60 seconds, it just blows it off into the ether. So I hate that. I like Twitch better for that. Oh God, that was a close call, man. All right, we're live. Yeah. We're live for the moment.
LTT giving us a DDoS. It's Linus' fault.
Oh, you in trouble with Linus?
No, not at all. No. There's a bunch of drama between them and Gamers Nexus and stuff. And
oh my God,
I'm staying out of all of it because I consider them both friends, so it's hard for me to weigh in objectively.
This is the beauty about stepping back from social media. Is I don't know what the F is going on. At all,
dude. Everything drama. It's just every community is getting infiltrated with it. 3D printing, the most innocuous community ever, is just nothing but drama now.
Yeah, really, 3D.
Even 3D printing, like innocuous as makers are, right? Makers used to love to get together and help each other, and now it's just a fucking full on war. And sadly, I think a lot of it comes down to sponsorships. Like sponsorships are driving so many content creators to become so brand loyal. That they have to basically attack each other just to stay like within the good graces of their sponsors, and it's creating a shit show. Like I remember when makers were just like everybody just could play along, everybody could have as many printers as they wanted doing the same thing, and everything was open source. That was the thing I loved about it back in the day. It's like all the 3D printing shit was open source.
Baby, I still love them.
I do too. I really do.
I visited a company. Was it last week? I'm still getting old. I went to Xanadu.
Oh, cool! To meet the Zanzibar Barbarians.
No, there's
Xanadu somewhere else.
Xanadu. Well, Xanadu
is the Scientologists, right?
I remember Xanadu as a movie with what's her face from Greece, the musical
Olivia Neutron-Bomb.
That's right. Yeah, but apparently, the ELO song is what actually inspired this company. But they're called Quantum something or they're a quantum computing company. Awesome. But they're called Xanadu, and they're Toronto company.
Oh, nice.
I've heard of Xanadu. I just don't know much about them.
Oh my God, you can go to their website and actually like do some quantum programming. It's absolutely amazing.
They give access to their quantum computers. Wait, is this? Are they the company that emulates quantum computers using conventional computers, or do they actually give you time on
they are
real quantum?
I was sitting there watching them cutting little wafers off of chips to build their own quantum computers, and they've just there's been a couple of articles in Nature magazine about
photonic quantum computing.
I've never even heard of this. Photonic stuff. They do error correction on it. They are the smartest, wonderful bunch of folks. And I went there, and I'm walking through the hallway with the COO or whatever. I'm not sure what he does. Lovely guy. And I said, "Oh my God, we got to take a photo." And he's like, "What?" I'm like, with the Prusa, because there's a Prusa in the hallway that they're using to build, like, because they've got lots of stuff going on. But this company's extraordinary, and it's based in Toronto too, which I just love. And they were so kind. They took this old nerd around and just showed me stuff. It was just, I wasn't allowed to film anything, or I was scared to film anything because I didn't want to give anything away. But it was just so great. I'm hoping to talk to he said he would, the guy who started the place, the founder. I'm doing this I'm with Genius stuff recently. I'm just talking to these scientists about sciencey stuff, and so I just thought I'd talk to him as well, and they offered us a wander around. It's just amazing. So,
dude, that's awesome. Hey,
cannot recommend them enough.
Daniel Frost, I want to thank you for the 500 sexes, brother.
Ooh, thanks,
it's
man.
getting sexy.
Yeah, he said some
very
sexes
nice.
for you beautiful people. And then Meat Puppet came in with $5 and said for David,
real money.
Oh, he donated the $5 for David getting a laptop. Something to consider is a ROG. What is it? Zephyrus G14. It's a decent laptop for me. How would you rate the Nvidia GeForce RTX 3060?
Plenty good enough for most people.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I don't need.
Just a little power. I'm just kidding. Well, it depends. Are you 1080p gamer or 4K gamer?
What's your use case? Yeah,
I'm not gaming. It's Unreal Engine. I would need it for Unreal Engine, and maybe to run a couple of AI models. I
got a question. Well, yeah, if you're doing just to be clear, that is the use case for having more power. Like if you are doing stuff with like CUDA and scientific computing and everything, then it can be worth it to spend the extra coin.
Blender and Unreal and
whatever. If you're doing stuff that
will force you to optimize.
Well, you'll have to worry about the software that you're using becoming optimized, and they're not going to do that as long as somebody can just spend more money and get a faster processor and they can continue making shitty code.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, I'm not going to call Unreal shitty code. Unreal is very good code. Like a lot of people like to poo-poo Unreal. I'm like, no, people implement Unreal incorrectly. Like Unreal itself is actually pretty well optimized.
You get a couple of these things out here. Like, hold on, there was a good example of a game that is a little lame. They're just basically using all of the tools they possibly can that are just built into Unreal without any sort of optimization. Where is it? It's a extraction shooter that is. Hang on, I think I have a demo. Or it's not a demo. It's
I crash it all the time. I crash it because I keep bringing in these massive models and going like, "Wee, let's do a fly."
Yeah, so that's your VRAM then, probably.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Getting maxed out.
I think I missed Martin's tip earlier. 1999 Pounderinos.
What?
I'm sorry. He said, "I hope there'll be a competitor to Nvidia. Prices are silly."
There is.
AMD and Intel. Yeah, they are. I agree.
You just have to moderate your expectations.
Yeah.
Nvidia is too far ahead.
Pokemon collection.
Nvidia is too far ahead on the AI side and their high-end graphics cards. There's no way really to compete at the high end anymore. If you're doing anything that really needs the VRAM, if you're doing any sort of machine learning or AI, you're gonna have to bow down to Nvidia. There isn't any other way.
Is there no way to up the VRAM on an existing chip like this? I mean, I know that sounds
if you're good with the soldering iron and you know what the fuck you're doing, yes. I've seen plenty of videos.
You have to do firmware hacking and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it's possible. Like Kingpin.
How do you think the Chinese did it?
Yep.
Hmm.
You know,
well, that's interesting because that's all I don't need like a 5090 or whatever. I would just love a 3080 with some extra.
Yeah.
This is what I hate is
With the VRAM.
AMD has cheap cards with shitloads of RAM, but they don't support CUDA, which is like what's basically a requirement for all AI computing these days.
Oh, is that what it is?
And really a lot of 3D acceleration is or GPU acceleration is leveraging CUDA.
So you need so do I need Nvidia for what I'm doing for Blender and for
I don't
unfortunately
say
to get
yes,
the best
but yes.
performance get the best of the
Really?
to get the best performance, yes.
That sucks. Okay.
And here's the thing is like, it's not even like you're benefiting from the ray tracing technology or the multi-frame gen or any of that. You're just buying the NVIDIA card for the
CUDA cores and the VRAM.
Yeah, the CUDA cores. Are the Tensor cores utilizable outside of ray tracing in games? I don't know if they are or not now. They might be.
I'm not sure.
But definitely the CUDA cores and the memory. The memory speed is like off the charts.
It seems to be memory is the thing you need the most of.
It is.
Yes.
And you get 32 gigs on a 5090, so that's the big major upgrade.
Right.
And it basically costs the same as the 4090 when it came out, right? Or somewhere in the ballpark.
You got some memory on there. That'd be freaking cool.
Oh, an interesting way you could go is look at older Titan cards. Like you say you're on a 20-something series now.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
You could probably pick up a Titan X little p, which will probably have what 12.
That'd be 12 gig. Yeah, 12 gig
for $200 maybe, if that.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see what are Titan XPs going for, because I think I might have one laying around.
The Titan XPs. So
if I have one laying around, I'll just send it to you, David. Let me see. Yeah, the $200. Yeah, you're right. Right on the money. $200 for a Titan little P.
That's nothing.
Yeah,
so $200. Now keep in mind though, this is going to be equivalent to a 10 series card, so it's going to be way slower than your 20 series, just more memory.
No, the X little p would be 20. Would be a 20 series.
What is the chip?
I'm not sure about that. Is it? I'm almost positive that the GeForce Titan was still based on the 10 series. I know it can do some of the little ray tracing shit, which makes me want to think it was the 20 series, but I think that was just because it had a ton of cores. Let me double check that. Because you might actually be right. Let me see.
No. I'm seeing some people say it's basically 1080 Ti with extra VRAM.
I know that the drivers and the firmware allow it to do some limited ray tracing capability in games, but it's next to useless because it's not fast enough to do it. Like it literally, it's a pointless feature.
What's the next one? They did have a.
Like, could you get multiple cards and
yes.
That's the sad thing is you can get multiple cards, but they just mirror the memory. You can't actually use the memory continuously.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Which sucks.
Memory pooling wouldn't work very well.
Yeah, that's what sucks about it is like technically the professional level cards, you can do this memory pooling thing over NVLink, but for some reason the consumer level cards never got that ability.
Older Quadro cards too.
Oh, that's a good idea. Old Quadro cards would give you the memory.
I can't remember. So the 10 series was Pascal. I can't remember what the next step was. Maxwell. I think it was Maxwell for the 20 series. Look for that same generation, but in Quadros.
What is a Quadro P5000?
30.
I think that one
a
has
little bit more
16
expensive.
gig.
You're probably going to start looking at a couple $100 more.
No. Check this out. I just looked it up. P5000 Quadro, 16 gigabytes GDDR5X. Right. So that's
good.
$249 on eBay right now.
Get out. See, that's awesome. That'd be the way to go. And then you can
get
do
a bunch of those.
Buy it now for 250.
Two of those, and
oh my god, for $500 you got, and you can those can be linked.
Let me double check on that for you, but they do support NVLink. I know that for a fact, but I don't know if they support like the CUDA memory pooling or not.
Yeah.
Let me see. Can you?
People have got to be doing workarounds now because there's no way people are paying that. Like, so there's got to be good. There's got to be resources for this.
Okay, so NVLink allows you to double your VRAM by combining two Quadros. Oh, it does say or GeForce RTX cards. What?
Yeah, they stopped it after the 20 series.
So they did actually support it for a short period of time. What?
But then that's going to be hard to get stuff for because it's going to be, if it was such a limited run, you're definitely narrowing your
I'm almost positive they never, because I looked this up when I had two Titans because I wanted to do the memory pooling thing and I got shot down.
Let's see. The software has to do it too. You could look into a Titan RTX. That's a Turing level. So at the 20 series style, 24 gigs. I'm seeing them on eBay going for $750.
Jesus.
So yeah,
so you could 24 gigs of RAM, and that's a Turing.
you buy off eBay? I'm always terrified of eBay as well because I just like
I've had good experience.
Really?
I've gotten okay. Like I've bought a couple things on eBay over the years, and I was also scared that I was gonna get ripped off. But no, I actually had no problems with it. Honestly,
know? How do you like? I guess I would just be smart about it. I suppose my kid's buying Pokemon cards off people and stuff. They seem to be going okay. Yeah.
Honestly, the one nice thing that you have going with eBay is they hate sellers and they love buyers.
Oh yeah.
So like, if you ever have a problem, you can literally just get the card and tell them you never received it, and the seller will have to fight and give all the burden of proof. Like that's how bad they are.
That was the guy I met a guy in Newfoundland. I was shooting this thing out there, and in the bar, this guy came in, and he was, he's poor guy's a mess, but he was telling me all about how he orders all these clothes from China. And then he just tells them they didn't show up, and then he sells them.
Yeah, that's whack.
That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
That's why all of our clothes cost so much.
By the way, I'm not condoning that at all. I'm actually against that. I was just pointing out that eBay sucks for screwing sellers, because that's why I stopped selling on eBay, is because I got screwed on so many things that I even proved to eBay that the person received the item, and eBay was still like, "Oh, we're gonna side with the customer," and I was like, "Fuck that noise! I'm never selling on your platform again." But if you're a buyer, you'll be protected. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
I've been using Shopify and Printify, and I'm quite taken with it, I must say. Every time I get an idea for a shirt, I just come up with a shirt and I Photoshop it together and I throw it up there, and it's just I'm really enjoying it, I gotta say. So I don't sell a lot of them, but they're fun, you know. Well, there you go.
Yep,
it's a city, not a yo-yo. You know, just like some fun sort of Stargatey stuff that I can't get anywhere else.
So, hey, David, I looked it up for you. It does look like memory pooling is supported on the Quadro RTX 5000. So when they said RTX, they weren't talking about the consumer cards. They're talking about the RTX Quadro cards. So the RTX 5000 and then what is the other one? The P5000 card both support memory pooling. But Aux was right. The software does have to support it, and it does specifically have to use like the CUDA malloc function and say whether it wants to do pooling or not pooling. Like, so if you get software that doesn't support pooling, it's just not going to use it. Like, you have to make sure it's something that supports it.
I'm pretty sure Unreal Engine will. I'd be shocked if it didn't. Quadros,
I'd be shocked if you didn't,
because I know a few companies who are into like big virtual production volumes, and they use multiple. They're not called Quadros anymore, but multiples of the professional cards. Partly for the syncing as well, because it's basically a whole bunch of individual monitors, and they need to all display at the same refresh rate and all that stuff. So that's part of it as well. But the memory pooling and the sync.
Just keep in mind, though, you will lose performance, because if it has to go over NVLink to access the second memory bank, when you're doing pooling, you are going to have a bottleneck there a little bit, but it's not going to be terrible. Like, it's not going to be, you'll still be way faster than trying to, page stuff in and out of memory to make it work, right? But yeah, it says right here, $250 a card, and you can pull. It does. I looked up. Blender does support memory pooling. Yeah. So you could buy two Quadro cards.
Things that I'm using it for, it's perfect.
Looks like it. Yeah. Here, let me see. I'll even look it up. What is Unreal here? Does Unreal Engine support NVLink memory?
Of course, these are American prices, so that's like $1 billion Canadian.
No, I mean, David, if you hit me up, I'll find a way to buy them and just ship them to you. We can do the whole little homey workaround.
Birthday gift.
Does that saves money? I mean, what is that?
Well, yeah, because I just got to ship it in and just declare it on customs and pay the custom duty, but they're cheap cards, so the custom duty is only going to raise the price like what, $30 a card maybe.
All right, used cards. I guess that's true.
So,
yeah, all right, I'll bug you about that. That's great.
Or the other option is I just drive them up across the border and give them to a buddy, and then they can just send them to the inside of the company or inside of the country.
What's the nearest crossing for you?
It'd be the Peace Crossing in BC. Yeah.
Oh, in BC. Yeah.
So Peace Arch.
Oh, where are you
at? I used to be out there. I used to be an easy drive to there.
Yeah, so if you're ever over in that area and you coordinate with me, I can find a way to get him, just drive him up there. It's only a 3-hour drive for me, so it's not that big of a deal.
We'll have to like coordinate for like a Linus Tech this year or something.
Yeah, dude, I'll come up there and do
that. Was that a puke sound? Was that?
No. Yeah, it's for fun. I don't mean it.
Well,
no, it's fair. It's fair. I think everybody publicly knows you're not a huge Linus fan.
Expo, we'll do that instead.
No, nobody said any.
I think I'll be at SIGGRAPH.
To be fair, nobody has to be a fan of anybody that they don't want to be a fan of. Okay,
yeah,
you don't.
I play it up a bit though. Like, it's not
fair enough.
you know,
because like me, I said I love Steve and I love Linus, and they want to literally kill each other right now. Like they're literally like I think now they're like escalating to like threatening legal action and shit. I don't know. So I'm just staying out of it because I'm like, I like Steve and I like Linus. So hey, they're gonna have to figure out how to work this out.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will.
But yeah, the drama in the community is just, I'm staying out of it.
There was some issues with the testing or something, or
yeah, it goes back. There's some sore shit that happened and it just ended up getting out of control.
Yeah.
Look, this is the problem with nerds: is we take things.
Yeah.
We can dig deep on some of this.
Yeah,
stuff.
Linus had an employee that poo-pooed on Steve and the work that he did, that then made Steve come back and poo-poo on the work that Linus's group was doing, which they both had merit. Both sides had absolute merit. Actually, no, I take that back. Linus's guy did not have any merit. He just shit on Steve to shit on Steve. That was bullshit, by the way. That was fucked up. Linus did apologize for it, though, but it was his employee. It wasn't Linus that did it. It was his employee, but it made it through editing and it made it to get released. So obviously that was a problem. The way Linus responded wasn't quite the best way. It didn't go down, and it just escalated and snowballed from there, and they both just had it out for each other.
Well, but here's the other problem: is people get big on, like, this is unlike, I mean, I think unlike the film people, the famous people, the YouTube stuff, the YouTube fame is different because you go from being a creator to being everything, a producer. You're running a business. You're so, and I feel like once you get to a certain level, you didn't get into YouTube to manage people. That's not what, you know what I mean? You thought, oh, I'm going to make it. Well, I don't know about you, but certainly me. It's like I'm just doing my shit. Like I just enjoy it. I can't imagine it taking off and then having to, you'd be like, oh my God, I need like editors. I need this. I need that. I need, like to keep to keep it growing. I think.
Yeah, I can't have employees. That's one thing I told myself. I'm not compatible.
I don't play well with others.
Well, no, my problem is I get emotionally connected to people.
Yeah.
And so it's impossible for me to be somebody's boss because I can't just make the call to just shit can them because it's the best move for me.
So did you do your own editing and everything when you were doing
everything? Even to this day, is, I mean, as rare as it is for me to release a video, but yeah, every video I've made, with the exception of maybe 3 videos throughout my entire YouTube channel, were edited by me, and the 3 that weren't edited by me were edited by my close friend Graham from Volare Media, or his team, because it was some kind of joint venture with like drones and stuff like that. But yeah, every one of my 800 plus videos I made were all shot by me, edited by me, like no scripting, no teleprompters, nothing, just off the hip.
I'd love to make more. I mean, I love the streams, but I'd love to be making.
I love content creation because you get to create a story twice. You get to create it once when you shoot it and again when you edit it.
That's filmmaking, buddy. That's what I love about the film.
With live streaming, as much as I love live streaming, and for me, it's more of a convenience thing. That's why I live stream now, is because my health has just been really bad. Like, my back is so bad now that I even just tried to drive to the gas station to get gas last night, and it turned into like an hour endeavor, and I almost didn't make it back into the house. Like, it was that bad. So yeah, life hasn't been the greatest, but that's what kind of set me back more than anything. Is it's just hard for me to set up a bunch of camera equipment, lighting like I used to do, shoot the stuff, and then sit down for 12 hours editing. Right? I just can't do that anymore. But
the live thing is nice. I mean, it's.
I like live.
I
love
think
it.
I would.
I love it.
I miss it now. Like, I definitely like. If I don't do it, I
need to do it more when I'm just like, if I'm just gonna be goofing playing video games or something. I should just go live because it's so much fun.
Baz got me into this. Baz, and I was like, no, I'm not. Are you kidding? I'm way too much of a control freak for this kind of stuff. But once you go like, whatever, we'll see. Like it's great. Yeah, I recommend it to everyone. I think it's therapeutic as well. I find as well.
Yeah, it is. It is. And the thing is, you would think that live streaming would be harder to do because you don't really get to correct your mistakes like you do in editing. Like, for instance, one thing I tell people, and it's really cringe now looking back on it, but I used to sit in front of the camera and purposefully say the most disgusting, fucked up shit I could possibly think of, like stuff that I would only say to my closest, most confident friend, and the worst, just possible joking manner ever. And I would yell that into the camera before I shot my videos because I'd get it out of the way. And then the way my brain thinking was, nothing I can say can be worse than this. So then I was free to just flow. I didn't have to catch myself because I'd constantly be in my head, like, not wanting to offend people. Right. So that was like my little method thing to get me into the mood. Well, you can't do that in live streaming, obviously, because you'd be instantly canceled. Like, you'd be done. Right. So, but you're
psyching up. That's like,
you're psyching up. That's the thing. Like, and I'm purposely doing it. Like, I'd even look into the camera and be like, hey, hey, fatty McFat fuck, like, call myself all kinds of really terrible things. and talking about my lazy eye and my fucked up ear and stuff. Like, I would literally just pick on myself because I'm like, if I can say this shit into the camera and I can remove it, I can remove anything. I can tell the story however I want afterwards. And it empowered me to be more comfortable when I was just shooting from the hip and making video, knowing that anything I mess up on, I can make a correction. And it reinforced that. With streaming, you don't have that, so you'd almost think that it'd be scarier to stream because it's like, if you say anything, you can't take it back. Like, there's no, you can say you took it back, but people are just going to clip it out of context and release it anyways, like they've always done to try to create drama, right? So, but still, I actually find live streaming easier to do than shooting content. Not just from like a working perspective, but just from a mental perspective. Yeah. Sitting down and just knowing, because it's weird. There is a weird comfort in knowing that you can't take back anything or correct any of your mistakes, because then you don't have to worry about it.
Yep. Well, you're not working in solitude. You're not working on something by yourself. Or even if you are working with people, you're not working in there's no...
That's the truth. Having people around is a big thing for me. Like trying to shoot a video, like for my YouTube channel, is me essentially talking to the camera like it's my friend. Like it's another, I treat it like it's another person in the room. I have to, otherwise it's not entertaining. And so I look at the camera and I try to look at it as it's my friend in the room and I'm trying to show him something cool. And that's always been my method, to be able to speak to camera and not be boring. But you are, at the end of the day, sitting in a room by yourself, talking to yourself for hours and hours and hours, and sometimes repeating the same thing over 50 times to get it right.
Well, I'm catching myself doing that more and more now.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Did I tell you this story? Shit.
Well, my record, I actually recorded it. My record was 139 takes.
Wow.
139 takes to get the Bitcoin video. I did a Bitcoin video that's one continuous 20-minute shot of me talking about cryptocurrency. Every time I made a mistake, I started over and I recorded it.
Oh, really?
And when I was done, I filled up the memory card 4 times over. I had like a 256 gig memory card at the time. It was like the biggest one you could buy. And I maxed it out 4 times over, where I had to actually go dump it to the computer, empty it, and put it back in the camera. And I shot probably...
easy to get obsessive.
Yeah, so it took probably... That video took 12 hours and 130 some retakes. Luckily, most of the retakes were within the first 2-3 minutes of the video. But there was this couple where I screwed up in the video and I was like, I didn't want to jump cut it. So I was like, screw it. I'm just going to go back and do it again. So I started from scratch. And so on one hand, by the end, I sounded like I was a goddamn authority on cryptocurrency, because I had said things so many times. I went back and fixed myself and corrected myself so many times that I ended up knowing more by the end of the video than I did when I started it. So
yeah, I found myself doing that as well. I mean, it's kind of useful. It's like, it's rehearsal, basically rehearsal, but you're rehearsing on camera. And the advantage of that is then you find these little happy little accents that come up. Like you go like, oh, that was funny. I should use that. That's good, or whatever.
And the other thing that never really works, well, I shouldn't say never, it does sometimes, but in live streaming, that comic timing is way harder to get than when you can jump cut in video. So there's a ton of gags that I do that are pretty much uniform throughout my content. If you go through my content, you'll find certain things that I do over and over and over again that become synonymous with whoever Barnacules is, right? And these little gimmicks that just started out as like little quips or whatever, people latched onto, so I kept doing them and I kept refining them. And it got to the point where it's like, these things could really only be done in editing, like, because I couldn't do them fast enough pace in real life. Like literally moving from one spot to another, saying another word, and then moving immediately to another spot and saying another word, and having like a ridiculous amount of jump cuts for the purpose of looking obnoxious. Shit like that, you just can't do with a live stream, right? You can't play it off the same way. And I love that. Film. Yep. One of the greatest examples ever was I did a video where I cleaned my air conditioner. No shit. It's like a 30-minute video of me just cleaning my air conditioner. But it's like the process of me taking it out of the window, taking it downstairs, taking it outside, setting it on a garbage can, spraying it down, doing all this. There's 2 videos. There's one for Patreon and one for YouTube. If you watch both videos, they are completely different tones. Even though it's the same footage, more or less. Like there's some added footage, but the way that it's edited, one of them comes off completely hilarious and funny, and the other one is almost tragic, seeing me suffer trying to do this with all my back problems. But the first one that I released to YouTube is a quick cut version where I've got like, I'm playing music in the background. I'm like flopping up and down the stairs, speeding up the footage of me like falling down, getting up. Yeah, exactly. Right. So doing the whole Benny Hill gag and everything. And so it has a completely different tone. One video is hilarious and people are like, oh my God, that's hilarious. But if you watch the raw cut version that I updated to Patreon, which is the first rough cut that I did, it's like tragic. Like I was like, I had to edit the shit out of it because I'm like, dude, if I put this on YouTube, people are going to roll their eyes. Like, this is just watching me in pain for 20 minutes. Like at one point I'm physically in tears from the pain, like stuck on the staircase.
Look, there's an audience for everything.
You're right. And so, but the patrons, like they watched the Patreon cut and they thought it was great that I uploaded like the first pass, and they got to see so much more that other people didn't get to see. And then the people that got to watch it on YouTube, they loved it. What's that?
I love the idea of the Patreon thing. I wish I could just do everything on one platform. Like I feel like
seriously,
that's where Patreon's going right now. It's so nice to not have like a billion different things to check, and I just feel guilty about everything because it's like you forget to do the Discord for a while, and then you forget to do Patreon or your newsletters or whatever. I mean, I feel like this just trying to keep up with everything is just like I just want like it's how nice to be just have like one thing you do. That's it. Just one little,
I agree. Hey, David, I've been sitting here looking up other graphics card options for you too, brother. And it looks like right here you can get a Quadro P6000. Let's see, how much are these going for? About never mind. The start price was $299. I thought they were $299. No, so that was the starting price. It looks like they're selling for Quadro M6000 $279, $30 more, and you can get 24 gig. You can go from 16 to 24 gig. That would give you 48 gig with 2 cards for under $600 for like $550 US.
And if you're using that for AI, that's not bad because if you're not worried about the speed so much as about
right. Stuff. Like it might take 30 seconds to get a token back or something.
But LM Studio might not support memory pooling though. Let me see. Does LM Studio support or Nvidia?
I'll bet you the Chinese one does.
I bet you it does.
OpenSea's got to be doing, or OpenSearch, what they call it. They got to be doing OpenSeek. What's it called?
DeepSeek.
Can't keep track.
Well, remember, DeepSeek is just a model. You still have to load it under an engine. So, like LM Studio is like the engine that you load the LLMs into, and it supports like different types of engines. Although I did notice something weird, and I gotta follow up on this because I don't know if there's some nefarious shit going on here. But LM Studio, after the last update, refuses to load any of the DeepSeek LLMs. Like if you try to load any of them, it just gives an error. It says error loading LL. It will not load the LLM. Weird. But the previous version of LM Studio had no problem loading it, and it worked just fine. So I don't know if LM Studio like broke compatibility with an update, or maybe there was like some nefarious shit going on in that model that they patched the hole for, and it's no longer happening, or it was phoning home. But who knows, right? I'll have to do some research to know for sure. I started
playing with the new Google text to video. I got like one of those early access things. Oh my god, it's extraordinary, like absolutely extraordinary. My test is always is Mad Mouse. So as a joke, when I was making a film that we were miserable on, we were joking about, if only we could just work with little mice. You could put them in tanks and drive them around and remote control vehicles. And it sort of stuck with me, this idea of doing like a Mad Mouse furry road kind of approach to it.
Cool.
And I thought the only way someone like me could make a movie like that would be with something like AI, because there's no, or with Unreal Engine or whatever. So I'm sort of experimenting with what you can do with it. But the idea of being able to process this stuff, like the clips that are coming out of, I don't know what it's called. It's called something.
There's a couple of them now.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
But I highly recommend people go and sign up for the early access, because the stuff you can do is extraordinary.
The only problem with it is it becomes exponentially more expensive.
Really?
To do the videos versus the pictures. Like, for instance, I use PoE, which like aggregates a bunch of different models in the clouds and allows you to access like a million different AIs through one interface. And to do the video stuff, it basically treats each frame that it's creating like you're using the LLM to create an image, and that image usually costs between 5 to 10 times more than a text-based LLM would cost.
I've only used this thing, and also Runway. Runway ML is another one that I love.
Runway's great.
I paid for Runway for a while.
Runway you could spend like $200 on Runway in a single day.
Oh yeah,
just on Runway, just like running prompts for like a couple of hours, you could easily eat through $200. Like, and there's a YouTube video of a guy. He's like, let's see how many things we can do for $200. And he's like shocked when they're like an hour into the video and they're out of credit. Like they ran it out of credit in like 5 videos.
I think you have to be smart about what you're like. I think we're going to get to the point where people realize they've got to be smart about what they're doing. I mean, there's a kind of a blah kind of approach.
The problem is you don't know what you get out of AI until it creates it. Once it creates it, you already paid for it. So a lot of it is just rolling the dice. A lot of AI, like for instance, same thing with text prompts. If you don't get the answer you want, you can keep running the same prompt with a different seed and eventually get the answer you're looking for. So it gets expensive, man. It really does.
This is why I mentioned the Mad Mouse thing, because I've literally come up with the whole. I want to set it in Toronto, in a post-apocalyptic Toronto, and there's like our island is where they start, and they have to get through the evil Toronto to get to the outskirts. Anyways, so all sorts of ideas for this, because my big issue with the AI filmmaking process is that people aren't making. They call them AI films. They're not films. They're being led by the nose of AI. They're being. It's just whatever they can get it to spit out. They try to cut it together into some kind of a story.
Also, how do you get character continuity? Because I've yet to see anybody be able to create an AI video that has character continuity where the character looks the same in every shot.
They're definitely getting better at it. But again, I feel like they're so enamored with the tool. I want to see a short film and go, oh, that was great. What? It was AI? As opposed to look at this AI short. It's like, no, AI is not the story here. What's the movie about? How do I give a shit about what's going on in these things? Are you okay? There's a mad rush for cables of some sort.
What kind of cables?
Hey, always be sure to ask what the cables are for before you give them.
It's the portable battery unit. That's what.
Kids are running out of electrons
to charge. Yeah.
Them kids, they always want the power and never want to plug.
Hey, one thing I know about I have a 14-year-old son, and I'll tell you what, man, when the electrons start running thin, you hear him pipe up. The rest of the time, he's quiet. As long as he's got his VR and he's got his iPad, you'll never hear from him unless he's hungry. But the second that the power goes out, he's right in there looking at you like,
that or the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Could you go turn the generator on?
I have to wrap up, lads.
Hey, no worries, bro.
But that was lovely. I wish I could do more of this.
No, I'm so happy you got to stop by. It's been a good long time, so it's been good to see you. Really has.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Hey, wait a sec. Happy New Year. Have I seen you since?
I don't think so.
Dude, no, we haven't. It's been that long, dude. It's been a long time.
And it's gonna be just a dumpster fire. I've stopped calling it a dumpster fire. I'm calling like 2025 and the next little while. Like it's more like a toilet on fire.
It is, dude.
It is extraordinary. But let's hope that we can all just enjoy the technology because there's some fun stuff happening in that.
Yeah, let's try to focus on the technology, but also at the same time, please don't stay silent, people. Like open your mouth when shit's on fire. Like say something. It's like that's the only thing I want to ask, and I don't give a shit. Like I'm not even gonna get preachy about what to do. Just say something because the people that fucking what do they say? The saying is like the squeaky wheel gets the grease. The problem is the squeaky wheel is like the wrong wheel that needs the grease.
And both sides too, because I feel like there's a lot of responsibilities both on the left and the right for this stuff. I mean,
everybody needs to speak up.
Politics is so broken; it needs to change.
Let's make democracy.
We've got to stop
again.
mistaking. Freedom is not selfishness.
No.
There's a difference.
No.
Freedom is a very different thing than you getting what you want when you want it.
Yeah, and thinking winning is watching everybody else burn while you're standing in the same fire. That is not winning. If you're gonna at least try to win, try to actually win without as much collateral damage to yourself.
But this is what I love about the tech stuff, and the reason why, like, I've been focusing on talking to scientists. I just want to talk to scientists. There's no politics. There's no, it's just literally talking to them like they're humans.
I love scientists,
and that's it. And they have this wonderful. You come out of those chats, and you're positive, and you're excited, and you're like, and so I'm like, that's what I like. I get to research stuff I love.
Yep.
Like, I'm going to read all about quantum mechanics, and then I'm going to go and talk to people who actually build this stuff. Like, it's so much fun. And then this stuff, again, just getting to talk about, the future of AI stuff and just and looking at ways of using the old stuff that doesn't cost an arm and a leg. And I mean, you guys you're doing good work, lads. Good
Thanks.
work.
Hey, we try, man. We really do. Yeah. Truth is, this is just an excuse for us to get together. All right, take it easy, David.
Oh, and there's something else I think we really should do. Sorry, as I wrap up.
No, please do.
I really think we should do a live tech talk. We'll come to you.
That would be so much fun.
I would love to.
It'd be really fun. We could do like pre-sales, so we make sure it's not going to, cost you an arm and a leg or anything. But
we could put together some kind of impromptu thing like around PAX, like not at PAX. I don't think we'd get we'd get approved for like a panel that way. But like if we did a little meetup, something like near the convention center. We could totally do that.
What if I told you guys,
or a little theater or something?
What if I told you guys that I actually know my mentor from Microsoft actually owns a studio. He's now retired from Microsoft. He owns an actual photography studio that has a full-blown, fully equipped podcast center with like screens in the background, dynamic lighting, microphones, mixers, everything. He built it for people to rent out the space for doing professional podcast events.
That'd be fun.
And he literally just built it. He's been asking me if I want to use it to test anything. So
could it handle an audience? Like, could we sell 50 seats or something?
Yeah. This is like a 10,000 some odd square foot building.
That'd be super cool.
So
that'd be kind of fun.
So yeah, but the other thing that we could do too is we could also have the virtual side of the broadcast where it's like the people can be there in person, but we could also have the people that could watch. And
that's what you want to do. You kind of want to do like a live stream, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think that'd be great.
First off, I've never met you, and it'd be nice to just.
I know that's the thing is like I'm so used to meeting people online now that to me it's almost like meeting them in real life. But I'd like to actually. I'd like to poke Rodney McKay in the chest and you'll push him around a little bit.
Yeah, before we go live. And then I'll be like, ow.
Give you the purple nurple Batista treatment. Come on, David. We're going to get a good show out of you.
Yeah. Bautista was nicer. Okay.
Let's do it, man.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Sounds good.
I got to wrap up, too.
Yeah. No worries. I know
I don't want to kill the party.
No, Ox takes off at 2. It's like perfect timing. Yeah, Ox is always got to get out of here, too. So. Although, Ox, can you hang out just for a minute after David leaves so I can go take a piss and then I'll come back and relieve you?
Nice.
Hey,
can you cover my bathroom break?
Yeah, I just got to go let out the hog. All right, take it easy, David.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Peace out, Broham. Later. God, I love him. He's the best. He is literally the best. All right, entertain the troops for a second. I'm going to take a piss and then I'll relieve you.
Quick.
I'm doing
it. What does Houston know about what? Quick. Real fast. Try and stump me. Just have a citrus. Yeah, just carry it around the neck. Like a lanyard of garlic. I got nothing. What do you know about starting your own game server hosting business? Oh man, well, I would say nothing particular, but I would have to guess. And I would say you'd probably have to start with some hardware and a good internet connection. Give me your best dad joke. What do you call cheese that don't belong to you? Nacho cheese.
What did I hear? Nacho cheese?
Oh, somebody was like, give me your best dad joke. Favorite budget GPU of all time, 1080 Ti. Hands down, probably the best price to performance and longevity of any graphics card. 1080 Ti.
What can you get 1080 Ti for right now?
$150.
Oh, damn. Yeah, $159. GeForce GTX 1080 Ti.
And then after that, I would probably say like the 2080 Ti was really good too, but that's going to be a little bit more expensive, and I wouldn't spend more than maybe $200.
You know what I like about the 2080 that no other card had after it? The USB-C port on it. The 2080 has an actual USB-C. Some of them
did have a USB-C on there. Yeah,
and not only that, but that USB-C supported the 19-watt standard for VR headsets. So you could just plug like USB-C VR headsets directly into the graphics card and they just worked. You didn't have to have like this breakout box with power and all that stuff. Yeah, it was rad. It was really rad.
It was only some. They did some weird stuff with the 2080 Ti. Like some of them had all DP ports.
I remember that.
Like they did a bunch of. I mean, Nvidia's been doing a bunch of weird stuff with their graphics cards, but
I know the one limitation is they can only have 4 total video connections at a time. Like I think that's a hard like block. I don't know why, because there's like Matrox cards back in the day you could hook like 6 monitors to or 8 monitors to. But for some reason with Nvidia you can only have 4. They can be a combination of HDMI and DP. But you can only have 4. If you try to even pull 2 DP links through a single port, which you can do, like you can actually be 2 DP devices pulled through a single plug. Okay. It won't do it. It'll shut down and say, nope, you can only have 4 devices connected.
There were some Quadro ones that had like 8. They come with the mini DPs, the mini DP plug on the back, but they had like 8 outs on there.
Is that why they're doing it? Is this a soft block just to get you to buy Quadro cards?
100%. Oh, yeah. Nvidia does not want you to leverage the full capability of their GeForce cards by any means.
Pool.
No, of course. Pool. Yeah, dude.
Like, I still call bullshit on the multi-frame generation requiring the 5 series. I mean, I can do the same. I won't say the same, but I can do a similar thing with similar latency using software called
there isn't a
lossless scaling, and it works great.
There's not a hardware limitation there. They do that on their from the driver side.
Yeah, when you leave, I'll tell everybody about lossless scaling that doesn't know about it.
Oh,
it's
I gotta check that out. It's like $12 or something on Steam, right?
Dude, it's like cheaper than that. I want to say it was like $5. Maybe it went up in price, but it was like $5 or $6 when I bought it.
Not that I care too much. I mean, but okay. All right, guys. Thanks everybody. I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. Follow me on places and things. Oh, Jerry, by the way, go into freaking Delta Force and accept my friend request.
Oh, yeah. I can do that. I can do that. Dude, Delta Force is fun, man.
It is a blast. It's very frenetic. I like operations, the extraction shooter side of it, but the warfare side is a blast.
Dude, the pacing in it is insane. Dude, you're just dead, alive, running, dead again, live, dead.
What I like about it is it doesn't feel as frustrating as like Call of Duty, where like the death, like you jump back into the fight and immediately you still feel like you're doing a little bit of something.
Yeah.
I mean, I died a bunch too, but like I still had fun.
You don't have to start 9,000 miles from the battle too, so it keeps like everybody in close quarters constantly battling.
Spawn
I like that.
On your spawn on squad stuff and whatnot. And I mean, I'm terrible. Everybody's way better than me. That's why I like operations better. I can be a little more sneaky, and the NPC side of stuff is okay.
Yep.
But yeah, dude, try it out. Delta Force is pretty fun. If you guys haven't tried it out,
if you have ADHD, it's one of the better first-person shooters for sure.
Yeah. So, all right, bye everybody.
Peace out, brother, man. It's good seeing you. God, I love that man. He is great. He is absolutely great. And then there was one left, Barnacules, here to try to double the income. Well, he's gone, like I always do. I'm just kidding. I don't always do that. So how are you guys doing? Let me know in chat. Like here now that I got everybody gone, I can engage with chat a lot more. Let me pull it over here. Let's see here. Bradley said, see your Discord DM for the Google Music FX. Oh no, sorry. I thought you were talking about something else. No, I already use Google Music FX and Image FX. I don't have access to the video effects yet though. I asked for early access like 20 times under 20 accounts and not a single one of them has been approved yet. So I don't know if they just like closed out early access to that, but I want to give it a try. You know what image generator I've been liking lately is, don't get me wrong, Google Image FX and the test AI or the Google AI test kitchen is really good. It's a really good AI image generator, but I've been liking Flux Pro, accessible. I access it through Poe, a service called Poe. Like I said, that lets you like rent. They keep jacking up the price on all the AI though. I can't recommend Poe in good faith. Like it's nice to have all these AIs under one hood, even though there's no API or anything like that. Like you basically just have to use them through their interface. I like the convenience of it, but they keep jacking up. They give you 1 million points a month for whatever the monthly fee is. I think it's like $20 a month. They give you 1 million points that you can spend between all the AIs. But I've noticed they've been being sly and jacking up the price per query or per prompt on each one of these AIs. And they just keep going up a little bit more and a little bit more. They don't tell anybody. You just click on them and start to notice the cost increase a little bit. So you start burning through those credits a little faster each month. And I don't like that. I don't like that they're not super transparent and that they're just jacking up the price on shit when it's the same price on the website. They're just raising the price to force you to come back and buy more credits, right? And I don't like that. I think it's pretty shitty. Hewlett's last chat message. I forgot to tell people to buy a t-shirt or a mug at Canardian.com. Oh, that is a great dude. How the hell did you get that URL? Oh, of course it's not loading for me. Did you spell it wrong? Canardian.com. No, I can ping it. I think your website's down. Hold on here. Okay, this is the default server vhost. The site domain is either not yet pointed to or still propagating. Okay, let me try going back. Okay, so it's a multi-host domain. So let me try clicking on your link again. Yeah, page isn't working right now. Oh, too many redirects. Canardian is giving a too many redirects error. That might actually be because of my VPN. It's possible that's a VPN issue. I'll look into it after the stream. Is that link working for everybody else in chat? Let me know. Let's see here. Been better, but doing better after TikTok. Oh, I'm sorry, Exuded. I feel you though, brother. I haven't been doing too great myself. Like you guys haven't seen me hardly on Twitch at all. And I've been struggling just to make tech talk every week. Like if it wasn't for Aux like getting out of bed and jumping on, it'd be really difficult for me to do it. The amount of medication it takes to get me to sit in this chair for 3 or 4 hours, you know, and I pay for it in pain for the rest of the day and tomorrow and the next day. Kind of sucks, but I definitely need to force myself to start moving more though, because the pain has made me so sedentary that I'm starting to notice that my muscles are atrophying, and that's not good. Because like once the muscle's gone, getting it back is a hell of a lot harder. So I need to take that really seriously, and force myself to move more, even if it's at great pain. Like I just have to, suck it up, Buttercup or whatever. No VPN, get the error. Oh, the Shopify link works. Oh, Canardianmyshopify.com. Ah, there we go. Okay. So the Canardianmyshopify.com works. The redirect doesn't. That's weird, David. That's weird that your redirect doesn't work. You might want to check your DNS records on your on whoever hosts your domain, whether it be like GoDaddy or Register or whatever you have up there in Canada. Go into your dashboard for the DNS records and look at your redirect, and figure out like what the hell's going on there. Maybe delete it and recreate it. Because yeah, that's weird. The too many redirect message. Like that should only be happening if you're redirecting like more than 3 times. Then the browser is going to be like, nah, because it thinks you're doing something nefarious. Oh, networking guy can help you out, David. Hey, David, if you're still having problems with Canardian.com, hit up my mod, the networking guy. He is an amazing resource. He knows everything networking. So hit him up. He'll help you. He is literally the community's best weapon for networking, solving networking problems. I can put you in touch with him too. Like if you want to DM him or something or hit him up on Signal or whatever, just let me know. I'll get you two connected. Let's hear. BB Junkie said, if pain is stopping you from exercising, try restricted blood flow training. My wife was recommended this week due to multiple injuries. Wait, like having my wife choke me? Is that like choke me during sex or what? I'm just kidding. BB Junkie, I don't know what restricted blood flow training is. What is that? That sounds dangerous. But dude, I will try anything at this point. Like no shit. Like I said, last night I tried to go to the store just to get gas in my car, and my back was out so bad that I got out of the car, and by the time I was done pumping gas, I almost couldn't get back into the car. My back was that screwed up. And then when I got home, my wife had to come outside and meet me, and she was like, "Oh my God, can I move the other car back up in the driveway? Just come in the house." I'm like, "No, I'm all right." I just sat there for a while. I didn't want her to have to do it, but I was like, "Yeah, it was not fun." Look into it, honestly. Yeah, no, I'll check it out here. Let me add it to the list. I've got a list of a couple things I'm gonna do after the stream. I'm gonna look up that movie, The Last Showgirl. I got to accept the friend request for from AuxxZillary and Delta Force, and now I'm going to add restricted blood flow training. Here it's Tech Talk. Here, Tech Talk notes 2125. I will say, I have been getting a little bit of exercise from playing Gran Turismo 7 in VR lately. I have a little setup that I can access in my bedroom that has this really comfortable folding camping chair that my friend got me. Adam, no surprise, right? And this chair, it's very, very, it's as comfortable of a chair as I can get. I can't use it for this, sadly, because it's the wrong height for the desk and I can't get it close to the desk. But it's super duper comfortable. And so I sit in that, and then I use a Wheel Stand Pro, my little Thrustmaster T300 RS. And so that way I don't have to go far from the bed to like go sit down and play some VR. And then when my back gets so bad I can't stand it, then I can go and lay back down and let it rest. But that's been helping a little bit to divert me, because the more of a distraction I have, like especially live streaming is great for this, because once I have the distraction in place, it helps distract me away from the pain. And then the second I no longer have the distraction, the pain gets really, really bad. So maintaining a distraction is critical. And I will say this to all my fellow Gran Turismo 7 players out there in cyberspace, the update, the last update that just happened on January 31st, I mean, literally a couple days ago, fantastic. I think it was January 30th. It was on Thursday. Yeah, January 30th. Freaking amazing. Absolutely amazing update. One of the best updates I've seen in a long time. If you use PSVR, if you use PSVR 2, and you use a Thrustmaster T300 RS, or probably any wheel, honestly, the force feedback is so much better. You have to tweak the force feedback settings. You have to put sensitivity at 10 and torque at 5 or 6, depending on what wheel you have. And oh my God, it's night and day difference. Like if you get frustrated with cars spinning all the time and losing it off curbs and oversteering off of tracks and not being able to recover from slides, so avoiding them at all costs, This patch fixes a lot of that. Now you can intuitively keep your wheels nice and straight through a drift, like no problem. Like it honestly, I've seen a couple videos where people are like, oh, it doesn't seem like there's that much of a difference. To me, it was insane, the difference. Like the difference was like beyond night and day. Like all my licenses went up by 1 full ranking, like just on a second attempt. So I was shocked by that. And that was with the new times. They even lowered the times on the licenses that you have to hit to get the licenses because the update made it easier to drive the cars. And so even with those tighter times, I was still able to get silvers where I was getting bronzes and getting golds where I was getting silvers. So that was really awesome. Let's see here. Griff said a new class of pain medication was just released this past week, and the first FDA approved drug in the class is Journavax. It's a non-addictive and it's a non-NSAID. No shit. Okay, I need to look that up. I know that they've been working on some new pain medications. The only thing that scares me about that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll try it in a fucking heartbeat, but new medications that don't have like any period of time of study scare me a little bit. Like a lot of the drugs that I take have been studied for many, many, many years, and their effects are well understood and managed. When you're talking about a brand new drug, you know, it's like I could take it and it could work well, and then 6 months later be pulled off the market because it causes pancreatic cancer. You know, it's like, can't really take that back. But let's see. Okay, so the drug, what is it? Okay, so the generic drug is Suzetrigine. It'll be sold under the brand name Journavax. And is the first new class of pain medication approved in more than 20 years. I mean, this is a big deal because the only pain medications they have other than NSAIDs is really opiates. You know, low side of that being tramadol, high side of that being full-on fentanyl. The Food and Drug Administration this week approved new type of painkiller. Doesn't carry any risk of addiction or overdose associated with opioid medications. The drug Suzetrigine will be sold under this new brand name. It's the first new class of medication in 20 years. The FDA on Thursday approved it to treat moderate to severe acute pain in adults. That's good because it's the same pain class that opiates treat. Acute pain is short-term pain often caused by surgery, accident, or injury. Let's see here. The approval is considered a major breakthrough in treating acute pain without opioid medications like Vicodin or Oxycontin. Reliance on opioids can lead to addiction. Yeah, no shit. Let's see here. According to the FDA, it reduces pain by targeting a pain signaling pathway involving sodium channels in the peripheral nervous system before pain signals reach the brain. And by the way, after you take opioids for a long time, you don't get any kind of, you don't get any high from it anymore. Like that's the first thing to go when you build a tolerance. So that's not even something that I even benefit from anymore. So moving to a drug that just purely blocks pain, even if it doesn't cause any euphoria at all, I'm all for it 100%, because honestly, to me, it's no difference either way. I would rather have something that actually treats the pain well for a long period of time that doesn't have diminishing effect. It doesn't have the diminishing effects that come along so fast with drugs that actually do cause euphoria, which then your brain chemistry adapts to way too quickly. Let's see here. Okay, but the drug's advantage is not its efficacy, but rather its side effects profile, including the absence of addiction potential. They say that it's not addictive, but I don't know if I believe that. I mean, the fact that it just came out, because it's non-narcotic in the sense that it's not an opiate, it could still technically become addictive. I mean, there's a lot of even opiate-based drugs that give no euphoria, like buprenorphine, for instance, right, at low doses, and people get addicted to that shit all the time. Let's see. Oh, shit, a list price of $15.50 per pill? Ouch. Oh, man. So, and I'm guessing that's probably going to be at best an 8-hour cycle. So that would be here, 1550, unless it's slow release. Let's see, times 3 times 30, $1,395 a month. And my insurance won't cover it because it's not a generic, and it won't have a generic for like 8 years. Well, it doesn't look like I'll be trying this new drug, folks, sadly. But I'm glad that it's created, and I'm glad that it's on its way to maybe getting a generic one day. That would truly be nice, because I will need this at some point, because at some point opiates will be banned completely, and people with chronic pain will have zero quality of life, and they will start committing suicides in mass unless they have something else that can control the pain, or at least get it in the ballpark where they can live with it. Because once pain crosses a threshold where you can no longer live with it, meaning that every moment that you're awake is agony and you can't sleep because you're in agony, you eventually hit a point where it's like surviving is just suffering. Like you can't take any tangible gain from it. So lack of pain can be addictive. Oh, hell yes, it can, Gentle Stone. People get addicted to simple nose sprays and can't breathe normally without them. Oh, don't I know it? I have to use Afrin for my CPAP because my CPAP is a nasal CPAP. I can't use a full face CPAP anymore. My compliance just goes through the floor and then I start having apnea events. So what I do is I use Afrin, but to avoid getting completely stuck on the Afrin, I learned a trick a long time ago, and this might help some of you guys if you're having problems with Afrin addiction. And by addiction, it's not like a physical addiction so much as it's like your nose always gets stuffed up and you can't get it unstuffed without it. Is if you want to get it down from having to take it more than once a day, get nasal saline, that nasal saline mist. And what you do is you basically use the Afrin, wait like 15 minutes until it clears your sinuses, and then spray down your sinuses with saline. And if you do that for 3 days in a row, like every single day, like for me, it was 3 days. It might be a little bit more, a little bit less for different people. But if you do that for 3 days in a row, then you start taking your Afrin down from the 2 pumps to the 1 pump, right? Per nostril. And then on the 4th day, just use nasal saline. And then just use nasal saline multiple times a day for about 3 or 4 days. And then by the time you get to the 4th day, your sinuses are no longer clogged up and you no longer need the Afrin anymore. So I learned that trick from another person that had an Afrin problem. And I've done it twice now where I was completely off the Afrin, but then because of seasonal allergies, I started getting stuffed up again. And taking like Benadryl makes me so groggy that I can't function. So then I use the Afrin. So the Afrin, I kind of go on and I come off and I go on and come off. But the way I do that is by using that nasal saline mist. Works really, really good. I'm not a doctor. Full disclosure, I'm not a doctor. This isn't, medical advice or whatever. This is just something that works for me personally, and I'm sharing my experience with you. So, but there's no harm in trying nasal saline. Nasal saline is actually quite pleasant. I like the stuff that comes in the spray bottle. That like it's a pressurized spray bottle and it comes out in like a concentrated mist when it's upright, or you flip it upside down and it comes out as a spray. So you can use it to flush your sinuses like an neti pot, or you can just spray it up there to moisten it. But the thing with the Afrin is it causes inflammation in your sinuses. And then if you keep using it over and over for more than like 3, 4, 5 days continuously, it'll start irritating it to the point where you can't get it back to normal without using the Afrin. And that's the problem. That's why they call it like nose candy or whatever. Doctors call it all kinds of shit. So, but if you keep the nasal mucus membranes or whatever really saturated with saline and really moist, then that inflammation comes down really quick, and then you don't need the Afrin anymore. And then if you ever have to go on Afrin again, don't use it for more than 4 or 5 days, and then start flushing with the saline and get off of it really quick. And I found that for me, that helps a lot. So, let's see here. Kyodon said, can't wait for the day I'm going to be operated with a full-blown robot. Dude, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I mean, they can already remotely operate on you with robots. Laparoscopic operations are insane. Like, I love the fact that now, like, Michael J. Fox could, like, no joke, give you an appendectomy today. If he knew how to, right? Using one of these Da Vinci robots. The Da Vinci robot system can filter out any unwanted movements. So you could literally have a surgeon with tremors in both hands using a Da Vinci robot, and the Da Vinci robot will filter out those tremors and figure out exactly what the intended movement is and do it. And it'll take macroscopic movements and turn them into microscopic movements. It's super cool. It's super freaking cool. I did something similar. Like I did the ghetto version of it using 2 Dexter arms from Haddington Dynamics. Where I had one arm calibrated to move in micro movements and millimeters, while the other one was calibrated to move in full inches. And you could literally like write your name on a grain of rice by grabbing one arm and moving it, and then the other arm would match your movements over the network. It was like Poor People Da Vinci robot. Actually, it'd be a funny video is do like Dr. Pimple Popper, like have my wife upstairs like pop one of the pimples on my back or something from downstairs, using a Dexter robot downstairs, and she's upstairs on a Dexter robot, like with the little pincher effector, because it's got a little pincher effector. You can put your fingers in, you can like open and close, and then it'll open and close the effector on the other one. She'd put a little GoPro on there and let her like come in. That'd be hilarious. That would be such a viral video. Where's the robotic arm? Sadly, both robotic arms right now are on the floor behind me. One of them's broke and needs a servo replaced, and the other one works perfectly fine. I just need to find a good mounting solution so I don't have to keep duct taping it down to the desk and having it, like, you know, smash into my monitors. I have to find a better way to limit its movement. I need to 3D print some physical stoppers for it, because right now I've had 2 close calls. That's why I took it down and put it on the floor. And I just haven't put it back up on the desk yet. So I had 2 close calls where it actually locked up the software and was spinning around out of control. And I caught it right before it slammed into the monitor. And then, and it would have shattered the monitor. Like it was moving with authority. And then the other problem I had with it is one time it was hanging out in front of me over the thing and it lost power. And it literally just slapped down on the desk and like flew over and fell down off the desk and almost took the whole thing down with it, and it would have broke the arm. So luckily I caught it both times. But if I hadn't have been there and it did it, like, well, it was just stationary and it's like, you know, a software locked position, that wouldn't have been good. So I need to find a way to mount it where it has physical limitations so I don't have to worry about that, and then I can put it back into play. You just have to practice. The drowning sensation means you're doing it wrong. Oh, you mean for like the nasal saline for like flushing out your nose with the neti pot? I will say this: neti pots are never ever. I gotta stress this, guys. If you use a neti pot, never ever use tap water ever. You can literally get a brain parasite that's common in many water systems. They can literally kill you dead. That by the time you know you have it, there is nothing they can do. You just die. Like, I forget what the parasite's called, but it's really terrible. It doesn't kill like a ton of people. Like, the odds are fairly low that you would contract it, but still, it does happen. And this is a parasite that's harmless when ingested, but massively harmful when it comes into contact with the mucous membranes in your nostrils and goes into your bloodstream. However, the way you avoid that is just make sure you use distilled water. Anytime you use a neti pot, use distilled water, add your saline packet. Don't ever try to use just water alone. You guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've ever just taken distilled water and put it through your sinuses, you might as well just dump battery acid through them. It is the most painful thing ever. If you don't add the salt to the water, it's weird. It's like counterintuitive because you think salt water would burn your nostrils. But no, saline, aka salt water, is actually really soothing and ineffective on your nostrils. Pure water with no salt in it, aka not saline, burns like shit. So yeah, don't make the mistake I did learning that the hard way. Technically you can use boiled water, but I wouldn't even use boiled water. I just use distilled water. Distilled water is literally your safest bet. It's easy to get at the grocery store. It's not expensive. 1 gallon is enough to flush your sinuses like a gabillion times. Just don't fuck around, guys. Like, it's not worth it. Just use distilled water. But if you're in a pinch and there's no way to get distilled water and you have no other choice, then just boil the ever-living shit out of it. But still, if you can get distilled water, just get the distilled water. Histario, thank you for the $10 super chat. Whoop, whoop. He said you can get compounded versions of the tirzepatide Monaro and B12 mic injection. I went from 500 to 430 pounds in 9 months doing the bare minimum. They help with diabetes and weight loss, just FYI. I can't do the Monjaro, the drug that's the base of the Monjaro. That one I can't do, but I can do the B12. Actually, I do love B vitamins. I take a B vitamin supplement now because it helps with my fatigue like massively. I take B3, B6, and B12. Today, I'm not getting it from a pill. Today, sadly, I'm getting it from the worst possible source you could, but I had to wake up and I only got 2 hours of sleep and I didn't have time to make a coffee before the show. So sadly, I had to grab one of these bad boys that I fucking hate drinking because they give me kidney stones. But luckily, I've only been drinking like one of them a week, so that isn't enough to give me a kidney stone, so I survive it. But I'll pay for it tomorrow. You always pay for it. Did you hear ND is passing a bill for daily savings time to be gone? My God, man, what the fuck is wrong with... What the hell? Man, everything's going to get so complicated to follow. The whole point of having a federal government is to like synchronize things between the states. If we want every state to be its own country, then let's leave every state its own country and stop paying federal taxes for a government where just some orange dude steals it all and uses it to fucking pump cryptocurrency with his new friend who's a 2 life sentencing serving drug dealer that he let out just because the FBI never got a hold of his crypto wallets. They became active within 24 hours of him being released from prison with no condition.
Yes, I am bitter about that, by the way. B12 Mike is a lipo weight loss type injection. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I'm not interested in any of like the weight loss injection stuff. Plus my insurance doesn't cover it. I already talked to him about all of it. I talked to him about semaglutide and all that stuff. They said, nope. Plus really bad side effects too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not poo-pooing it. Like if it works for you, absolutely use it. Absolutely use it. But for me, all those medications make me feel really lethargic and really nauseous, and that's lethargy is a bigger problem. Because if I just lay down and I just lose all my muscle mass because I can't even stay awake and I'm just sleeping all day, that's going to be a big problem. Let's see here. Oh, no worries, Histario. Dude, I appreciate you suggesting it. Honestly, there is no harm in suggesting anything. I learned about a lot of things from you guys. So, and you have no way of knowing whether I've tried something or not. So, can I recommend some AI software for local AI image generation? Just ordered a new system for AI and gaming. Hey, VR Gimp. I still think, I don't know, it might be a little bit dated now and there might be better options, but I like Stable Diffusion. I still think Stable Diffusion is one of the best, especially with how moddable it is. You can put a million mods on it, right? But Stable Diffusion is great for AI image generation because you can run it locally. You can put a million plugs on it. You can use Reactor to do face swapping. You can do, I think it even supports some limited video generation now with a plugin where you like create all the frames and then it like puts all the frames together. I don't know how good it is, honestly, but for like individual image generation and being able to, use there's a million different models you can download from websites that are all trained on various different things. So like if you want to create pictures of squirrels, there's entire models that are trained just on squirrels to give you the best possible result of squirrels ever. So I would say, I don't know, but let me know in chat if you guys are messing around. We're not talking about cloud generative AI. We're talking about local generative AI. But if you know about any open source local generative AIs that are out that can use your GPU or whatever that are good competition to Stable Diffusion or potentially even better than Stable Diffusion, by all means, please speak up in chat. Love to hear about it. VR Gimp said the chaos in Mega is the point. They want to get the federal government and rob us all blind. It's funny because you say they, but like the vast majority of Mega gets screwed the same as everybody else. Like the people Trump is targeting is like predominantly his own supporters. That's why I've always said he's a cannibal, right? Because the people that gave him the power are the people he's literally attacking right now. They're just too dumb to know it, right? They just listen to what he says. And, oh, no, I'm doing this. I've lowered prices. It's like, well, then why did I spend more money? And they're, oh, no, that's just part of the process of lowering prices. Even though I said on day one you'd pay less, you're paying more now. Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense if you say so. It's like, that's the sad thing is like, it's just pure cannibalism, right? It's like when you are so focused on winning, and you don't even know what winning means anymore, you are just manipulated to the hilt. And it fucking sucks to watch, man. It really does. Even people close to me. I've had people close to me that have just been, just completely fucking consumed by this concept of, winning. And it's like, well, what is winning? Is winning like you gaining something or you other people losing stuff and you also lose stuff, but you're just happy they're losing stuff too? It's like, what does winning mean, right? Did I hear about AI masturbators? Not really, but I've seen some pretty crazy shit on Amazon lately. I saw somebody sent me a link to an Amazon thing that it may have been an AI masturbator. I don't know, but it like literally had like a total hands-free operate. You like bolt the thing to your desk and it just does everything. It's like it's got like internal thinking, like fucking sensors and measuring this and that. It was like $400 or $500 or something like that. And I was like, damn, this shit's come a long ways. I'll tell you what, sex will always sell. As long as dopamine feels good, sex will always sell because it's the cheapest way to get dopamine. James said, can we talk about those 2 flight crashes that just happened? Are you talking about the one involving the Black Hawk helicopter and the American Airlines flight, and then the other one that was the Medevac flight that went down, the Learjet? I mean, it fucking sucks that it sucks that Trump just like stopped payment and forced them to pull a bunch of people. There were supposed to be 2 people on that job as FAA controllers, and there was only 1 person when there should have been 2 posted there.
And so, you know, I think Trump should take responsibility, but he's never, ever admitted wrong to anything. Like he's always been right about everything. He's never been wrong about everything. He's never apologized for a thing. He's never admitted wrongdoing for a single thing. He's the most perfect person that has ever lived. And he's doing exactly what you'd expect the most perfect person that's ever lived to do. And that is to try to pass the buck on somebody else. The funniest thing, though, that I had to laugh at was did you see the press junket thing that he did, or the press, what was it? The press meet he did, where he was like condemning this program that allowed like more mentally disabled people to participate in the FAA. And he basically said, oh, people with like, you know, really severe mental problems can become, you know, air traffic controllers. And it turns out, no, that wasn't the case. It actually, they can be air traffic controllers. There's a lot of other jobs within the organization that don't involve that. Air traffic controllers have to have an insane ability, right? You have to pass some insane tests to be one. Regardless, there is no DEI in that space that makes it so you can just come off the street and become an air traffic controller without knowing how to do it, right? But what was even funnier is he was the one that implemented the plan. It was during his presidency that he implemented the plan that he was poo-pooing and pinning on Biden because he was too stupid to look it up. And it turned out that it was actually his administration that put it into place in 2019 while he was still president. So he was literally trying to shit on Biden. He actually dunked on himself. He's like, that stupid ass program that I created for the FAA and that I deployed and that I put out there through my own order is shitty and is ruining everything. I was like, I had to laugh. I thought that was brilliant. That was fantastic. He does that all the time though, because he doesn't do any research. I mean, he can't be bothered to even do like a simple Google search. Like the dude, people just hand him shit and he runs with it. He doesn't check anything. Let's see here. Did you hear Mississippi posted a bill about men masturbating? No, I gotta see this. All right, let's go check this out. So let's see, Mississippi. Let's see here. Let's see your masturbation bill. All right, let's see what we can find. All right, let's see here. Mississippi lawmaker introduces contraception begins at erection act. This bill, which is unlikely to pass, obviously in Mississippi, if it has anything to do with you being able to pleasure yourself, Mississippi's going to poo-poo it, right? It'd make it unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo? Okay, Mississippi Senator Bradford Blackman, a Democrat, introduced a bill this week that would seemingly ban men. Wait, a Democrat is trying to ban men from masturbating? That doesn't sound right. That must be one of those fake Democrats that's actually really a Republican, but they just ran as a Democrat to steal a seat. Because no Democrat would actually be against masturbation, like quite the opposite. The bill titled The Contraception Begins at Erection Act would make it unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo. Now, this would be an easy one to game around because you could just say you intended on fertilizing an embryo. It just didn't happen, right? Like that'd be an easy one to work around. Be like, well, I did. Like when I was jerking off, the whole time I was thinking about it, I was like, this napkin is going to find its way to an embryo somewhere. That was my intent. It never did, but my intent was for it to find an embryo. And then it would be the burden of them to prove that you didn't have that intent, but then they wouldn't be inside of your brain, so they couldn't do that, and they get thrown out. It includes exceptions for sperm donation or using contraception to prevent fertilization. Okay, so as long as you're using spermicide, you're good. The bill introduced Monday would impose fines of up to $1,000 for a first offense. I'd love to know how they would enforce this. Like, are they just expecting people to just like confess to the government and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was weak. I had to rub one out. Here's $1,000." $5,000 for a second offense and $10,000 for subsequent offenses. The bill is unlikely to pass the GOP-led legislature, but if it does, and is signed into law by Governor Tate Reeves, a Republican, it would go into effect in July. The other thing I didn't consider is it's possible that the Democrats are doing this is to basically point out the hypocrisy of Republicans that are usually against this kind of thing, right? In a statement to NBC affiliate WLBT of Jackson, Blackman referred to the high number of state legislative bills introduced in recent years that target women's access to reproductive health care. I called it. I called it. Yeah, no, this is literally to poke fun at all the bills the GOP releases, basically trying to forbid women access to contraception. And so it's like, well, what if we... So this bill is meant to show the hypocrisy in their actions because they're like, oh, well, why don't we put a bill on you? So if you're going to say they can't have sex, then neither can you. Like that's how it works. Unless you intend on creating a baby, you can't do nothing. That's hilarious. That is great. That is absolutely great. The bill is a joke bill to show the difference of how we govern men versus women's bodies. It's brilliant. Mobo Dojo, this is brilliant. That's what I thought when I was reading it for the first. I'm like, because no Democrat would actually pass a bill like this. Like, Democrats actually believe in freedom. Democrats actually believe in like personal autonomy. Democrats, like, it's the GOP that wants to go back to like the dark ages of Bible thumping and everybody falling in line, and let's bring back, all we want is the ultra wealthy oligarchs that fall into line and kiss the ring, and everybody else is a slave to the system that feeds the upper echelons, like organized religion, right? So yeah, I was going to say that's never a position that Democrats would take. Not even the most religious Democrats, which there's a lot of religious Democrats. There's a lot of Christian Democrats, hell of a lot of them. But they don't follow Old Testament. That would be hilarious though if they like called the bluff and passed the bill. God, that would be hilarious. I'd laugh so hard. I mean, I feel bad for everybody in Mississippi. They'd never be able to enforce it though. This is an unenforceable bill. This would be like a typical GOP bill where it's like they know that it's not enforceable. They know that it won't change anything. They're just putting it up there to put something up there, right? Just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what'll stick. Yeah, total satire bill. This is hilarious. Here, let me see. Did I already give you guys the link? Here, I'll give you the link. This is pretty funny. That's great. Gaming Maddie Rocks, thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. Griff Function said I'd be broke on day one. Ian said, and what about female masturbation? Oh, they've been trying to ban that forever in Mississippi. A lot of red Trump states are really big on taking back personal freedoms. I thought it, so Trump likes to say that he supports freedom and he supports the First Amendment, but everything he does is against the First Amendment. Everything he does is against freedom. Like the dude literally is like telling you can't be this, you can't be this, you can't celebrate these holidays. He canceled all the national holidays. Like any national holiday that had anything to do with women or anybody of any race other than white canceled. He's just on a bender, dude. Because he knows that he doesn't need anybody's votes anymore. Like he can't technically, he doesn't need votes to win an election anymore. Like, he knows he has to stay in power. The second he comes out of office, he's a target again for the crimes he's already committed, right? And he technically can still be, like, they said they couldn't sentence him because he's the president, but that doesn't mean they can't ultimately sentence him when he comes back out. So he has to do everything he can to try to circumvent democracy and stay in power. And that's why he has his buddy already passing a bill trying to grant him a third term, which is crazy that's a priority. That's why he released all the January 6th people, especially the violent ones, right? He wants to make sure that he has people out there that are willing to intimidate anybody that pushes back against his policies. It's crazy, man. He actually did ban Black History Month. Michael, go look at I'll get you the link. Here, because I just looked at it this morning. That's how I know. He banned Black History Month and Women's Month. Let's see here. Unless he brought it back. Did he bring it back since they released the first thing? Let's see here. Let's double check. Let me see if I can find the graphic. After President Trump signed the executive order, his first week and a half in federal programs related to diversity, equality, and inclusion. Let's see here. Oh, okay. He said somebody did try to cancel Black History Month, and he said that is not happening in our office. This is U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett saying that she's not going to allow that to happen on her watch. But no, Trump did actually try to cancel it. Let's see here. They stem from a post from Mark Zaid, a prominent lawyer in Washington, D.C. who has represented federal government employees and whistleblowers. An ex-post on January 23rd, Zaid claimed that the CIA employees were told that all resources and affinity groups are canceled. He continued, no Black History Month, no MLK celebration, and other ethnic recognition months. And days earlier, the Trump administration ordered that all federal employees and DIA roles be placed on paid leave and eventually laid off. While it's plausible Trump's executive orders may lead to a chilling effect on the celebration of Black History Month around the nation, despite Zaid's claims, there's currently no official order or directive literally to cancel Black History Month for President Trump. But he did say that he wanted to end all race and culture related holidays. Because I did see that was on the White House thing that they sent out. Let me see if I can find the image here.
Let's see, can I find the video? Let me find the video. Because I would like to know for sure, because I really hope that he didn't cancel it, because that would be ideal. Let's see. Trump's White House marks Black History Month while Defense Department declares identity month's death. Oh, okay, sorry, the Defense Department. This was a Defense Department ruling. So cancels Black History Month on Trump's order. Let me find it. Hold on here. Okay, so Pete Hegseth, the person that Trump put in charge of the Defense Department. Okay, so yeah, it was the Defense Department. Canceled all identity months. Okay, here, I'll link it. Here you guys go. Oh, Gamers Unite is somebody being a whiny bitch? Because they don't like that I'm being critical of Trump's bullshit? We're always going to get those guys. If I see them in chat, I just punt them, though. If I don't see them, though, I don't care. They can just sit there and bitch their little hearts out if they ain't got nothing better to do. Again, they're like I said earlier, right? They're more interested in collateral damage being the winning, with their own feet being put to the flames, than actually caring about like what helps them and what helps their families and what helps their friends, right? At the end of the day, it's about winning. You know, got to fucking win. Got to eat them lib tears. That's all that matters. Yeah, I know. He literally got inaugurated on MLK Day. He even acknowledged him. Well, but he's not rescinding Pete Hegseth's order. Can you find me some place where he's rescinding the order of the person that he put in charge of the Department of Defense that canceled Black History Month observation? Because if somebody can find that, if somebody can find me somewhere where Trump is saying he is... So Hegseth's order came the same day that President Donald Trump issued the proclamation calling for the recognition of Black History Month. On Friday, Trump called upon specific official educators, librarians, and all other people in the United States to observe the month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Well, then why the fuck isn't he shooting down Pete Hegseth, canceling it in the Department of Defense? Can somebody please confirm that Trump has rescinded Pete Hegseth's order? Because Pete Hegseth definitely called for, and he specifically even calls for Black History Month celebrations to be canceled across the whole Department of Defense, the entire DoD, which Pete Hegseth now oversees because Trump put him in charge. So unless Trump rescinds his orders, it's still going to be canceled in the DoD. But luckily, it's not canceled for everything across everything, right? It's just the Department of Defense, it looks like. So let's see here. And there is a memo that went out on January 2nd from Pete Hegseth to the department, canceling Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, Black History Month, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day, denial, or Holocaust Day, or days of, it's a little blurry, I can't read that. Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, June Pride Month, Juneteenth, Women's Equity Day, National Hispanic Heritage Day, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, National American Indian Heritage Month. And it says this pause will not affect the federal holidays, but it will not be observed within the DoD. So basically within Pete Hegseth's order. So yeah, so this is one of the things. So steep correction. It's canceled throughout the Department of Defense, not throughout the entire federal government. But Pete Hegseth, the really horrible, horrible person that Trump picked to run the Department of Defense, it did cancel these holidays. And I can't find anything where Trump rescinded his order and told him that he had to go back on it. So, and I wouldn't imagine he would, because Trump's one of those people, he wants to say one thing publicly and then he does another thing privately, right? He puts these people in power so he can just let them do the bad thing, and then he can act like he's the good guy, but then just not stop them from doing the bad thing. It's absolutely ridiculous, though. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly. It's a free country. People should be able to celebrate how they like. People should be able to be who they want to be. People can, let's see here. Hey, James Janus, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. I mean, dude, everybody has the fucking right to be who they are.
And besides, there's not two genders. There's people that are born with both sets of genitalia. There's multiple sets of genome groups inside of that. So even from a purely scientific standpoint, there's not only two genders. So if that's what you want to believe personally, that's fine. But I don't want to hear that shit here. I don't want to hear anybody telling what people can and can't fucking be. That's not because just because you happen to fit into one of those categories doesn't mean that you have the right to tell other people they can't have theirs. That's the whole thing with freedom. If you want freedom, you have to acknowledge other people's freedoms, right? If you're going to support somebody who takes other people's freedoms away just because you happen to be lucky enough to stay in the freedom groups that he still keeps around for his own fucking benefit, that's not freedom, dude. That is not freedom. Trump is using his office just to be a shithead, right? He's literally just doing the scorched earth approach because he knows he doesn't need anybody's votes anymore. He knows that he could lie through his teeth to all of his voters and do the exact opposite that benefits him and his rich friends, and that nobody can push back or do anything about it because he has immunity. So, I'm not agreeing to disagree on that one, YN. You can either choose to not talk about it or just get the fuck out. And chromosomes do matter. Go look at the chromosome group for a heteromorphic person, a person who's born with both sets of genitalia. Go look at the chromosomes. If chromosomes matter, then you have to acknowledge that there are not just people that are male or female. There are people that are born with both sets of genitalia. There are people born, like here, I'll even look up the chromosome groups. Let's see here. There is. On here, all. But you do have to acknowledge intersex. So you have the X chromosome, you have a combination of XXY. Because you do have XX and XY, but you also have XXY, right? So if you want to go from a purely chromosomal standpoint, right, in order for you to develop both sets of genitalia, you have to have the XXY chromosome, which there's also 3 more groups. I got to find it, but there's a chart that shows all the different chromosome groups that have been observed that are linked to physical sex. Yeah, I'm done, Yates. What is this with people's fascination with fucking like there can only be 2 sexes? Nobody's forcing you to fuck anybody you don't want to fuck, so why do you have to take away from them? Like if you're born with both sets of genitalia, or you're born and you feel completely fucking out of place in your body, why the fuck is it okay for you, just because you happen to land in the good bucket, to take away from other people's rights in a fucking free country? That's what I don't fucking get. Yeah, Putch, shit's getting bad. So XXX and XYY. Okay, so there's 4 chromosomal groups. So if chromosomes matter, technically there's 4 chromosomal groups related to gender. But here's my point, is just because you happen to identify as male or female based on your single set of sexual organs that were assigned at birth, why the fuck do you get to decide for others? That's my point. It's like, if you want freedom, you have to give freedom. That's the part I don't get, is you have these people, I support Trump doing this like highly fucking controversial thing, taking people's rights away from them. It's like, okay, so what about when people take your rights away? Are you going to support that? Because intersex people aren't saying that you can't be male or you can't be female. They're not taking that away from you. Would you be pissed if they did take that away from you? Because that's my point. Is like, if you're going to take it away from them, if you're going to fucking hate on trans people and support a piece of shit felon like Trump fucking taking away people's rights just because you happen to be one of the people that benefits from that thin fucking view because you fall into one of those two buckets, that frankly pisses me off. That's what I don't get. It's like I don't get but I agree with Trump taking that right away. Oh, I agree with Trump screwing over those people and fucking those people over. Oh, I agree with that. It's like the whole point of freedom is for people to feel free, to feel comfortable in their own skin, as long as they're not hurting others, to be able to do their thing. Now, don't get me wrong. There is an argument to be had for like sports and genetic factors and all kinds of stuff. There's an argument for that, but supporting somebody taking freedoms away from somebody just because you're lucky enough not to be in one of those buckets that they're in, that's being taken away from them, that's just being an ass, dude. To me, that is just being an ass. Nobody's saying you have to sleep with anybody. Nobody's saying you have to be anybody's friend. Nobody's saying that you have to even... Nothing of this is being forced on you, yet you're okay with somebody else forcing onto them that they can't be who they are. It just, goddamn, man. I don't know. Shit like that just pisses me off, though. It's like, okay, I get it. If you like some of his economic policies, fine. Because you happen to benefit from it, right? Okay, you happen to benefit from that policy. But it's like, let's try to just think a little bit broader in these days and not support a fucking megalomaniac who's adjudicated guilty of sexual assault, released a bunch of violent people that beat the shit out of the police, one of them who had CSAM sexual kid material on their person when they were arrested and is their second charge. Now they're out of jail awaiting the charge for that, but he let them out of jail knowing they had that charge. Right? And he lets like the biggest fucking importer of fentanyl who's serving 2 life sentences for forming Silk Road and operating and collecting billions of dollars in cryptocurrency into wallets that weren't recovered by the FBI. He just frees him free and clear because now he's suddenly into fucking crypto and he's a crypto bro. It pissed me off because you got the crypto people who are like, oh yeah, I totally support his decision because crypto will benefit from this, so will I. So fuck the oracle, the ethical standards of this. Fuck him going back on his own word and lying about what he was going to do. Fuck him throwing Law and Order straight down the fucking toilet. Like, as long as it benefits me in the moment, fuck everybody else. Like, that's the part I don't like. That's the part I don't like, is the people just picking and choosing their justice and picking and choosing their freedoms, right? That's how we get back to the Dark Ages. That's how we get back to the Dark Ages, when it's like, you know what? I love freedom as long as it's what I consider freedom. I love freedom so long as it doesn't hold me back from anything I personally want to do. As long as I don't care how many other people it fucks because I'm not in their buckets. That I don't like. It's like Donald Trump is the first felon to be a president, and he's also the most powerful president we've ever had because he has the unprecedented authority to do anything he wants with no consequences because of his immunity. He could literally just, anybody even ran against him in a future election, he could just have one of the January 6ers go shove him out a window. And I ran the math. He can do this. Legally, he can do this. Trump can legally do this. Trump could, on public TV, say that he wants his opponent thrown out a window because he feels like they're a threat to U.S. democracy if they get elected. The January 6th that tried to kill a cop could go shove that person out a window, take credit for it, go shake Trump's hand, get the fucking Medal of Honor, and get an instant pardon before he's ever tried. No president should have that power. That's fucked up. We need to focus on fixing that shit, not like taking trans rights away or telling people they can't be male or female or telling people they can't do or this, that, or who can masturbate and who can't masturbate and women to fucking keep in their pants while men can just fuck whatever they want and jerk off all over the place. How about we not focus on the shit that you know, taking away people's independent freedoms, instead of we focus on the fucker who's taking away the freedoms? The fucker who's taking us back into the Dark Ages. The fucker who's lying to us and doing the opposite of what he promised, right? How about we focus on that instead of chasing all the little fucking fruit that like speaks to us on this little religiously indoctrinated shit, you know? That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying let's Trump is not a person you want to give credit to, okay? Hey, we got somebody who wants to be banned. He's mine. Let me get him here. And he's gone. Later, bitch. Yeah, no. I'm just done with this shit. I speak my mind on this stuff because more people need to, and I need to encourage them to speak up. Because I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people that aren't speaking up out of fear of Trump. There's a lot of fucking business leaders that fought against him. Microsoft, fucking Tim Cook at Apple, even Mark Zuckerberg. Like even Elon Musk, for crying out loud, until he decided that he was going to buy Trump the presidency to insulate himself when he realized he was in hot water for shit, right? It's like these people fought against him only to turn around and fucking hand him a wallet full of money on Inauguration Day and suck his dick. Like, people are afraid of Trump. I get it, right? If Trump wants to have me killed, he can. Like, Trump could literally have somebody, January 6th, just come to my house and just murder me in cold blood, pardon him the next day and say, oh, he's a national treasure because I was a huge terrorist or something because I said something bad about the orange guy who's a felon, who has 30 plus fucking felonies, who can't even be a janitor at a store, can't ever be a police officer because he can never carry a firearm and he can't be trusted in court. He can never serve on a jury because he can't be trusted because he's a felon. This guy that can't do all these jobs literally has more power than had he been in those jobs. He can't be a cop, but he sure as fuck can order cops killed. He can let people out that attack cops, to attack him again if they want to. He has that power, but he can't sit on a trial to actually adjudicate them, right? But he can override every other adjudication of every other juror and do whatever the fuck he wants, right? You know, he can't work at a bank, but he can insider trade his ass off and steal as much money as he wants, and nobody can hold him to account for it. You know, it's like the dude, literally all these jobs that he can't be in regular society because of the felon and the level of crimes he's done. He actually has more power as president. That's how broken our system is. That's when you have to start asking yourself, like, what the fuck is wrong here? Not like, oh, what side am I? Am I red flag or blue flag? Or, oh, you know, oh, he's making the libtards cry, so I'm going to ignore everything he's doing because he's telling me that everything's great and America's great again suddenly, so I'm just going to believe him. Oh, dude. It's just, goddamn it, man. I just wish that people would actually care about other people. I really feel like we're in this dark spot, and the reason why Trump has so much power and why he's been so successful in manipulating people is just because of how selfish we've become, how divided we've become. You know, only interacting over the internet and cutting off into our individual groups, and every single thing Trump has done to separate us since he took office back in 2016 has been really effective at doing it. And so now we all just fucking hate each other. And it's sad. It's really, really sad because it's given him exactly what he needed to pull power out of a system that would have unanimously rejected him at any other time. And it's embarrassing. Hey, Sir Deluxe, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it, brother. Seriously. And thank you to everybody that gave him a thumbs up for that. I really appreciate it. I like people to get recognition for helping me out because I do truly need it. You can imagine speaking out against this shit doesn't exactly make me popular with, you know, the people that have the most disposable income from using other people and throwing them under their bus so that they can get a little richer, right? So like we were talking with David earlier, it's like it's a lot easier to make money when you're corrupt and you abuse others and you cheat and steal. It's a hell of a lot easier to make money doing it that way. When you try to do it the honest way, it's not impossible. It's just a lot harder. Trump just wants to remove the money from these holidays. No doing things for financial reasons, make it about the celebration of money. Dude, if Trump had his way, all he would do is celebrate money, because to him, that's all that matters is the not even actually being wealthy, just the presumption of wealth. Trump has been broke most of his life because he spent his dad's fortune, flushed it down the toilet, and became indebted to everybody else. And even his own buildings, he doesn't even own anymore. He's like a part investor in like his own properties half the time because he just doesn't have the money and had to put it up for collateral for a loan. He just likes to have the image of wealth, right? It's the same thing with like Elon Musk, right? He's not this massive, he's the wealthiest guy in the world on paper, but he has no way to access that wealth. If he tries to access that wealth by selling the Tesla stock, every share he sells diminishes the cost of the next share. And then it keeps getting diminishing and diminishing returns, right? And then as an executive, he has to say ahead of time when he's going to sell a share because of his position in the company, which means everybody else can sell before him, theoretically, right? Under Trump, that's not going to be the case anymore. Now he can just outright sell without telling anybody. And when they try to slap him with a financial crime, he'll just be pardoned for it, right? That's going to be his reward for kissing the ring and buying Trump a presidency. It's truly sad. Kyodon said, I'm still flabbergasted as why people care so much about Costco keeping its DEI policies. I don't think anybody knows Trump doesn't even know what DEI means. Trump has no fucking idea what DEI means. Trump describes DEI as if there is a white guy with 2 PhDs and a person who doesn't even have a high school diploma that doesn't know how to do anything, they're gonna get the job because of their skin color. No, that's not DEI at all. DEI is just to ensure that you have some kind of cultural balance within your company, so that you just don't go full racist. If two people are competing for a job, they still have to have the exact same capabilities. If one person is even slightly above, they're still the choice. It's only when they're at equal odds and they're below a threshold. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because it's also not 1-to-1. It's based on a percentage of the population also. It's not based on, a percentage of only 5% of the population is this race, but you have to have 50% of that person at your company. No, it's just having an equal representation, because there are cultural benefits from that. But no, Trump makes it sound like, oh no, you're literally hiring people. They're like, oh, hey, crackhead on the street that never graduated from 3rd grade and obviously has a substance abuse problem and has an IQ of 35. Come be an air traffic controller. We'd love to have you to fit our quota. No, that's not how it fucking works. That's not how it works. Jesus Christ. But Trump tells people that, and people that vote for Trump are too dumb to do research on Trump. So why are they going to do any research on the things he says? Like, they just believe him. Oh, wow, that makes total sense. Oh, that pilot that crashed that plane most definitely was like somebody off the street that has only played Flight Simulator for 5 minutes. That simply is not true. But the sad thing is people listen to him because people are too lazy to do the research, and they are so fucking hyped up on winning, and they've created such a huge echo chamber pushing everybody else out of it that they don't even care if it's true or not. It doesn't matter if the prices go up. They're like, oh, well, Trump told me I'm paying less, so even though I'm paying more, I know I must be paying less because he said so, and I trust him over my own eyes. You know, it's that kind of bullshit that gets us into trouble. And sadly, I think we're in so much trouble now. I don't see an out. At least not for at least not for 4 years at minimum. It just sucks. Hey Yates, it's cool, bro. We're cool. Yates, I was just a little disappointed with what you said earlier, but it's all right. It's okay, dude. Live and learn. You didn't turn into a total asshole. You didn't just start calling me names, telling me I was a piece of shit. So I have respect for that. I really do. But I got to speak my mind on this shit because it's getting too bad. Trump has just poisoned the fucking hive mind of society for his own benefit, right? He just likes the chaos, right? Flooding the zone. He learned that from one of his many other felon buddies that served time in jail, right? And you know, he's like, oh, just create so much fucking chaos and disorder that everybody's jerking off to it, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, oh, everything's on fire and I fucking love it. Burn the libs. You know, deport everybody, even legal citizens if they disagree with us, like the bishop that was born here. They're like, oh, add her to the deportation list. That wasn't a rando. That was a United States senator who voted for Trump and supported Trump and that Trump supported to take that seat. Who's saying, oh, let's deport an American citizen that was literally born here and her family was born here. Just because she's a bishop that just asked for mercy. It's like, isn't that what religious people do, is ask for mercy? Like, asking for mercy is like a good thing. That's not something that, oh, she needs to be viciously punished and deported and thrown out of the country, and the January 6ers should hunt her down and I'll give them a fucking pardon for beating her ass because I think that's great. No, fuck that shit. Like, goddamn, man. It's like, goddamn it, you know? Nah, it's all good, Yates. It's all good. I think you actually handled things well. There's just certain things. There's certain things I can 100% agree to disagree on, but there's certain things I can't. Like when I have somebody say, slavery's not that bad, agree to disagree. Oh, I think slaves are great because, you know, they built this nation. It was free labor. And if we didn't have that free labor, we wouldn't have been able to build this utopia for white people. Like I can't agree to disagree on that. No, I have to fucking stand up and say, no, that was wrong what we did. We fucked up majorly. And just because other people fucked up majorly doesn't absolve us from fucking up majorly. Right? That's the thing, is this whole, with Trump, it's all about if one other person did the bad thing, we're justified in doing it also, instead of rising to the occasion and leading by example. Every single thing he does, you'll notice, he will never, ever show the majority. He'll just show the one instance where somebody else did an equally disgusting thing. And then he's like, oh, that was the same or worse, so now I can do it, right? That makes perfect fucking sense now because I drew a parallel. It's like, no, that's not how you want shit to work. That's God damn it, man. That's terrible. Putch said, I'm kind of thankful for Trump not nominating her to her cabinet. I mean, he might as well. He put her in charge of the fucking Doge, although I do love that she's Elon's boss. I love that Elon's boss is Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I love that they moved him out of the White House. Literally on day 2, he lost his White House office. It was kicked across the street into the J. Edgar Hoover building, and now he answers to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and he can only talk to Trump through his personal assistant. Oh, Elon got so screwed. I love it. That's the only good thing that came of this, is that Elon Musk spent all that fucking money to buy Trump the presidency so he could pull his strings, and he just pissed off Trump just one too many times in 24 hours. And Trump's like, nah, all the good favors under the carpet. Fuck that guy. I'm going to go with these other billionaires and create Stargate to fucking steamroll his AI ventures. And if he keeps being a whiny bitch about it, I'm going to destroy his companies and start taking his wealth away. And it's going to be like, well, Elon, you gave him the power. You bought him the power. You can't take it back now, man. So when it fucking backfires on you and he starts fucking you sideways and taking all your wealth and tanking your companies with mass taxation and directed tariffs, I mean, you probably should have kissed the ring and fucking bent over and let him put it in your butt, because bro, you fucked up. You fucked up. You made the biggest mistake anybody can make with Trump. You trusted him to keep his word. You cannot trust a fucking guy with 30 plus felonies who raped a lady to keep who paid porn stars to fuck him while his wife, who just gave birth to his sons at home, his third wife that he cheated on, the first wife with the second wife with the third wife. Right? It's like this chain order, and then with 2 porn stars. You cannot trust this dude. Like, he has a history of lying to everybody about everything. He has never told the truth. So Elon Musk, you fucked up. You believed him, and now you're gonna have to pay the price too, buddy. Either that, or you're gonna have to bend over and kiss the ring. If you bend over and kiss the ring, you might still be able to slide into his good graces and still, be able to get a couple good things here and there. But if he keeps pushing back on him publicly at all, Griff Fungan said, "Who's supporting slavery?" Sadly, a lot of Republicans. A lot of Republicans have become huge apologists for slavery and claim that it's not something that we should be ashamed of in our history. It's fucking sad. Dude, you should see the level of people that support Trump. Like, oh my God, the people like fucking Gunther Eagleman. Go look at his account and read his tweets on X. It's crazy. These Trump supporters, man, they are next fucking level crazy. Again, I mean, but again, this all comes from a place of mass religious indoctrination. And Trump was like, Who's the biggest religion in the United States? Oh, Christianity? Okay, well, I've never read that book, but I'll just say, what's the name of their God? Oh, we're calling Jesus or God? Okay, I'm gonna say God chose me, and then it just bypasses all the common sense of all the uneducated that were raised and indoctrinated into faith taking priority over what you can see with your own eyes and your ears. It's like, now that he's invoked the word faith and he has said the name of your God, you are now fucked. Like he just bypassed your common sense completely. He used your indoctrination of a child against you. Now all scientific knowledge goes out the window. All your common sense just gets fucking steamrolled. And now it's all about, oh, God sent him and we just have to trust in God because God knows something that we don't about him and thinks he's the greatest person. But it's like, who fucking told you that's the case? He did. You're literally just repeating what he told you. Who's to say he told the truth? Half the people in the Bible contradicted each other trying to make themselves look better. Fucking look at John contradicting half the other fucking Old Testament. Like, come on. Yeah, goddamn, man. I could go on for days. Another plane crashed? Seriously? Jesus Christ, man. Oh, the medical plane. I already knew about that. Yeah, that was the second wreck. That was really sad. Yeah, Learjet went down. That thing went in hard, too. Did they say what how many people died on the ground, sadly? Because it hit a populated area. It took out I think it took out a house and some other things. Took out some cars because it was like during rush hour traffic. It was wild. VR Gimp said, I spent years getting a history degree and comparative religious degree. The lack of knowledge that these zealots have of their own traditions is staggering. 100%. 100%. The people that are voting for Trump thinking that he's upholding Christianity have never read the book themselves. At best, they went to a church that practiced prosperity faith and just believed the pastor. Whatever the pastor said went. They gave up all their critical thinking and sold it to the church. You know what I tell people? It's easy. If you don't have to go ask your priest what God wants you to do. You can just ask God. You can just ask him directly. The priest is just as human as you are. Hell, you've probably actually read the book in earnest, whereas the priest actually is financially driven to make you believe something in one way or another differently than the church down the road, right? Everybody's trying to support their financial system. You talk to God. Read the book, talk to God. Say, hey, God, if you want me to not do this thing, just tell me. And just don't say nothing if you want me to just keep doing what I'm doing. It's that simple. You know, this whole idea that people are indoctrinated into thinking that they have to talk through another flawed human when the book literally tells you that every human is sinful and a liar, and yet you're believing the book that's literally written by all these people that were just basically called themselves sinful and liars. Like, read between the lines. It's like, yeah, if you want to talk to God, just talk to God. Ask him for a response. Like, you don't need other people. If God could talk to those people to write in the book, he can talk to you too. Or not talk to you, for that matter. And then just like those people, you can come up with your own thing. If God doesn't want you to do something, he'll tell you not to do it. But if you think God's telling you because you heard it from a pastor or you heard it from somebody else reading the book or introduced you to the religion as a child when you didn't know better, that's not what God wanted. No, that's what the person that was reading the book either wanted, or what the person that indoctrinated that person into indoctrinated you wanted you to take from that book. That's all I'm saying. I know, we should have stuck with the separation of church and state. Sadly, religion gives way too much power to dictators. Way too much power. Hey guys, my back is absolutely fucking killing me, so I got a jet. But I do appreciate this conversation today at the end of Tech Talk. A lot of things needed to be said. These aren't things I like to say when Aux is around, because, you know, I don't necessarily want to make him uncomfortable or get him all riled up, because, you know, this is our time to enjoy. But hey, when I'm soloing at the end, I'm going to give my deep thoughts. You know? Some people will agree, some people disagree, some people just like that one guy will just call me names, say, oh, stop eating, fat fuck, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the only thing they can do. Honestly, I understand why you voted for Trump if the only thing you can see from me is that I'm obese. Out of everything I said, you're like, that guy disagrees with me on something, I'm just going to call him fat. Like, instead of trying to debate with him, instead of trying to actually give some counterpoints, I'm just going to call him names. I understand why you voted for Trump, because that's exactly what Trump does. And you are just like him. That I do understand. And I'm not out to change your mind. Like, your mind isn't going to be changed because you're already indoctrinated and you've already literally handed over your autonomy to another person who's willing to burn you at the stake just because you want to see other people get burned along with you. Right? So I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is getting people interested to do their own research. Getting people interested in talking directly to their gods, or the universe for that matter. Getting people interested in doing what's right and allowing freedoms for other people that they would want for themselves. That's what's important to me. And if it fucks me in the end and drives me living under a bridge, so fucking be it, you know? Hey, Momo Dojo, thank you so much for the $50, dude. That is so fucking beyond generous, brother. That is so freaking beyond generous. Said, thanks for the talk, man. Hey, I appreciate it, Mobo. I hope that I can bring some joy to some of you guys' lives. I know we're all struggling right now, and there's a lot of bad shit going on in the world at the moment, and I know I'm not the only one struggling. So, but what I can tell you is please use your voice. Don't let fear silence you. Because one thing dumb people will never be is quiet. Right? Evil people, dumb people, that they will be the loudest motherfuckers on planet Earth because somebody else took their autonomy and turned them into a megaphone. Or they're evil themselves. Those aren't the people you have to worry about being silent. The people you have to worry about being silent are the people that live in fear. The people that are afraid of making waves. The people that are afraid of anybody else being mad at them for wanting to leave a group that is manipulating them and their friends and their family so much. Like, I understand why people stay quiet just because it's the easy path. But staying quiet has led us to where we are today, and it's undeniably fucking scary. So I think it's time to stop being quiet and start speaking up, and hopefully we can get some shit back, you know, but right now it's looking like we gave this person more power than any other president's ever had coming into office. He's already getting bills introduced in the legislation to grant him a third term that Obama can't even run for. Only he can, right? So he's already doing all the shit Putin did. Like, Putin obviously gave him all the tips on how he did things coming in after Gorbachev or whatever. So yeah. We gotta get ahead of this. I mean, we're already behind, but we have to get ahead best we can. Hey, to Wolfstan, thank you for the $5.69 super chat. I appreciate it, brother. I said, I just love talking with my friend. Keep up the awesome work. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Don't know if you saw, but I know you like Suno. Refusion is as good as Suno now and free. What is it called? Refusion? Let me write that down. I'm gonna add that to my notes. Refusion.
Omnisitoad just gifted 0 memberships.
Oh, Omniside Toad, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's damn nice. I don't know why I said 0 memberships. I need to fix that. Hey, Gamers Unite, always keep it real. One thing that you guys will know about me.
Michael Media a membership.
Oh, thank you. One thing that I hope that you guys know about me is that I've stayed consistent with my messaging. Okay. Doesn't matter if I'm losing money. Doesn't matter if I'm losing viewers. Doesn't matter if the world's burning down around me. I have stayed consistent in my messaging. Only changing it when data has been presented to change my mind. When the data leads it. There's a lot of people that sadly don't do that anymore because all they care about is whatever gets the most views, whatever brings in the most money. Sadly, drama is like the big fucking winner right now, which isn't doing anybody a favor in any community at the moment. So do me a favor, if not me, reward the other people that you see speaking out because it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do in this climate. In this climate, it's actually pretty scary. So if you see people speaking out, please encourage them. Please give them a pat on the back because you know they're taking fucking heat and fire from the people that are indoctrinated. That are just right on Trump's level of evil, right? They're taking it from both ends from those people. So try to be the good voice. Try to be the encouraging voice. Try to be loud and try to reward them for doing the right thing. Because if we keep rewarding the bad people and not the good people, and we stay quiet out of discomfort while the other people are screaming at the top of their lungs all the evil shit they possibly can think of, I mean, we're making our own bed. We really are in the end. So, yeah, I know Omni-Cytoad, that was really freaking cool of you, bro. Hey, Sir Deluxe, thank you for that $10, man. I appreciate it, man. You guys are awesome. You guys are, dude, what a great tech talk today, man. You guys have been freaking awesome. I don't even know. I haven't even watched how many people are even in here. Let me even look. Let me see. Oh, we're ending with 200 people. I know we were up to 270 earlier. That's awesome. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Oh my God, Retro My Bits, you too? Oh, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Wish you guys didn't all come in here at the end and like give me money as I'm leaving. Then I feel bad. I don't want to take everybody's money when I'm leaving, but goddamn, my back is on fire. My back is dead. Oh, Lost in Space things. I know. My wife tells me that all the time too, man. I've got my hardcores that love seeing me, and I need to show up more for you guys, and I need to stop hiding because of my pain and the angry mob, right? It's like when I'm in a lot of pain and I'm really hurting and it's like I'm just whooping on with a beaten stick. After a while it gets old, you know? But I need to overcome that because fucking people need to hear a voice of reason. Or if nothing else, even if you disagree with me, I just want to put a bug in your ear to go do your own research and get the data, because at least then your decisions are based off of actual data and you can see what the people are really fucking doing instead of just operating off the assumption that they're telling you the truth. I want people to know that it's not blasphemy to do research, okay? It doesn't matter how religiously indoctrinated you are. It is not blasphemy to do research. You are not forbidding your God. You're not worshiping another God or anything just because you go and do some research on Trump, who is the only person really claiming that he's the chosen one, him and a couple prosperity faith pastors that are all linked to financial crimes. Like just wake up and do a little research yourself. You never know. It might change your mind. Not on everything, but you don't have to have your mind changed on everything. You just have to see Trump for who he is and see what he's doing to realize, shit, I don't want to lose my freedom. I don't want to fucking burn with everybody else. Before I thought it was cool to watch other people burn. I didn't realize I was going to be standing in the same pile. Because Trump said he cared about me. And it's like, he does not fucking care about anybody that doesn't have millions of dollars. He doesn't. That is a fact. The only reason Trump released the January 6th people, especially the violent ones, is because he wanted to make sure there was violent people out there that want to hurt people that put them there, which are the same people that held him to account. That's it. That's why he's taken the security forces off of like Fauci and all the other people that he doesn't like. He's keeping the security forces on the people he does like, even if they're retired, but not the people he doesn't like, because he's basically like, ooh, I'm going to release dangerous people that know that I'll give them a pardon, even if they try to kill cops on camera, even if they have child porn on their phone. Now they know he'll release them. So they know they can fight back. Just like the dude that fucking got in the fight with police, had a gun on him, died the next day. They just let him out of jail. What does he do during a traffic stop? Fucking attacks the cops and has a fucking gun on him and gets shot to death. Like, because he's like, oh, I can fuck with this cop. Trump will free me again. Trump knows these cops are corrupt. Oh, thank you so much, Switchy. Thank you for the $12.85. I appreciate it, man. But, oh, no, Ian, he released the Silk Road guy. I did a whole tweet about it. If you go back and look through my Twitter history or my X history, you'll see I did a huge thread on it. Trump only, so the Silk Road guy has been in jail for 13 years. He was in jail all 4 years Trump was in office. This guy was in jail. Trump never gave him a pardon. His whole 4 years in office the first term. The reason why Trump gave him a pardon this time on day one is because Elon Musk told him that this guy has crypto wallets that the FBI was never able to get a hold of, containing billions of dollars in Bitcoin. Trump is trying to pump Bitcoin and rug pull America using tax dollars to pump it up so that he can sell it and become the world's first trillionaire. Elon wants to do the same thing with Doge. So this guy has billions he can't use because he's in jail for the rest of his life. So they're like, hey, what if we pardon this guy and he gives us the crypto? So the guy's wallet became active within 24 hours of him being released from prison. The wallets they couldn't recover became active. And they knew because they were 13-year-old wallets. They had $600+ million in each of them. So Trump only cared about pardoning the guy. The biggest drug dealer that's brought more fentanyl in the United States than any other country combined. He freed that guy because he wanted his crypto, and because the guy was a crypto guy, he wants to bring him into the crypto bros. So mark my words, within 6 months, this guy that he pardoned is going to be brought into his inner circle and is going to be a part of him and Elon's whole fucking crypto initiative. You watch. He didn't free him because he really believes he didn't do the crimes or whatever. No, you should have seen the pardon. All the pardons for even the January 6 offenders, they weren't descriptive at all. It was just a blanket pardon because, I don't agree with these because I don't think the person did it. Him personally. Like, no evidence being presented. I don't believe they did it. Let him out. He didn't free any other drug dealers. If he believes he got a bad rap, why didn't he release all the other guys creating the other sites that got caught, right? There was other underground sites that got caught that weren't Silk Road. Why didn't he free those guys? If he cares about this, why didn't he free like the Pirate Bay guys or whatever? Or fucking, what's the guy's name? Kim.com or whatever. Why isn't he fucking pardoning him? No, it's because he wanted the fucking money. It's always about the money. Trump doesn't do anything without money being involved on his part. He freed dangerous people that tried to kill police officers on video because it benefits him to have those people out and free right now. He freed the crypto guy, the biggest drug dealer, brought more fentanyl in the United States than any cartel, any China cartels combined. This guy's made more money bringing fentanyl in the United States than anybody else, and he just unconditional pardon just lets him out. Guy's serving 2.5 life sentences. Lets him out because he has crypto wallets, and those crypto wallets become active within 24 hours of him being freed. Fancy me that. I just want people to wake up and start fucking doing some research and poking around a little bit. Hey, Michael Media, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it, man. $2 to not feel bad. Dude, never feel bad for not giving money, dude. We're all, it's rough times for everybody right now. I shouldn't say everybody. I mean, there's people that are well off. They're retired. They have a good nest egg put away that's not really in that much danger unless the dollar gets completely devalued by this hyperinflation that Trump's trying to cause. But if you're in a good, comfortable place, I want to thank you guys for helping out others where you can. And if you're struggling like I am right now, just know that I'm trying to do everything I can, at least what little I can, to try to get people engaged. Hopefully it'll lead to some change. It's not just me. There's a million other people doing it too, right? It's just we got to get every single person counts. Like, we're in that situation where it's like every single person we can get to do some research, and every single person we can get to get off this whole faith-based approach to bowing down to dear orange leader, that actually do some research and actually, if they're religious, actually be guided by their religion instead of Trump's bastardized version of it, who's never read a Bible in his entire life. That's a good thing. If we can get people to think, that's a good thing. All right, guys, I really got to get out of here. I appreciate you so much. God, we hit that 250 goal, hit 262. You guys are freaking awesome. Thank you so much. I love your faces. I'm going to try to get over to Twitch as quickly as I can. I know I only got in one stream last week. I got really fucked up after that stream the next day, and I was laid up a lot, and I even had to reschedule a doctor's appointment. I was supposed to get a blood draw, but I couldn't even get down to the doctor's office. I was hurting so bad. So I just got to figure shit out one day at a time and keep pushing. But every moment I get to come online and talk with you guys is something I hold dear. I really do. Just having people listen to you is a huge, what's the word for it? A huge privilege. It's not a guarantee. It's not a right. It's a privilege. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I really do. All right. I love your guys' faces, and I will catch you on the flippity flop. In the meantime, go install, what was that game called? Delta Force. I think it's free. Delta Force. And then go find AuxxZillary and shoot him in the face. I gotta go accept this friend request. If I'm feeling better later, I'll jump on the PC from bed and play him a couple of rounds. I got a keyboard and mouse, a wireless mouse that I can put into bed, and I can play some FPS. Oh, Michael, thank you for the $5. You said it was meant to send when you said you were feeling bad about leaving when people started sending money. Oh, I get you now. Dude, you guys are out of control. Joe Taji, thank you for the $10, dude. I'm going to get out of here because I don't like taking money when I got to leave. You guys are just going to keep on sending it. Save it for next time. I love your faces, and I'll see you guys. Peace out. Have a good weekend, too. Please try to, turn off the news for one day. I'm going to try to do the same. Turn off the news for one day. Try to recover from this massive fucking flood the zone fatigue from Trump. And just play some video games. Have some fun. And then we'll get back after it hardcore on Monday. All right. Take it easy, guys.